In order to get the most out of Excel 365, you need to understand how to open the application and navigate the interface. In this video, you will explore how to open the Excel 365 application and discover its features, including a ribbon with multiple tabs, a status bar, a quick access toolbar, and various tools for visualizing spreadsheet data. If you're looking to open the Excel application, you can find it in multiple ways. Many people choose to pin the Excel shortcut to their taskbar or to their desktop for quicker access. If you don't have the shortcut pinned, you can search for Excel using the search bar. In the taskbar at the bottom left, I'll click inside the search bar and type in Excel. Displayed at the top left of the search menu is the Excel app, and on the right is the option to open the application. Alternatively, you can click the Start button at the bottom left. On the left of the Start menu is a list of all of your applications in alphabetical order, and under the letter E is the Excel application. Click this and the application then opens, and I'm navigated to the Excel home page. In order to improve your efficiency, it's important that you familiarize yourself with the application's interface. At the top left of the home page, you have the option to open a blank workbook, or to the right of that you can choose from one of the templates listed. Scroll down the page and displayed is a list of your recently opened Excel workbooks. From this list, I'll click on the Purchase Sums workbook to open it. The Excel workbook interface then displays. In Excel, a workbook can contain multiple worksheets. You'll see those listed at the bottom left of the interface, and you can simply click on a worksheet to display it. To the right of this list is a New Sheet button displayed as a plus icon, which you can click to create a new worksheet. In the main interface itself, you'll see that a worksheet is divided into columns and rows. Cells are then created where these intersect. The columns above the worksheet are labeled alphabetically, and the rows on the left are labeled numerically. At the top left of the worksheet is the name box. Displayed in this is the coordinates of the cell that is currently selected. For example, cell D6 is selected. So if I go to column D, move my mouse down until I reach row 6, here I found the selected cell. At the top center above the worksheet is the formula bar. Currently displayed in this is the information found in the selected cell. You can use this bar to insert information or formulas directly into your worksheet. At the top of the application, you'll find the Tools ribbon. At the top left of it, the ribbon is divided into different tabs with each tab containing different tools. The Home tab is currently selected. Here you'll find tools such as your font, alignment, and number tools. To the right, I'll click the Insert tab. Here you'll find tools to insert tables, charts and links, etc. From the Page Layout tab, here you can change the look of your worksheet by applying themes or adjusting the page setup. Click the Formulas tab. Here you can insert functions into your worksheet or browse the function library. From the Data tab, you have tools to transform or sort and filter the data in your worksheet. In the Review tab, you can check the spelling and accessibility or add a comment to your document. From the View tab, you can adjust the zoom and layout of your page. In Help, you can access support and training as well as send feedback about the app. At the top left of the ribbon is the File tab. Click this and you'll be navigated to the Backstage view, where you can create and open new documents, etc. Click the back arrow at the top left corner to leave this page. At the top of the interface is the Quick Access toolbar. On the left of this, you can see that your document is being auto-saved. Next you have the Save, Undo and Redo tools. To the center, you'll find the name of your workbook and when it was last modified. You have a search bar towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Excel account name and avatar, as well as the options to hide and show your tools ribbon. At the bottom of the Excel application, you have your status bar. On the left, it shows Ready mode is enabled, meaning that the Excel worksheet is ready to accept data. At the bottom right, you can change the view of your Excel worksheet by either selecting Normal, Page Layout or Page Break Preview, and you have your Zoom tool, which you can use to zoom in and out of your document. This has been an overview on opening and exploring the Excel application. The first step in presenting your data in Excel 365 is creating or opening a spreadsheet. In this video, you will explore how to quickly create a new workbook to start entering your data, or open an existing workbook in Excel 365. Currently, I'm in the Backstage view of the Excel application, and the Home tab at the top left is selected. From the Home tab, if you'd like to create a new workbook, you can click on the option Blank Workbook at the top left of the page. Once clicked, the page refreshes and you'll be navigated to your new workbook in the main Excel interface. When you open up a blank workbook, at the top center of the navigation bar by default the workbook will be named Book 1, and at the bottom left I can see that this open worksheet has been named Sheet 1. I can now go ahead and start entering my data into the cells in this worksheet. Alternatively, you can create a new blank workbook from the New tab in the Backstage view. To navigate to the Backstage view, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. In the Backstage view menu on the left, you'll now see more options displayed here. These options are to manage the new workbook that I just created. At the top of the menu, click on the New tab, and at the top left of this page is again the option Blank Workbook. You can then click this option to open a new workbook as previously shown. Below the New tab in the Backstage view menu is the Open tab. Click this, and from this page you can open a spreadsheet that has already been created and has information added to it. In the Open menu on the left is a Recent tab. In this tab, on the right-hand side is a search bar to quickly search for a file. Below this, you're able to choose between seeing recently opened workbooks or folders. Workbooks is currently selected. Scroll down the page and you'll see a list of your workbooks you've recently worked on or opened. To open a document, simply click on it from the list. Below the Recent tab is the option to view files that have been shared with you. You can access Excel files from a shared location such as your OneDrive account or in a SharePoint site. These options allow you to quickly collaborate and work on the same documents with your colleagues. You can view files saved to this PC. If you have another location you would like to save or access Excel files from, you can click on the option Add a Place. If you have a document saved on your computer that you would like to access, you can choose the option Browse at the bottom of the menu. Once clicked, your File Explorer window opens. From here, you can choose a location on the left of the window. I'll click on the Documents folder, and from here I'll select the file Sales 2021, then click the Open button at the bottom right. The File Explorer window closes, and the selected Excel file now opens in Excel's main interface. This has been an overview on creating and opening a spreadsheet in Excel. The cells found in your Excel 365 spreadsheet can contain both numerical and textual data. In this video, you will discover different ways to insert, edit, and replace data in your spreadsheet. I currently have an Excel worksheet open with some data already entered in. To add data to your worksheet, you can double-click on the cell that you want to add data to. I want to add some data to cell D10, so if I double-click on it, the cell is then activated. A blinking cursor has been placed inside it, indicating I can now type some numerical or textual data directly into the cell, so I'll do that. And when you're ready, you can then press the Enter key on your keyboard. Your data has now been inserted into that cell. Alternatively, you can select a cell by clicking on it. I'll select cell C10. Once selected, you can then begin typing, and the data you insert will replace any data previously in that cell. Then press the Enter key to finish entering in your data. Another way of inserting data is by selecting the cell. I'll select cell F10, then go to the formula bar at the top center above the spreadsheet. Click inside the bar and then type in the data you would like inserted into the selected cell. As you type, note that the data is being entered into the selected cell at the same time. And again, when you're ready, press the Enter key on your keyboard to finish entering in your data. You can edit the data in your worksheet cells at any time. I would like to edit the data in cell F4. Editing data is similar to the process of inputting it. When you select and type in a cell that already has some content in it, that content will then be replaced. But if you double-click, you can edit the values without replacing the contents. I'll double-click on cell F4 and a cursor now appears inside it. I would like the number total in this cell to be 60.15, so I'll press the backspace key on my keyboard to delete the number 25 and then type in the number 15. Alternatively, you can use the formula bar to modify a cell's contents. With this cell still selected, I'll click inside the formula bar and edit the cell's data. I'll click to the right of the number 6, to place my cursor there, delete the number 6 by pressing the backspace key, and then I'll type in the number 5, then press the enter key when you're happy with the changes. And those changes have been applied to that cell in this worksheet. If I, for example, select cell F6 and typed in the number 600 to replace the previous value, but then realized this was a mistake, I can return the previous value to the cell if I haven't already pressed the enter key. To do that, I can press the escape key on my keyboard, and the previous value is once again displayed in that cell. This has been an overview on inputting data in Excel. When you start copying and pasting data in Excel 365, you will find that you have various options available to you. In this video, you will discover that you can, for example, paste content that you have copied to a new location. You can also paste formatting that has been applied, paste values, and even remove any formulas from your copied data. In my open worksheet, there are 3 different elements. These include a logo image, data table, and a pie chart graphic. I would like to copy the table and paste it within the same worksheet. To do this, I'll first select all of the cells in the table by clicking and dragging my mouse over them until the whole table is highlighted. Once the cell range has been selected, you have multiple ways to copy it. You can right-click over the selected element with your mouse. The shortcut menu then opens to the right of it. At the top of this menu is the option Copy. I'll select this option. The shortcut menu closes and I have now copied the table in my worksheet. Note that you can also copy elements from the Home tab in the Tools ribbon. On the left-hand side of the ribbon, in the Clipboard group, you'll find the Copy tool. You can also quickly copy your element using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C. I'll now paste my copied table within the same worksheet by first selecting a location. I'll click on an empty cell. You can paste elements from the Tools ribbon using the Paste tool in the Clipboard group of the Home tab. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. To paste, I'm going to right-click on the selected cell, and near the top of the shortcut menu that appears you have a few different paste options. For example, if you'd like to paste all the information you've copied, you can select the Paste option. Note that when you hover over an option, a preview of my pasted table appears in the worksheet. You have the option to only paste the values found in the copied table, only the formulas or the cell formatting, etc. Below this list, you can access more paste options by hovering over the right arrow next to the option Paste Special, and a side menu appears on the right displaying a list of more paste options. From the shortcut menu, I'll select the option Paste. My table has been pasted in its new location, but in the Values column of my table hashtag symbols appear. This means that the column width is not wide enough to fit my number values, so I'll quickly increase it by dragging its border to the right. You can also copy and paste images in Excel. In my worksheet, I'll select the Smart Apart image. To quickly copy this, I'll use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C. Once copied, I can quickly paste the image within the same worksheet by selecting a cell, and then I'll use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V to paste. You can also copy and paste an element into a separate worksheet. For example, I'll select the chart on the right of this worksheet. I'm going to right-click over this chart and select Copy from the shortcut menu. Once copied, at the bottom left I'll select the worksheet named Sheet 2. I'll click on a cell in this worksheet, right-click with my mouse, and in the shortcut menu I'll select the Paste option. Use Destination Theme, as this option merges the formatting with your existing sheet. You can also copy and paste to a separate Excel workbook. I'll leave this workbook by clicking the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. From the File menu on the left, click the New tab. From here, select the Blank Workbook option. A blank workbook titled Book 1 has now opened in a new Excel window. Since I've already copied my element, all I need to do is select a cell in the sheet. To paste my chart, I'll use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. As you can see, learning how to copy and paste will save you a lot of time from having to manually recreate elements. This has been an overview on copying and pasting data in Excel. In Excel 365, you're able to resize your columns and rows to ensure your spreadsheet data is readable and displays correctly. In this video, you will explore how to resize columns and rows manually or let Excel 365 automatically resize your columns or rows. In my worksheet below, I can see that certain data values are hidden. For example, if I go over to column D, I can see that quite a few of my data entries are not readable and instead display hashtag symbols. If you notice that a lot of your data is hidden or displayed incorrectly, this may mean you need to resize your column. To resize column D, I'm going to go up to the top towards the right-hand side of the column. When I position my cursor over the dividing line between column D and E, I can see that my cursor changes to a line with a double-headed horizontal arrow indicating that I can now move my column from left to right. Now, if I hold down the left button on my mouse, I can drag this column over towards the right to increase its width. And once I let go, I'll be able to see that all of my data entries below are displayed correctly. I now also see that the data in row 4 is not clearly visible. You can readjust your row height by going to the left-hand side of your worksheet. As I want to increase the size of row 4, I'll position my cursor over the dividing line between row 4 and 5. Once my cursor changes to a vertical double-headed arrow, I can now double-click my mouse. The height of row 4 will automatically readjust to fit the data in the cells, and I can now clearly see the data in row 4. You can quickly resize all of the rows or columns in your worksheet using the Autofit feature. The Autofit feature automatically adjusts a row or column's width to fit the data within the cell. For example, I want to autofit the row height, so I'll go to the top left corner of my worksheet and click the Select All button. All of the cells in my worksheet are now selected. With the Home tab selected on the right-hand side of the Tools ribbon, go to the Cells group and here you'll find the Format tool. Click the Format drop-down and a menu opens. At the top of the menu is the Cell Size section. Here you'll find the option Autofit Row Height. Click this and each row in my worksheet is automatically adjusted and are now all the same size. You can also autofit your column width. To do this, I'll click the Format drop-down again and in the Cell Size section in the menu is the option Autofit Column Width. I'll click this. My columns are automatically adjusted, and all data displayed in them is now compact and visible within my worksheet. In your worksheet, you can set a different width or height for one or several columns or rows. To demonstrate this, I'll select column H. Once selected, I'll right-click on the column to open the shortcut menu. At the bottom of the menu, select the option Column Width. A column width window then opens showing a text field with the current width of the selected column. To change this, I'll begin typing in another number. I'll type in the number 25, then click the OK button at the bottom left. The width of the selected column has now increased, but no changes have been made to the width of the other columns in my worksheet. This has been an overview on resizing columns and rows in Excel. If you need to remove data from your Excel 365 spreadsheet, you can use the Delete tools. In this video, you will discover how to remove the contents of a cell. You'll also discover how to remove single cells, cell selections, and even entire rows or columns from a spreadsheet. From my worksheet, I would like to delete the contents of cell D4. In Excel, you can delete data in multiple ways. One way is to double-click on the cell to activate it. The blinking cursor will then appear inside the cell and I can then press the backspace key on my keyboard to delete the text within it. Alternatively, you can select a cell. I'll select cell D7 and I'll quickly delete this cell's contents by pressing the delete key on my keyboard. Another way to delete cell data is by again selecting a cell. I'll select cell E2. When you select a cell, the content within it then appears in the formula bar at the top center above the worksheet. From here, I can delete the text by clicking inside the formula bar and then pressing the backspace key on my keyboard to remove its contents. In Excel, you can also remove the contents of multiple cells simultaneously. I can do this by first selecting my cell range. I'll select cells in column B to C and rows 2 to 5. I have the option of either using the delete key or backspace key on my keyboard to remove the data in the selected cells. I'll press the delete key and the contents in the selected cell range have been removed. In the Tools ribbon, you have multiple options to remove data. To demonstrate this, I'll quickly select all of the cells in column A by clicking on the column A header. With the Home tab at the top left selected, on the right of the Tools ribbon go to the Editing toolset, and here you'll find the Clear button displayed as an eraser. Click this to open the drop-down menu. In the menu, you have the option Clear All, Clear Formats, Clear Contents, Clear Comments and Notes, and Clear Hyperlinks. For example, if I click the option Clear Contents, the data in the selected cells has been removed. But note that the color formatting applied to cell A1 still appears. To remove this formatting, I can select cell A1. Click the Clear button in the Tools ribbon, and from the drop-down menu select the option Clear Formats. And now all data and formatting has been removed from the cells in column A. You can also delete entire rows or columns. I would like to delete column B, so I'll right-click on a cell in that column. From the shortcut menu, select the option Delete. A delete window opens with the options to delete the cells to the left of the selected cell, to shift cells up, the entire row or entire column. I'll click the radio button to the left of entire column, then click the OK button at the bottom left, and now column B has been deleted. You can use this method to delete a single cell. I'll select cell C14. To remove this cell, right-click on it and from the shortcut menu select the option Delete. As I want to delete the selected cell, from the Delete window I'll click the radio button to the left of Shift Cells Up, then click the OK button at the bottom left. And the selected cell has now been removed. This has been an overview on deleting items in your spreadsheet in Excel. Excel 365 keeps a record of your recent actions and operations so you can undo them easily. This is useful if you've made a mistake, for instance. You're also able to redo actions that you have undone. In this video, you will explore how to cancel recent actions or return your worksheet to a previous state using the undo and redo features. To demonstrate the undo feature in Excel, I'll first make a change to my worksheet. For example, I'll click on the column header in cell D2, and then press the Delete key on my keyboard to delete the cell's contents. If I change my mind and decide that I don't want the contents of that cell deleted, I can use the undo feature. To access the undo tool, go to the top left of the interface, and in the Quick Access toolbar is the undo button displayed as a left-pointing arrow. If I click this, you'll see that the deleting action I performed earlier has been undone, and the contents of the cell have been restored. Note that if you haven't saved your changes yet, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C to quickly undo an action. When the undo button in the Quick Access toolbar is grayed out, this means that you don't have any undo actions to go back on. You can also use the undo tool to undo multiple actions. To demonstrate this, I'll select the reference code column header and press the Delete key to delete the text. I'll insert a new column by going up to the header, right-clicking on column D, and from the shortcut menu select the Insert option. And I'll perform one last action by selecting the column headers in my table, and I'll change their format by going to the Font toolset in the Home tab, clicking the Fill Color drop-down, and from the Theme Colors section in the menu, select the color orange. To undo those three actions, I could click the Undo button in the Quick Access toolbar multiple times. Alternatively, I can click the Undo drop-down button, and displayed in the drop-down menu is a list of the three previous actions I just performed. If I'd like to, for example, only undo the Format Cells action, I could just click on this option in the menu. But if I want to undo all three actions, I'll move my mouse down over all three options until they are all highlighted gray. Then I'll click my mouse, and now my worksheet has been restored to its previous state. If you find that you've undone an action that you'd like to redo, to the right of the Undo button in the Quick Access toolbar is the Redo button. This button is displayed as an arrow going towards the right. You can redo a single action by clicking on this button, and the text in cell E2 has once again been removed. Note that you can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Y to redo an action. Alternatively, you can click the Redo drop-down arrow, and in the menu is a list of the two previous actions I undid. Again, I'll move my mouse down over this list until both actions are highlighted gray, and then I'll click my mouse. And now the changes I made to my worksheet have been restored. This has been an overview on undoing and redoing actions in Excel. Excel 365 includes a function library which holds various formulas grouped by category. In this video, you will explore how to use the function library in Excel 365 to help you locate and insert the formula you need. If you are unable to find the formula you want, you can also launch a search query. To start performing calculations on data, you can insert a function directly into a cell, or you can use the formula bar. For example, in my worksheet I'll select a cell that I would like to insert my formula into. I'll click inside the formula bar at the top center above the worksheet. I would like to calculate the total sum of the values of cell D2 to D16. To do this, I'll use the sum function. Into the formula bar, type in an equal sign, the word sum, and an open parenthesis symbol. Then I'll highlight the cell range I would like to apply the function to. Press the close parenthesis key and then press the Enter key on your keyboard to finish entering your function. And now displayed in my selected cell is the sum calculation of the cell range I highlighted. If you don't know the function you'd like to insert, you can use the function library to find it. First, I'll click on an empty cell in my worksheet. To access the function library, click the Formulas tab at the top center of the Tools ribbon, and now on the left of the Tools ribbon you'll find the function library toolset. Within the function library, you'll notice that all of your functions are organized according to a specific category. These categories include AutoSum, recently used, and text, etc. For example, if you're looking for a financial formula, you can click the Financial button, and in the drop-down menu you'll find all of the different formulas relating to finance. If you don't see the specified category that you're looking for, on the right-hand side of this toolset is the option More Functions. Click this and in this drop-down menu you'll find a list of more categories. When you hover over a category, a side menu appears on the right displaying the formulas related to that category. If you'd like to insert a function but do not know the category, you can use the Insert Function tool on the left-hand side of your formula library toolset. Note that you can also find this tool on the left-hand side of your formula bar. Click the Insert Function button and an Insert Function window displays. At the top of this window is the option to search for a function by entering in a brief description of it into the text field, or below that you can select a category if you know the category of the function you're looking for. I'll press the Delete key to clear the text field, and into it I'll type in Add, then click the Go button to the right of it. Excel has found all of the functions related to Add and has displayed them in the Select a Function menu. You can filter the results further by clicking the category drop-down, and in the menu you can select options such as most recently used, date and time, or logical, etc. I'll click Away to close this. When a function is selected in the menu, a short description of what the function does is displayed below the menu box. If you still don't understand what the function is used for, you can click the Help on this function link at the bottom left corner. A Microsoft support page then opens in a browser window, and in this page you'll get a short description of that particular formula. Close this window by clicking on the X icon at the top right. I'll scroll down the menu and select the Sum function. To use the selected function, click the OK button at the bottom right. A Function Arguments window opens. From here, you can compose your function. Into the text field at the top, enter in the cell range you'd like to perform your function on. Into the number 1 field I'll type in H3, press the colon key and type in H6. You can use the other number fields to add additional cell ranges if the function demands so. Click the OK button at the bottom right. And now in my worksheet the total value of the chosen cell range has been inserted into the selected cell. This has been an overview on inserting a formula from the function library in Excel. Knowing how to save your Excel 365 spreadsheet is essential to being able to work on your workbooks over multiple sessions. When saving the spreadsheet, you can specify the name of your workbook, where you would like to store it, and the Excel-compatible version to save it in. It's recommended that you save your spreadsheet once you start working on it. There are multiple ways to save your spreadsheet in Excel. At the top left in the Quick Access toolbar is a Save button. Click this and a Save This File window opens. From this window, you can change the file name and choose a location to save your file to. I'll close this by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom right. You'll notice that to the left of the Save button in the Quick Access toolbar is the Autosave feature. The toggle to the right of this is currently switched off, but once you save your document to an online location such as OneDrive, you can then activate this feature. From then on, any changes you make will be automatically saved. If you go to close your workbook but have forgotten to save it, you don't need to worry as Excel will prompt you to save your work. To demonstrate this, I'll click the X icon at the top right of the window. A Save Your Changes to This File window opens. At the top of the window, you have the option of changing the file name. I'll press the Delete key to remove the text in the file name field, and I'll type in another name. Below that you can choose a location to save your file to. By default, my OneDrive account has been selected. If I don't want to save in this location, I can select the More Options link at the bottom left corner. My File Explorer window then opens. From here, I can choose a save location on my computer. From the left of the window, I'll click on the Documents folder. To then save it here, I'll click the Save button at the bottom right. The File Explorer window closes and my Excel workbook has been saved to my computer. That workbook has closed and another workbook I have yet to save has automatically opened. Another way to quickly save your work is by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S. Once pressed, a Save This File window opens. Again, at the top of this window I can change the file name if I wish, and below that you can again choose a location to save the file to. By default, my OneDrive account is selected. I'm happy with this, so I'll click the Save button at the bottom right. As I have now saved this file to an online location, note that the autosave feature at the top left of the Quick Access toolbar has now been automatically activated. I'll open another workbook I haven't saved by clicking on the Excel icon in the taskbar, then I'll click on the Book 2 preview window to open that file. You can also access your save options directly from the File Backstage view. I'll select the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon, and in the File menu on the left of the page, you'll see that you have two options, Save and Save As. If you're saving your document for the first time and you select Save, you'll automatically be redirected to the Save As menu. From the Save As menu on the left-hand side you have different save locations such as a recent location, online location such as OneDrive or SharePoint, your PC, the option to add a place or to browse your computer. I'll select the option Browse and my File Explorer opens. From the left of the window, I'll select the desktop folder. Once I've chosen a location, I can go to the bottom of the window and rename my file. I'm going to click inside the file name field and enter in a new name. Below this, you have your file format. I can see that by default it is being saved as an Excel workbook, but if I'd like to change this, I can click the Save As type drop-down. And in the menu is a list of different file formats such as PDF or even older versions of Excel. I'll click Away to close this. Once I'm done defining the save location, file name and format, I'll select the Save button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on saving your spreadsheet in Excel. When using Excel 365, you can share your workbooks with other users. In this video, you will learn how to share spreadsheets with other users. This can be done by uploading a copy of a workbook to OneDrive, which is Microsoft's file repository hosted online. But if you don't use OneDrive, you can also share a workbook via email as an attachment or as a PDF. A big change in Excel 365 is the Share button located at the top right corner of the Tools ribbon. This is the primary way to access Excel's share options. If I click the Share button, a share window opens. As I haven't saved this spreadsheet to an online location, at the top of the window is the option to upload a copy of my workbook to my OneDrive account. Once you've stored your spreadsheet in OneDrive, you can then share an online copy of it with others. If you haven't saved your spreadsheet to an online location, at the bottom left of the window in the Attach a Copy Instead section are the options Excel Workbook or PDF. Selecting the option Excel Workbook will attach a copy of this document to an email in the Excel Workbook format. If you select PDF, this will attach a read-only copy of the workbook to an email. Note that sharing a file via OneDrive grants the recipient access to view and edit your original file and not a copy of it, whereas if you send an Excel or PDF attachment, this creates a copy of your document, which is a separate file from the original one. For example, I'll click the Excel Workbook option. My default email client then opens in a window, and on the left of the email window in the Attachments section is a copy of my document in the Excel file format. So if I send this to another contact, they will be able to open it directly in the Excel application. To quickly send this email, I'll click inside the To field at the top, and from the suggestion list click on the Contact John. The name of the file has also been automatically entered into the subject text field. To send this email, click the Send button at the top left. The Outlook window closes and I have now shared a copy of this Excel document with my colleague John. Another way you can access the share options is by clicking the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. The Backstage view then opens. In the File menu on the left, click the Share tab. The Share window opens. Again, at the top is the option to upload a copy of your workbook to your OneDrive account or to sign into OneDrive in order to share your file with others on the cloud. And at the bottom left are the options to attach a copy of your document as an Excel workbook or as a PDF to an email to then share with others. Close this window by clicking on the X icon at the top right. This has been an overview on sharing a spreadsheet in Excel. It can be time-consuming to create a workbook from scratch. Excel 365 comes with a large library of predefined pre-formatted workbooks that can be used to get started on a project quickly. In this video, you will explore how to download a spreadsheet template and input your data or make your own changes to it. I currently have the Backstage view in the Excel application open, and the Home tab at the top left is selected. At the top of the home page, you have 5 workbook template options that you can choose from. Each template option has a thumbnail preview image of what the template looks like, and below this will be the name of the template. To access more template options in Excel, click on the More Templates link on the right of the page. I'm then navigated to the new page. Displayed at the top is the option to create a blank workbook, and any templates I have recently used. But if I scroll down, displayed is a list of even more Excel template options, and you can browse through and choose the template that you would like to use. In this list is also options to access tutorials on certain Excel features. Note that when you hover your mouse over a template, a pin icon appears at the bottom right of it. If, for example, this template money in Excel is one that I use often, I can click this pin icon and this template will then be pinned to the top of the new and home page for easier access. If I scroll back up, above the template menu, below the search bar, is a list of suggested categories that you can use to find a template. These categories include business, personal, planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts and calendars. For example, if I'd like to create a worksheet for my company's budget review, I can click on the category budgets. The new page then refreshes, and displayed now in this page is a list of templates related to the subject budgets. And I can click on a template option to open it in Excel. I'll press the back link at the top left of the page to return to the main list of templates. Above the list of suggested categories is a search bar, which you can use to search for online Excel templates. I'll click inside the search bar and type in the term project, then press the Enter key on my keyboard to search. The new page refreshes, and now displayed is a list of any templates related to the term project. In order to start using a template, you can browse through your list, and once you come across a template that you would like to use, you can select it. I'll select the template Small Business Cash Flow Forecast. Once selected, a window then opens. On the left is a preview of what the template looks like, and on the right you'll find information such as the template's name, who it was created by, a brief description of it, and its file size. To begin using this template, I'll click on the green Create button on the right. The template has downloaded and then opens in Excel. Note that at the top center, by default the file is titled the name of the chosen template. And at the bottom left I can see that by default, this template comes with multiple worksheets. If I'd like to make a change, for example, I'll click inside the company name text field at the top left, delete the text in it and type in my company's name. Once I'm done making my modifications, I'll be able to save my template by clicking the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. From the File menu in the Backstage view, click the Save As tab. In the Save As menu, you have the option to save your template to a recent location, to save it online via your OneDrive or SharePoint account, to this PC. You can add a place or browse this computer. I'll click on Browse. On the left of the File Explorer window, I'll click the Documents folder. At the bottom center is the option to change the file name if you wish. Finish saving by clicking the Save button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on using spreadsheet templates in Excel. Worksheets often contain repetitive information such as dates. In this video, you will discover how to use the Autofill feature to complete a series of data in Excel 365. In Excel, you may need to enter in a lot of repetitive data. This can take a lot of time and can be quite tedious. Instead, you can use Excel's Autofill feature to automatically enter in repetitive information into your spreadsheet. The Autofill feature works with repetitive information or a series, such as the days of the week, dates, times or a number series, etc. In my worksheet, I would like to enter in a data series. For example, in column D labeled order number, I would like to enter the values 1 to 9. I have the option to manually enter these values by selecting the cell. I'll select cell D4 and type in the number 1. Now if I'd like to use the autofill tool, I'm first going to need to insert at least 2 values, so I'll select cell D5 and enter in the number 2. Now that I've inserted these 2 values, I'm going to select both of those cells. Once done, I can now go down to the bottom right-hand corner of the data range I've selected, and when my mouse cursor changes to a black plus icon, I'll hold down the left button of my mouse and then drag it down to select cells D4 to D12. Release the mouse click and the values 3 to 9 in column D have been automatically filled in. As you can see, this will save a lot of time from having to go to each individual cell and insert the value. If you'd like to insert values that have a pattern, you can do that as well. For example, in column E labeled Customer ID, I have the first 2 values 23 and 26 entered in. These values are separated by 3 digits. To continue this pattern, I'll select the first 2 values in cells E4 and E5, hover my mouse over the bottom right corner of the cell selection, and when my cursor changes to the black plus icon, I can double-click my mouse to automatically insert the values for the rest of the cell range into cells E6 to E12, and each value has been automatically separated by 3 digits. Apart from autofilling numerical values, you can also autofill the days of the week. In column F labeled weekday, I've already entered in the values Tuesday and Wednesday. If I select these values in cells F4 and 5, hover my mouse over the bottom right-hand corner, then when the cursor changes to the black plus symbol double-click my mouse, the remaining values within the cell range have been auto-filled and cells F6 to 12 now contain the days Thursday through Wednesday. As the service calls are only happening during the weekday, I would like to remove the weekends from my list. I can modify the values using the Autofill Options feature. This feature is located at the bottom right corner of the selected cell range. I'll click that and a menu displays showing options to autofill the data according to format, and at the bottom are the options to fill days or fill weekdays. Click on Fill Weekdays and the weekend values have been replaced with weekdays. You can use this same method for dates. In column G, I have the first 2 dates entered in for the last service call. If I select those 2 values in cells G4 and 5, go to the bottom right corner and double-click when the black plus icon cursor appears, the column values are then auto-filled with dates that increase in the same increment as the first 2 cells. And again, if I'd like to remove the weekends, I can click the Autofill Options button at the bottom right of the cell selection, and in the menu you have the options to fill days, weekdays, months or years, etc. I'll select weekdays again. So now the values in column G match those in column F. This has been an overview on filling cells in Excel. Worksheets consist of columns and rows. In this video, you will explore how to insert columns and rows in Excel 365, as well as insert multiple columns or rows in a single action. In my worksheet, I would like to insert an additional row in order to add data to my table. When inserting rows using the shortcut menu, the row will be placed above the row you've selected. To insert a row between rows 5 and 6, I'll select row 6. Right-click your mouse, and from the shortcut menu that appears I'll select the option Insert. And now a new blank row has been added to my table as row 6. You can also insert columns and rows using the Insert tool. This time I would like to insert a column between column B and C. When inserting columns, the column will be placed to the left of the column that is selected. So I'll select column C, then with the Home tab already selected go to the Cells toolset in the Tools ribbon, and here you'll find the Insert tool. I could simply click on the Insert button to insert a column, or I can click the drop-down button on the right of it. In the drop-down menu, you have the option to insert additional cells, rows, columns or sheets. As I have a column selected, the option Insert Sheet Rows isn't available. To insert my column, click on the Insert Sheet Columns. A new blank column has now been added to the right of column B. The new column has been labeled column C, and the remaining columns in the table have been updated accordingly. You can do the same for rows. So if I want to insert an additional row above row 4, I'm going to select row 4 and then go back up to the Insert tool. Again, I can click on the Insert tool to insert a row, or I can click the drop-down button and from the menu, select the Insert Sheet Rows option. A new blank row has now been added above the row that was selected. In Excel, you can also insert multiple rows or columns. For example, I would like to insert 3 additional rows above row 8. To do this, I'll first select row 8. I'll then hold down the Shift key on my keyboard and then select the number of rows that I'd like to insert. Since I'm inserting 3 rows and row 8 is already selected, I'll go ahead and select rows 9 and 10. Then I'm going to release the Shift key and right-click over my row selection. From the shortcut menu, select the option Insert. And now 3 new rows have been added above the rows that I selected. The remaining rows have been moved down the table and renumbered accordingly. You can also insert multiple cells simultaneously. To do this, first select multiple cells. I'll select cells F2 to F4. Right-click over the cell selection, and from the shortcut menu select the option Insert. An Insert dialog box opens with the options to insert Shift cells right, Shift cells down, insert an entire row or entire column. I'll select the options Shift cells down, then click the OK button at the bottom left. 3 new cells have now been placed at the top of column F, and because of this the data in this column has moved down to accommodate the new cells. This has been an overview on inserting columns and rows in Excel. Excel has various options to paste your data, such as pasting only the formats or transposing the data. In this video, you will discover how to use the Paste Special tools in Excel 365. In order to paste data, I first need to copy it. In my worksheet, I'll copy the columns E and F by highlighting them, and then pressing the Ctrl key and the letter C on my keyboard to copy. Once I've copied my cell range, I'm going to right-click on a cell where I would like the data to be pasted. When you right-click, the shortcut menu will then appear. At the top of the menu, under Paste Options, you'll find a list of different ways you can paste the information you've copied. If you'd like to simply just paste, you can select the Paste option on the left of the list. Note that when I hover over an option, a preview of the pasted data appears in the selected area of my worksheet. To the right of that, you also have the option to just paste the data values, the formula, or you can select Transpose, which will reverse your headers and rows. To access a larger menu of paste options, hover over the arrow icon to the right of Paste Special. A side menu appears on the right of the shortcut menu. Here, the paste options are divided into 3 sections: Paste, Paste Values, and Other Paste Options. In the Paste section you again have the option Paste, Formulas, and Number Formatting. You can keep the source formatting. I can paste the copy table with no borders, keep the source column width, and I have the option Transpose. In the Paste Values section, you have the option to just paste the values and number formatting, the values and keep the source formatting. In the Other Paste Options section, you can just paste the formatting, paste links, picture or linked picture. Note that at the bottom of the menu is the option Paste Special. You can use the Paste Special option to completely customize your paste options. I'm going to click away to close this menu. You can also find the Paste Options and Paste Special tool in the Tools ribbon. With the Home tab selected, go to the Clipboard toolset on the left of the ribbon. Here you'll find the Paste tool. Click the drop-down arrow below it, and the Paste Options menu then displays. At the bottom of the menu, click on the Paste Special option. A Paste Special window then opens. From here, you can customize your paste options. At the top left, by default the option All is selected. For example, if I only wanted to paste the values, I can select the radio button to the left of the Values option. Once you select a paste option, next you have the Operations section. Currently, the option None is selected. As I've chosen just to paste values, here I can choose to perform specific operations on those values, such as add, subtract, multiply or divide. And at the bottom of the window are also the options to skip blanks and to transpose your rows and columns. To paste the data using the paste options I've chosen, click the OK button at the bottom right. The values from the copied table now appear in the selected area of the worksheet. Note that at the bottom right of the pasted content is a Paste Options button. Click this and the Paste Options menu opens. Here you can configure the paste options you've chosen for the pasted content. For example, in the Paste Values section, the option Values is currently highlighted, indicating it's the paste option that's currently applied to the pasted data. So from here, if I decide I would like to paste all of the information that was copied from the original table, I'll click on the Paste option at the top left of the Paste section. And now the source formatting has been applied to the pasted content in my worksheet. This has been an overview on using the Paste Special tools in Excel. The appearance of an Excel 365 worksheet can be improved by adjusting the cell's alignment or the placement of data within a cell. In this video, you will explore how to change the horizontal and vertical alignment, as well as adjust the orientation of text. In my worksheet, I have a table showing products according to their resources. Above the product columns is a cell containing my company's name Homotic. When we talk about alignment in Excel, we refer to the placement of text within its cell. Here for example the text Homotic is aligned to the top left of its cell. This leaves a lot of unbalanced negative space and so affects the overall aesthetic of the table. We can change the alignment of the text using the alignment tools. First I'll select that cell. Then with the Home tab selected, go to the Alignment toolset in the center of the Tools ribbon. At the top of the toolset are the options to adjust the vertical alignment to the top, middle or bottom of the cell. And below that are the options to change the horizontal alignment to the left, center, or to the right. In the vertical alignment tools, currently the option Top Align is selected. To the right of that, I'll select the option Middle Align, and in my selected cell you can see that the text has now been aligned to the center of the cell. If I click on the Bottom Align option, the text has now moved to the bottom of the cell. I'll quickly select the option Middle Align again. Below that, in the horizontal alignment tools, the option Align Left is selected. To the right of that, I'll select the option Center. The text has now been aligned to the center of the cell. And if I click the Align Right option, the text has now moved to the right of the cell. I'll quickly select the option Center again. In the Alignment toolset, to the right of the horizontal alignment tools, I had the options to decrease or increase the indentation of the alignment. To demonstrate these tools, I'll click on cell D13. The text in this cell is aligned to the left, so if I click on the Increase Indent tool a few times, this then moves the text to the right, farther away from the cell border. The border is determined by whichever horizontal alignment is selected. Here, the text is aligned left, so the indent is in relation to the left border. If I click on the Decrease Indent tool, the text then moves to the left back towards the cell border. Depending on your table, there may be times where you'll need to align your text in a more dynamic way, such as by changing a text orientation. You can do this using the Orientation tool located to the right of the vertical alignment tools in the Alignment toolset. I would like to change the orientation of the text resources, so I'll select that cell, then click the Orientation button to open the drop-down menu. Here you have the option to angle the text counterclockwise, clockwise, make the text vertical, rotate the text up or rotate it down. I'll select the option Angle Counterclockwise, and the orientation of the text resources has now changed within its cell. You may have a long string of text that you'd like to fit on multiple lines in a single cell. For example, in cell C13 is the heading Raw Manufacturing Materials. The end of this heading is invisible as it's longer than the cell width. To fix this, we can wrap the text. I'll select this cell, and at the top right of the Alignment toolset is the Wrap Text tool. Click this tool. The height of the selected cell increases and the heading has been placed on multiple lines within the cell, now making it visible. I'll click the Homotic cell again. To access advanced cell alignment options, click the Orientation drop-down. At the bottom of the menu is the option Format Cell Alignment. Click this and a Format Cell Alignment window opens. From the Alignment tab, we can set the horizontal and vertical alignment. I'll click the vertical drop-down and select the option Top from the menu. To the right of this, I'll configure the indentation to the exact degree by clicking inside the Indent field and typing in the number 3. Below this, you also have the text control and direction options. Click the OK button at the bottom right. The changes have been saved and are now applied to the text Homotic. This has been an overview on aligning your data in Excel. scrolling through a large worksheet can be tedious, especially if you lose track of the headers. In this video, you will learn how to freeze panes, the first row and first column in your Excel 365 worksheet. You will also learn how to use the split view. In my worksheet below, if I, for example, wanted to analyze my data based on the column headers but needed to scroll down the worksheet to see the rest of my data, note that the column headers disappear. To stop this from happening, I can freeze the top row within this table. You can do this using the Freeze Panes tool. At the top center of the Tools ribbon, click the View tab, and in the Window toolset on the left of the ribbon is the Freeze Panes tool. Click this to open the drop-down menu. In the menu, you have three different freeze options: Freeze Panes, Freeze Top Row, and Freeze First Column. I'll select the option Freeze Top Row. So now if I scroll down my worksheet, note that the column headers are now frozen and remain at the top of the worksheet. This will save time having to scroll up and down your worksheet to analyze your data. In Excel, you can also freeze the first column of your worksheet, but note that the first column and the first row cannot be frozen together unless you make a custom freeze pane. To freeze my first column, I'll click the Freeze Panes tool again, and from the drop-down menu select the option Freeze First Column. Now, if I use the scroll bar at the bottom right to scroll to the right, note that the first column is frozen in place on the left of the worksheet. This will now help me keep track on which number customer I'm following within my worksheet. If, for example, I'd like to freeze the first two columns as well as the first four rows, I'll need to create a custom freeze selection. To do this, I'll first need to select a cell. When doing this, be sure to select the cell to the bottom of the row that you would like to freeze, and to the right of the column that you would like to freeze. For example, as I'm looking to freeze the first two columns and four rows, I'm going to select the cell C5. Once I've selected a cell, I'm going to click on the Freeze Panes tool again, and from the menu select the top option Unfreeze Panes. This has now unlocked any rows or columns that were previously frozen. Click on the Freeze Panes tool again, and select the option Freeze Panes. Now, if I scroll down my worksheet, I can see that the first four rows are frozen. And if I scroll right using the scroll bar at the bottom right corner, I can see that the first two columns in my worksheet are also frozen. This will now help me keep track of my data as I scroll up and down and from left to right. Another tool you can use to help compare data at the top and bottom of your worksheet is the Split tool. To use this tool, first select where you would like to split your worksheet. For example, I want to make the split for rows 15 and below, so I'll select a cell in row 15. And with the View tab still selected, in the Window toolset is the Split tool. Click this and my worksheet has now been split into different panes. Two different scroll bars also appear on the right. So if I scroll down using the bottom scroll bar on the right, rows 1 to 14 stay in place in the top pane, so I can now compare my values above with the values further down my worksheet. Note that as I selected a cell in column D, a split pane has also been created for columns A, B and C, so I can scroll to the right of my worksheet using the scroll bar at the bottom and columns A to C remain in place. I can now compare these three columns with the rest of my columns in my worksheet by scrolling from left to right. To remove the split view, go to the Window toolset and click on Split. As you can see, the Freeze Panes and Split tool can save you a lot of time if you need to compare data within a large worksheet. This has been an overview on freezing and unfreezing panes in Excel. In Excel 365, you can apply changes to individual or multiple cells once you've made a selection. In this video, you will discover how to select cells and ranges using your mouse, your keyboard, or both at the same time. In my Excel worksheet, there are individual cells for each set of data. These cells can be identified by the column and row number they are located in. To select a cell in your worksheet, you can simply click on the cell with your mouse. As I've selected cell D3, a green outline now appears around that cell. You'll also be able to identify the exact coordinates or cell reference for the selected cell by going up to the top left-hand corner of your worksheet to the name box, and displayed in this name box is the coordinates of your selected cell. I can also click inside this box and type in a cell's coordinates. For example, I'll type in G10 and then press the Enter key, and the cell G10 is now selected in my worksheet. Another way to select a specific cell reference is by pressing the Control key and the letter G on your keyboard. The Go to window then displays. Into the text field at the bottom of the window, I'll type in the cell reference H4, then press the OK button at the bottom right, and cell H4 is now selected. You can also select multiple cells simultaneously with your mouse. For example, I'll select cell B2, then I'm going to hold down my mouse click and drag my cursor over the cell range I would like to select. A cell range is when you select a combination of cells across rows and columns. So I'll highlight the cells in row 2 to 6 and columns B to D. You can then release your mouse click and that cell range has now been selected. Once you've selected a cell range, you can now perform actions such as copying, moving or formatting to multiple cells at the same time. You can also select an entire row or column. For example, I would like to select column A. To do this, I'll move my mouse to the column A header, and once my cursor changes to a black down-facing arrow, I'll click my mouse, and now all of the cells located in column A have been selected. You can use this same method to select an entire row. I'll select row 4 by going to the left-hand side of my worksheet, hovering over the row 4 header, then once my cursor changes to the black arrow, click my mouse, and row 4 has now been selected. You can also use keyboard shortcuts to quickly select an entire row or column. To select column B, I'll click on a cell within it, then press the Ctrl and spacebar key on my keyboard, and column B is now selected. To select row 10, again click on a cell within the row, then press the Shift and spacebar key on your keyboard and row 10 is now selected. You can also select multiple columns or rows at the same time. Since row 10 is already selected, I'll hold down the Shift key on my keyboard and then I can go ahead and click on the rows I'd like to select. To select rows 10 to 15, I'll click on the row 15 header. Now rows 10 through 15 are selected. To select multiple columns, I'll click on the column C header to select that column. Then I'm going to hold down the Shift key on my keyboard. To select column C through F, click on the column F header. I could also use the arrow keys to adjust my column range selection. With the Shift key still pressed, I can, for example, press the left arrow key to reduce the column range selection. You can also use the arrow keys to select a row cell range. For example, I'll click on the row 3 header to select that row, hold down the Shift key and then press the down arrow button a few times to select the row range below. And I can press the up arrow key to reduce the row selection. If you'd like to select all of the cells, you can go to the top left corner of your worksheet, and here you'll find the Select All button displayed as a triangle. Click on this and now all of the cells in your worksheet have been automatically selected. To deselect this cell range, I'll click on a cell in my worksheet. This has been an overview on selecting cells and ranges in Excel. The Merge feature in Excel 365 allows you to create and center your text, such as a header across a range or a table. In this video, you will explore how to merge values across cells and unmerge cells that have been merged. In cell B2 in my worksheet, I have the table titled Service Call Schedule typed in. This title applies to all of the data in my table, but the way it's laid out currently, the title only applies to column B. To change this, I can use the Merge and Center feature. As my table spans from column B to H, I'll first select cells B2 to H2, then with the Home tab at the top left already selected, go to the Alignment toolset in the center of the Tools ribbon, and here you'll find the Merge and Center tool. The default option for this tool is Merge and Center, so I could simply click the Merge and Center button to apply that option to my selected cells. But you can access more merge options by clicking the drop-down arrow in the right of the button, and in the drop-down menu are the options Merge and Center to combine the selected cells and center the contents in a new larger cell. The option to merge across to merge all of the cells in a selected row, merge cells which will merge a selected cell range into one large cell. And finally the option unmerge cells. I'll select the option Merge and Center. The selected cells have now become one large cell, and the title text has now been centered within the merged cell. The title text is now also centered above my table and my spreadsheet looks more professional. It's important to note that when you merge multiple cells that each contain data, the contents of only one cell, the upper left cell, will appear in the merged cell. To show this, I'll select cells B3 to D3, which contain the header surname, name and country, then I'll click the Merge and Center button. A Microsoft Excel prompt then displays stating that merging cells only keeps the upper left value and discards the other values. To continue, click the OK button. Those three cells have now been combined. The text name and country has been discarded, and now only the text surname remains in the merged cell. To unmerge the selected cell, I'll click the Merge and Center drop-down, and from the menu select the option Unmerge Cells. The merged cell has now been unmerged back into three separate cells. The text surname has been placed back in its original cell on the left, but note that this has not returned the discarded values of the other two cells. It's also important to note that you cannot split an unmerged cell into separate cells. This has been an overview on merging and unmerging cells in Excel. Occasionally, you may need to alternate working between more than one workbook in Excel 365. In this video, you will explore how to manage multiple workbooks, adjust the visualization of the windows, and move from one workbook to another. On my desktop, I have two Excel workbooks open in separate windows. If I'd like to view the workbook behind the Sales 2021 workbook, I'll just click on that window, and the Customer Data workbook has now automatically been placed at the front. If I'd like to move my workbook to a different area of my desktop, I'll hold down my mouse click at the top of the window, then drag the cursor to another area to move the workbook. To resize the workbook window, I'll hover my mouse over one of the outer corners. Once my cursor changes to a double-headed arrow, I can hold down my mouse click and then drag my cursor inwards to reduce the size of the window. Drag it outwards to make the window bigger. I can drag it to the left to make it wider or to the right to make it more narrow. If you're working on a workbook with multiple worksheets, you may want to compare the information in them. For example, at the bottom left of my Customer Data workbook, I have two worksheets. In Excel, you can open up a workbook in a separate window. To do this, I'll click on the View tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, go to the Window toolset on the right and click on New Window. A new Customer Data workbook opens in a separate window. Note at the top of the window you'll be able to differentiate the separate window you have opened up using the numerical value to the right of the workbook title. Once you have multiple windows open on your desktop, you may want to arrange them to better view the contents within. For example, if I go to the View tab, in the Window toolset is an Arrange All tool. I'll click this option. An Arrange Windows dialog box opens with four options to arrange my windows as tiled, horizontal, vertical, or cascade. And at the bottom is the option to apply this arrangement to all windows or just to the windows of the active workbook. I'll select the radio button to the left of the option vertical, then click the OK button at the bottom left. My three Excel windows are now displayed side by side where I can compare their information. To leave this view mode, I'll click the Window toolset drop-down in the Tools ribbon. The Window tool options then display. Click on the Arrange All tool again to open the Arrange Windows dialog box. From here I'll change to a different arrangement option by clicking the radio button to the left of Cascade, then click the OK button. My three workbooks are now cascaded. If you want to compare two spreadsheets side by side, go to the View tab and in the Window toolset you'll find the View Side by Side tool. Click this and a Compare Side by Side dialog box opens with two workbook options. When you select this option and have more than two workbooks opened, you can click on your second workbook that you'd like to compare your information to. I'll click on Sales 2021, then click the OK button at the bottom right. The two workbooks now display side by side, and you can now compare your information from left to right. You can also think you're scrolling so you can scroll down your workbooks at the same time. To be sure that this feature is activated, click on the Window toolset drop-down, and on the right below the side-by-side tool is the option Synchronous Scrolling. So if I scroll down the Customer Data worksheet, I can see that my other workbook is also being scrolled down at the same time. To turn this feature off, click on Synchronous Scrolling. To leave side-by-side view, click on that option in the menu and you'll be brought back to your general display view. If you have multiple workbooks open but you'd like to hide one while you're working on the other two, go over to the Window toolset again and click the option Hide. Once clicked, the worksheet I selected the option from is now hidden. To unhide that worksheet, go to the View tab and from the Window toolset select Unhide. The Unhide dialog box opens. From here, select the workbook you've hidden, then click the OK button, and the hidden workbook opens. If you'd like to quickly switch between workbook windows, you can do this using the Switch Windows option in the Window toolset. Click that and a drop-down appears listing the names of the workbooks I have open. I'll click on the Customer Data workbook, and that workbook then displays in front of the other two workbooks. This has been an overview on working with multiple workbooks in Excel. Sometimes different Excel 365 worksheets contain similar data, such as the same headers. In this video, you will learn how to perform simultaneous edits of data cells with the same cell location in different worksheets. At the bottom left of this workbook, I have 3 separate worksheets. If I click on each of these worksheets to open them, I can see that within each of them is a table located in the exact same cell range. The contents of each table differs, but the cell range is the same. This selection of the same cell range across multiple worksheets is known as a 3D reference. At the top of each table, I notice that I don't have any information entered into the header cells. To insert the same data across all 3 of the worksheets, I'll first need to select them. To do this, I'll hold down the Shift key on my keyboard, then selected the 3 worksheets. To add the same information into the same cells across all 3 worksheets, I'll click my header cell D4, then type in the text expenditures. I can also insert multiple values. I'll select cell I4 and type in the text tablet devices. Once the data has been inserted, I can click away to remove the selection. And if I click on a worksheet at the bottom left to open it, I can see that those data values have been automatically inserted into the same cells in my other 2 worksheets. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time if you want to quickly insert the same information across multiple worksheets. In Excel, you can also add a formula across multiple worksheets. For example, in my summary worksheet, I'd like to quickly calculate the salary totals from the data in the other 2 worksheets. To do this, I'll first select the cell where I'd like to insert the total. I'll select cell E5. Then into it I'll type in the sum formula, which is an equal sign, and then the text sum. Then type in an open parentheses. I'll be quickly able to insert the values by selecting the same cell on the other 2 worksheets. To do this, I'll click on my other Paris worksheet. And in the formula bar above the worksheet, I can see that the sum formula is also displayed here, along with the worksheet title Paris after the parentheses. To insert my other worksheet, I'll hold down the Shift key on my keyboard, and then click on the London worksheet tab. Once I've done this, I can see at the top in the formula bar both selected worksheets have been entered into the sum formula after the open parentheses. Next, I'm going to need to select the cell where the values I'd like to calculate is located. To do this, I'm going to select cell E5 where the value on both worksheets is located. Once done, I can close off my formula by clicking inside the formula bar and type in a close parentheses symbol at the end of the formula. Then press the Enter key to complete the formula. The summary worksheet then displays, and in cell E5 is now the added total value of the selected values in the other 2 worksheets. Now, as you can see, this is a quick way to edit simultaneously and apply formulas across multiple worksheets within the same workbook. This has been an overview on editing multiple worksheets simultaneously in Excel. If you've entered data into a text file that you want to import to Excel, there's a feature that makes it possible. In this video, you will discover how to import data from a text document into Excel 365. When transferring information from another application such as a database into Excel, one way is to export the data as plain text before importing it into Excel 365. Excel allows you to import data from a text file and edit it as you need. To import a text file into your Excel sheet, click the Data tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. On the left of the ribbon is the Get and Transform Data toolset. And here you'll find the From Text or CSV tool. Click this tool and my File Explorer window then opens. On the left of the window I'll select my Documents folder, and from here select the text file contacts. Then click the Import button at the bottom right. A window then displays showing how the table will appear once I import it into my Excel worksheet. At the top left of this window, you'll find the selected file's origin. Moving right, you'll see your delimiter, and then the data type detected. In the center of the window, you'll find the data from the text file has been separated into columns and rows. At the bottom right, you can choose your load option. If you'd like to load the file into your activated worksheet, you can click the Load button, or you can click the drop-down arrow on the right of it. And in the drop-down menu is also the option Load to, which you can use to load it to another worksheet or a new one. I'll click Away to close this. To the right of that is the option Transform Data. You can use this to edit the data in the file before importing it into your worksheet. You can also edit the data after you've loaded it to your worksheet if you prefer. I'm going to click the Load button. The data from the text file has now been loaded into my open Excel worksheet. Note that 2 new tabs have appeared at the top of the Tools ribbon. There is now a Table Design tab which you can use to modify the table style, and a Query tab where you can edit the data in the table. This has been an overview on importing data from a text file in Excel. CSV files which contain comma-separated values can be imported into Excel 365. In this video, explore how to import CSV data into a worksheet. Excel allows you to import data from a CSV file and edit it as you need. For example, if you want to import your Outlook contact list into a worksheet, the data is typically saved as a CSV file. To import a CSV file in Excel, click the Data tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, and on the left of the ribbon in the Get and Transform Data toolset is the option from Text/CSV. Click this option and the File Explorer window then opens. From here you can select the location where your CSV file is saved to. On the left of the window, I'll click the Documents folder and select the CSV file Outlook Contacts. Then click the Import button at the bottom right. A window then opens displaying the data from the CSV file divided into columns. Since I'm importing a CSV file containing my emails, at the top of the columns I'll find the headers subject, body and from, name, etc. At the top left of the window I can see the file origin. Moving right is the delimiter, and then the data type detected. At the bottom right of the window, you can choose where you'd like to load your file to. To load it into the open active worksheet, you can click the Load button. But if you'd like to load it into another worksheet, you can click the drop-down arrow on the right, and from the menu select the option Load to. You can then select another worksheet or create a new one. I'm going to click Away to close this. To the right of Load is the Transform Data button. You can use this if you'd like to edit the data in the CSV file before loading it into your Excel worksheet. This will allow you to edit directly, saving you from having to go back and modify the data later. I'll click the Load button. The table has now been added to my open worksheet, and at the top of the Tools ribbon 2 new tabs have appeared. From the Table Design tab, I can modify the table's appearance. And from the Query tab, you can modify the data in the table. This has been an overview on importing data from a CSV file in Excel. To save time, Excel 365 allows you to easily move data between worksheets and even from one workbook to another. In this video, explore the methods to move data from one location to another. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to move data from one worksheet to another, I can do this a couple of different ways. First, I'm going to go down and select the cell range of the table that I'd like to move to a separate worksheet. If I'd like to keep this data on the current worksheet and place a copy of it on another sheet, I can choose the Copy option. But if I'd like to remove the data from the sheet and move it to another worksheet, I can use the Cut option. To access the Cut tool, I can right-click my mouse over the highlighted data and at the top of the shortcut menu is the option Cut. I'll click Away to close this. Alternatively, with the Home tab selected, on the left of the Tools ribbon in the Clipboard group, you'll find the Cut tool displayed as a scissors icon. Note that you can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+X to cut. I'll go ahead and click the Cut tool in the Tools ribbon, and a copy outline now displays around the selected table. I can now go to the bottom left of my workbook and click on the Worksheet tab where I'd like to paste the table to. Once the Sheet 1 worksheet has opened, I'll select a cell, and I can now paste the data. I can paste the data by right-clicking my mouse, and from the shortcut menu selecting the Paste option. I'll click Away to close this. With the Home tab selected, go to the Clipboard toolset on the left of the ribbon, and from here you also have the Paste button. Note you can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V to paste. I'll click on the Paste button in the Tools ribbon. The table has now been pasted into this worksheet. Note that you may need to reformat your table according to the column width or row height. I'll do this quickly by double-clicking my mouse between the column headers C and D and E. I'll click on the Management Rota Worksheet tab to open it, and the selected table no longer appears in this worksheet. You can also copy or move all of your worksheets. To do this, I'm going to right-click over the Management Rota Worksheet tab. A shortcut menu then opens. From here, select the option Move or Copy. A Move or Copy window opens. At the top of the window is a To Book drop-down. Click this, and in the menu are the options to move the worksheet to a new workbook or to move it to an open workbook. I'll select the option New Book. At the bottom left is the option Create a Copy. I can check the box to the left of this to create a copy of the worksheet in the new workbook. If I leave the box unchecked, this will completely move the worksheet to the new workbook. I'll leave the box unchecked and I'll click the OK button at the bottom right. A new Excel window opens displaying a workbook titled Book 1, and the Management Rota worksheet containing the table and image has been inserted into it. If I hover over the Excel icon in the taskbar and click on the Manager Rota Workbook window to open it, I can see that the Management Rota worksheet is no longer located in this workbook. If you'd like to easily compare the information between your workbooks, you can place them into split screen view. I'll first click the Restore Down button at the top right of this window. I'll click and drag the window to the left of my desktop screen and release my mouse click, then select the other workbook window on the right of the screen. The two workbooks now display side by side in split screen view. If you'd like to move the worksheet back to its original workbook, you can do this using the drag and drop feature. I'll move my mouse down to the Worksheet tab in Book 1 that I'd like to move, hold down the left button of my mouse, and a paper icon then appears. I can then drag my mouse over to the other workbook, down to the Worksheet tabs area, and a black triangle marker displays between the Worksheet tab, indicating this is where the selected worksheet will be placed. Release the mouse click, and the worksheet has now been moved back to its original workbook. The Book 1 workbook window has also closed. I'll exit split screen view by clicking the Maximize button at the top right of the window. This has been an overview on moving data from one location to another in Excel. Organizing your data into tables allows you to easily format, sort, or apply filters to data. In this video, you will explore how to create a table in Excel 365. In my worksheet below, I would like to insert a table. To do this, I'll first select the cell range I would like the table to be placed, so I'll select cells B2 down to H15. Once the cell range is selected, at the top left of the Tools ribbon click on the Insert tab, and in the Tables toolset on the left of the ribbon you'll find the Table button. I'll click this. A Create Table dialog box then opens with a text field where the selected cell range has been entered in. So you can confirm if this is correct, and then below this is the option to include headers in your table. I would like a header row added, so I'll check the box next to this option, then click the OK button at the bottom. The selected cell range is now formatted as a table and the table displays with headers. Once you've inserted the table, in the Tools ribbon you'll be automatically brought to the Table Design tab. From this tab, you'll be able to modify the table styles as well as change the selected table style options. Note also that each column header in my table has a drop-down button on the right of it. Click this and a menu displays with options to sort or filter the table data. I'm going to click Away to close this. You can also create a table using a keyboard shortcut. For example, I'll select the cell range J2 to O15, then I'll press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+T on my keyboard, and the Create Table window once again opens and displays the selected cell range in the text field. Again, at the bottom is the option to include headers in the table or not. I'll check the box to the left of this option, then click the OK button. The selected cell range now displays in table format along with column headers, and again on the Tools ribbon the Table Design tab displays. You have the option to delete your table if you wish. One way to delete a table is to select the cell range that the table is located in. So I'll select the cell range of the first table I created. Once done, I can press the Delete key on my keyboard, and the table has now been removed from my worksheet. Another way to remove a table is from the shortcut menu. I'll select the cell range my second table is located in, right-click over the table to open the shortcut menu. From here you can hover over the option Delete. A side menu appears on the right with the option to delete the table columns or table rows. I'll select the option Table Columns, and the table has now been removed from my worksheet. This has been an overview on creating a table in Excel. Excel 365 tables give you greater control over the information that has been inserted and provide additional tools for working with data. In this video, you will discover how to create a table from a data range. I have a workbook open containing a data range. If I convert this data into a table format, this will provide me with additional tools for quick and easy data manipulation. To convert this into a table, first I'll select the cell range the data is contained in by clicking and dragging my mouse over cells A1 to F15. With the Home tab at the top left selected, go to the Styles toolset in the center of the Tools ribbon, and from here click on the Format as Table option. This then opens a drop-down menu showing a gallery of table styles organized into 3 groups. At the top you have your light, then medium, and scrolling down you have your dark table styles. At the bottom of the menu are also the options to insert a new table style or to insert a new pivot table style. From the medium group, I'll select the option Blue Table Style Medium 9. A Create Table dialog box opens with a text field containing your selected cell range, so you can confirm these are the cells you'd like to format as a table. Here you can enter in the coordinates manually or select them with your cursor. As I've already selected my cell range, I don't need to change anything. At the bottom is the option to let Excel know if your table has headers or not. In my selected data range, I have inserted headers, so I'll leave the box to the left of this checked, then click the OK button at the bottom and my selected data range has now been formatted as a table with the table styles I selected. As mentioned earlier, formatting your data as a table provides more ways to quickly and easily interact with it. For example, if I scroll down my worksheet, as I navigate down note that the table headers have now been frozen to the top of the columns. If you have a large worksheet, this will allow you to keep track of your data and which column they belong to. You can view the table sorting options for each individual column by clicking the drop-down arrow to the right of a heading. A menu then opens with options to sort the data alphabetically, by color, or using text filters, etc. I'll click Away to close this. Also note at the top the Table Design tab has automatically displayed in the Tools ribbon. From this tab, we have extra options for editing our table. On the far left of the ribbon within the Properties group we can rename our table. Renaming your table is a good idea if, for example, you plan to refer to it in formulas. I'll click inside the table name text field and type in the new name customer_table. Note that you can't include any spaces when naming your table, then press the Enter key when you're finished. Just below the table name field is the Resize Table option. This tool is useful if you need to, for example, extend your table to include extra rows or columns. Click this button and a Resize Table dialog box opens with a field containing the current cell range for my table. I can now go ahead and select the range for my new table. Remember to include the original data when you're resizing. So I'll highlight the cell range the table is currently in, but then I'll extend the selection to include an extra column. Release your mouse click and the newly selected cell range displays in the field. Click the OK button at the bottom of the dialog box. Note that when you resize a table, any new columns or rows will automatically be formatted to match the original table style. We can also convert the table back into a data range. To do this, click the Convert to Range button within the Tools group of the Table Design tab. An Excel dialog box appears asking to confirm that you'd like to convert the table to a normal range. To continue, click the Yes button. This has now converted the entire table back into a data range. Also note that the formatting and data will be preserved, but the table tools and functionality will be deactivated. This has been an overview on creating a table from a range in Excel. Transposing data allows you to invert columns and rows. In this video, explore Excel 365's transpose paste operation. Transposing data involves inverting the axes, columns become rows and vice versa. Excel features a paste special operation that can help you reuse an existing table and transpose it. In my London worksheet is a table. I would like to invert the columns and rows of the table to be able to view my information in a different way. To transpose the table, I'll first select the cell range that the table is contained in. Once done, I'll then copy the table. With the Home tab selected, on the left of the Tools ribbon go to the Clipboard toolset, and here you'll find the Copy tool. I'll go ahead and click on that. The table is now copied and I'll now select the Sheet 1 Worksheet tab at the bottom left to open it. To paste the copied table here, I'll first select a cell in the area where I would like the table to be placed in, then to paste I'll go back to the Clipboard toolset in the Tools ribbon, and then click the Paste drop-down button. The Paste Options menu then displays with the 3 sections Paste, Paste Values and other paste options. From the Paste section, I'll select the option Transpose. The London expenses table has now been pasted in the Sheet 1 worksheet. The columns in my pasted table have now also been converted into rows, and the rows have been converted into columns. You can quickly transpose data using keyboard shortcuts. To demonstrate this, I'll navigate to the Dublin worksheet and I'll quickly select the cell range of the table displayed here using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+A, then copy the table using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C. Once the cells have been copied, I'll click on the Sheet 1 worksheet tab, then select a cell in the area I would like the table to be pasted in. To paste the copied table, I'll use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. The table has been pasted. To then transpose the data in the table, I can do this via the Paste Options button. This button is located at the bottom right of the pasted item. Once clicked, the Paste Options menu then displays. From the Paste section, I'll select the option Transpose. The columns in my pasted table have now been converted into rows and the rows have been converted into columns. If you decide that you would like to undo transposing the data, you can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C to undo. Alternatively, you can click the Paste Options button again and then click the Paste option at the top left corner of the menu. This will then change the pasted table to the format of the original copied table, thus removing the transpose formatting. This has been an overview on transposing a data range in Excel. Excel 365 has a wide array of table styles to quickly change the appearance of your table. In this video, you will discover how to apply table styles. Any changes made to a table style will be done from the Table Design tab. To activate the Table Design tab, click on a cell within your table and the tab will appear at the top center of the Tools ribbon. I'll click that tab and on the right of the Tools ribbon is the Table Styles toolset. Displayed here is a menu with 4 different table style options. To access the full gallery of table styles, click the More button on the right of the menu. The Table Styles menu then opens. The table styles are divided into 3 categories: light, medium, and then scrolling down you'll find the dark category. Note that when you hover over a table style option, a preview of the style on my table displays in my worksheet. From the medium category, I'll select the style option Light Orange Table Style Medium 24. The Table Styles menu closes and the selected style option has now been applied to my table. When applying table styles, you can access extra options related to formatting. To demonstrate these options, I'll click on the Sheet 1 worksheet tab at the bottom left, and displayed here is already some data formatted into a table. You can change, for example, the color of a selected range of cells, rows or columns in your table. For example, I'll select the cells in column A of my table. Then, with the Home tab selected, from the Font toolset on the left of the Tools ribbon click the Fill Color drop-down. From the Theme Colors section of the menu, I'll select the color Blue Accent 1. This color has now been applied to the background of the selected cells. I'll also select cell D9, click the Fill Color drop-down and from the menu select the color Gold Accent 4. I've now applied custom formatting to my table. To view the Table Styles options, click the Table Design tab, then right-click on a table style option in the Table Styles toolset. A menu then appears with the options to apply and clear formatting or apply and maintain formatting. If your data has custom formatting you would like to keep, select the option Apply and Maintain. The orange table style option has been applied to my table, but note that the fill coloring formatting I applied has still remained. If I right-click on that table style option again to open the menu and this time select the option Apply and Clear, this has now removed the custom formatting I previously applied to my table. Now the only formatting applied to my table is that of the selected table style option. I'll right-click the table style option again, and in the menu is also the option Modify. This option is currently grayed out. It'll appear when you right-click on a custom table style you have created. Next you can duplicate the style option. You have the option Delete, which is also grayed out, and is only available on custom table styles you have created. You can set this style option as default, and finally is the option to add the gallery to the Quick Access toolbar. I'm going to click Away to close this menu. This has been an overview on applying table styles in Excel. In Excel 365, tables can be configured in a variety of ways, such as using banded columns to make data more legible or adding total row calculations. In this video, you will explore how to configure the table design. To start, click on the Table Design tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, and in the center of the Tools ribbon you'll find the Table Style Options toolset. At the top left of this toolset, if you'd like to only display the data in your table you can hide the header row. To do this, simply uncheck the box to the left of this option. The column headings have now disappeared from my table. To display the headers again, recheck the box to the left of header row. Depending on the type of table you have, you may want to draw more attention to the first column. To the right of header row, you can choose to highlight the first column in your table. I'll check the box to the left of the option first column, and now the customer ID list in column A has been highlighted. Below this is also the option to highlight the last column in your table. I'll check the box to the left of this, and now the purchase total list in column F has been highlighted. To remove both of these table style options, I'll uncheck the box to the left of them. Below is also the option to toggle banded rows or columns. I'll check the box next to the option banded rows, and now every second row in my table is highlighted in gray. Check the box next to banded columns, and now every second column in my table is highlighted in gray. As you can see, this can improve the legibility of your data and help you distinguish between the different items in your list. I'll uncheck both of those options. Below header row is the option to add a total row to the bottom of my table. Check the box to the left of total row, and now at the bottom of my table a new row called total has been added. This now gives me the option to display totals for each column. For example, if I click on cell F17 in the total row, a drop-down arrow appears in the right of the cell. Click this and a menu opens containing options for the different kinds of totals you can calculate, such as average, count, max, or min, etc. For example, I'll select the option sum, and now the sum of the purchase total column is displayed in cell F17. This is a much easier way of calculating totals rather than manually inserting formula. Also note that filters are taken into account when calculating with the total row, so calculations will be applied to filtered data only. For example, if we open the filter options for purchase total by clicking the drop-down arrow in the column heading, and from the bottom of the drop-down menu I'll uncheck the boxes to the left of some of the values, then click the OK button at the bottom left, the total row has now updated accordingly. You can deactivate the total row by going back to the Table Styles Options toolset and unchecking the box next to total row. The total row has now disappeared. And finally, at the top right of the Table Style Options toolset is the option to show or hide the filter button. I'll uncheck the box next to filter button, and now all of the drop-down arrows in the column headings have disappeared. Note that deactivating filters doesn't mean that the table has been converted into a data range. It simply removes the filter buttons from the table. Check the box next to this option to show the filter buttons again. Knowing how to configure your table allows you to increase your workflow while also drawing attention to the important data in your worksheet. This has been an overview on configuring the table design in Excel. Adding shading and adjusting the borders of your cells can make your data values and ranges stand out. In this video, discover how to format tables in Excel 365. You can add borders to just one cell or a range of cells. In my table below, if I'd like to add borders to all of my cells, I can do this by first selecting the cell range. With the Home tab selected, on the left of the Tools ribbon in the center of the Font toolset you'll find the Border tool. As I don't have any borders applied to my selected cell range, the default option for this tool is no border. To add a border to my cells, click the drop-down on the right of the tool. A drop-down menu opens with an array of different border options, such as to apply a bottom border, right border, outside borders, or a top and bottom border, etc. From the list, I'll select the option All Borders, and the cells in my table have now been outlined with a border. I can also customize how these borders appear. In the Font toolset, click the Border tool drop-down button. If I scroll down the menu, below the Borders list is a Draw Borders section. Here you'll find the options to draw your border, draw a border grid, erase the border. You can change the line color or line style. I'll select the option Draw Border. When you select this option, you'll see that guiding dots have been placed in your worksheet, and that your cursor has changed to a pencil icon. I could now go ahead and draw my borders, or I can customize the line color and style. Click the Border drop-down again, and at the bottom of the menu hover over the option Line Color. A side menu appears on the right displaying a palette of theme and standard colors, and the option to access more colors. From the Standard Colors section, I'll select red. Click the Border drop-down again, and below Line Color hover over the option Line Style. A side menu opens on the right displaying a list of different border style options. If, for example, I wanted to apply a thick border line, I can select that option in the menu. With my customized border style selected, I can now go ahead and draw my borders. I'll draw a border around the cells in column A as I would like them to stand out from the rest of the data. Hold down the mouse click and drag it down around those cells. then release the click and a red thick border line now appears around column A. Once you're done using your draw tool, you can deactivate it by clicking the border drop-down and clicking on Draw Border in the menu. You can also make the cells in your worksheet stand out by applying fill colors to them. For example, I'll select the header cells. Then to apply a fill color I can right-click on them and use the shortcut menu, or you can go to the Font toolset in the Home tab, and here you'll find the Fill Color option. Click the Fill Color drop-down and a menu opens with a palette of theme and standard colors. And at the bottom of the menu is the option More Colors, which you can click to access standard colors or you can create your own custom color. From the Theme section, I'll select Color Gold Accent 4. The fill color gold has been added to my header cells. You can make your cells stand out more by applying patterns. For example, I'll select the cells in column A. At the bottom right corner of the Font toolset in the ribbon, click the Font Dialog Box Launcher button. A Format Cells dialog box opens. At the top, click the Fill tab. On the right of this window is the option to apply a pattern color and style to the selected cells. Click the Pattern Color drop-down and from the Standard Colors section of the menu I'll select the option Green. Next, click the Pattern Style drop-down, and from the menu I'll select the option Thin Diagonal Stripe. At the bottom of the window you can see a sample of what your pattern looks like. To apply it, click the OK button at the bottom right. You can also apply Fill Effect to cells. To open the Format Cells dialog box again, I'll use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Shift+F. Select the Fill tab, and then click the Fill Effects button on the left. The Fill Effects window opens. In the Colors section of the Gradient tab, I can apply multiple colors by clicking the Color 1 drop-down, and from the menu selecting the option Orange. At the bottom left are multiple options for shading styles in different directions. I'll click on the Shading Style diagonal up. To the right of this are different variant options. I'll select the third option, then click the OK button at the bottom right. At the bottom of the Format Cells window, you can see a sample of what the chosen fill effect looks like. To apply it, click the OK button. Note that this has overridden the pattern style that was previously applied to those cells. This has been an overview on formatting your table in Excel. If you want to filter and manipulate data stored in an Excel 365 table, slicers are a handy tool. They provide a clear visual guide to the content and the qualifying criteria. In this video, you will explore how to use slicers. Slicers can be used to filter and manipulate data in an Excel table. As opposed to filters, they give a clear visual guide as to the contents being displayed. It's important to note that slicers can only be used on data that has been formatted as a table. To insert a slicer, first click the Table Design tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, then on the right of the ribbon within the Tools group, click the Insert Slicer button. An Insert Slicers dialog box opens with a checklist of all of the column headings in my table. So from here I can choose which columns I would like to insert slicers for. I'll go ahead and check the box to the left of Company and Purchase Type, then click the OK button at the bottom. Slicer tiles for the Company and Purchase Type columns now appear in the center of the screen. The slicer tiles can be moved by clicking and dragging them to a different area. So I'll move the slicer tiles for Company and Purchase Type by clicking and dragging them to the right of the screen, and now I can see the data in my table more clearly. Displayed in the slicer tiles is the data from the columns they belong to. Slicers act in a similar way to filters. For example, if I just wanted to view the data of people who purchased items from the company Homotick, I'll simply click on Homotick in the Company slicer tile. My table has updated and now only shows the rows containing the value Homotick in the Company column. You can combine filters using other slicers. I'll narrow my table down further by checking the option Bathroom in the Purchase Type slicer tile. And now only 3 rows are displayed in my table. You can also apply multiple filter criteria from the same slicer tile using the Multi-Select button. This button is located at the top right of the tile and is displayed as a list icon. I'll click the Multi-Select button at the top right of the Purchase Type tile. With this button now toggled, I can go ahead and select multiple options. For example, with Bathroom still selected, I'll add the filters Bedroom and Kitchen. My table updates and now shows 7 rows that match the filter criteria. To remove a filter, simply click on it to unselect it, and the filter Bedroom has been removed from the filtering criteria. As you can see, you're able to filter and sort data in just a few clicks thanks to slicers. To clear filtering on a slicer, click the Clear Filter button at the top right. Note that this has only cleared filtering for the selected slicer purchase type. You'll need to clear each individual slicer to remove all filtering. I'll click the Clear Filter button in the company slicer. To delete a slicer, first select it and then press the Delete key on your keyboard, and the company slicer has been removed. I'll select the Purchase Type slicer and again press the Delete key to remove it as well. Both slicer tiles have now been removed. As you can see, slicers are a good alternative to filters, as they allow you to manipulate data in a more visual, intuitive way. This has been an overview on using slicers and tables in Excel. Slicers are highly visual and are a great way of showing how the data in an Excel 365 table is being manipulated and filtered. In this video, you will discover how to format slicers using slicer styles, button controls, and the resize tool. In Excel, you can rename your slicers. When a slicer tile is selected, the Slicer tab will display in the Tools ribbon. On the left of the ribbon in the Slicer toolset is the Slicer Caption text field. From here, we can update the slicer name by clicking inside the field, and I'll type in the name Business. Then press the Enter key on your keyboard to save the changes, and at the top of the selected slicer tile, the heading has changed to Business. It's also a good idea to change your slicer style to help distinguish it from the table. To do this, go to the Slicer Styles toolset in the center of the ribbon. Displayed here is a menu with a few different style options. To access the full gallery of styles, click the More button on the right of the menu, and in the drop-down menu the styles are divided into the categories Light and Dark. From the Light category, I'll select the style option Light Yellow, and that has now been applied to my selected slicer tile. If you don't like any of the slicer style presets, you have the option to create your own custom style. To do this, click the More button on the right of the Styles menu, and at the bottom of the drop-down menu is the option New Slicer Style. Click this and a New Slicer Style dialog box opens. At the top of the box is a name text field, which you can use to rename your custom style. I'll type in the name Custom Slicer. Next we can choose the slicer element we would like to format, such as the whole slicer, the header or selected item with data, etc. I'll select the option Whole Slicer, then click the Format button at the bottom of the Slicer Element section. A Format Slicer Element dialog box opens. At the top left are the tabs Font, Border and Fill, where you can edit the font, surrounding border, and the background fill of your style. I'll select the Fill tab and apply a custom filled color by selecting the option Green from the Background Color section, then click the OK button at the bottom right to return to the new Slicer Style window. At the bottom left is also the option to set this as the default slicer style. I'll click the OK button at the bottom right to save my custom style. If I then reopen the Styles gallery by clicking the More button, displayed at the top left is my saved custom style under the heading Custom. You can also configure the slicer buttons. Go to the Buttons toolset on the right of the ribbon. From here, at the top you can increase or decrease the number of columns. You can adjust the number manually from the field or using the arrow buttons on the right of the field. If I increase the number of columns by clicking the up arrow button, this will display more items in the slicer tile but at the cost of legibility. Below we can also increase or decrease the button's height and width. I'll increase the button height by clicking the height up arrow button a few times, and I'll decrease the width by clicking the width down arrow button. And you can see those changes applied to the selected slicer tile buttons. Find the right button settings so that you save space in your document but also maintain legibility. We can also resize the slicer tile itself. This is especially useful to know when working with multiple slicers. To do this, click and drag one of the surrounding handles on the slicer tile. I'll click and drag the handle at the top left outwards to increase its size. You can also adjust the height and width manually from the Size toolset on the right of the ribbon. You can use the arrow buttons to adjust the size or insert the figures manually into the fields. I'll decrease the width using the down arrow button. Note that adjusting the slicer width will automatically adjust the button width too. For more extensive formatting options, click the dialog box Launcher button at the bottom right of the Size toolset. This will open the Format Slicer side panel on the right, where you can configure the position, layout and size of the slicer tile with more precision. Close this panel by clicking the X icon at the top right. This has been an overview on formatting slicers in Excel. Subtotals help you to summarize data, especially when data tables become rather long. In this video, you will learn how to add subtotals to data tables in Excel 365. It's important to note that you can use the subtotals feature on just a data range. The data does not have to be formatted as a table. In my worksheet below, I would like to organize my values into groups. For example, I'm going to organize them by the purchase type and purchase total. In order to create this outline, I'm first going to need to sort all of my values according to the purchase type, since this is what I want to base my outline on. To do this, first click the Select All button at the top left of the worksheet to select all of the values in the table, then I'll click the Data tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. From the Data tab, you'll be able to access your sort tools by going to the Sort and Filter toolset in the center of the ribbon. From here, click the Sort button. A Sort dialog box opens. On the left, I'll click the Column Sort by drop-down, and from the menu choose the corresponding column header that I would like to sort my information from. So I'll select the option Purchase Type, then click the OK button at the bottom right. And I can now see that my table content has adjusted alphabetically to the purchase type, starting with the value bathroom. To then add subtotals from the Data tab, click the Outline button on the far right of the Tools ribbon. A drop-down menu displays. From here, select the option Subtotal. A subtotal dialog box opens. In order to create your subtotal, you're going to have to select the specific criteria within your worksheet. For example, since I'm sorting my information by the purchase type, I'll click the drop-down at the top of the dialog box and from the menu select the column header purchase type. Below I can choose the function I'd like to use. Click the Use function drop-down, and since I want to add the purchase totals, I'm going to select the option Sum. Next, in the Add Subtotal list, you can choose what column you'd like to add to the sum calculation. Again, since I want to add the purchase total for my purchase types, I'm going to check the box next to Purchase Total. Here there may be values already selected. For example, I don't want to include cities, so I'll uncheck the box next to that. At the bottom are also the options to replace any current subtotals already in the worksheet, to include a page break between groups, and the option to insert a summary below the data. The first and third options are checked. I'm happy with this, so I'll click the OK button at the bottom. My table's contents have now adjusted and an outline has been added. If I scroll down my worksheet, I can see that a total row has been added below each set of purchase types, and displayed here is the subtotal for that particular purchase type. Now, in order to quickly browse through all of these types, I can go to the left-hand side of my worksheet, and from here I can control my outline. For example, you'll see that it's separated into 3 different number lines. Number 2 will control your specific groups. So if I want to collapse my first group, bathroom, I'm going to select the first minus symbol on line number 2. This has now collapsed the bathroom data. If I go ahead and click the 3 other minus symbols on line number 2, this then collapses all of the purchase type groups information, resulting in just the subtotals for the groups being displayed. This now gives me a global view of my subtotals in my worksheet. If I'd like to expand the groups again, I can click the plus symbol for each group on Outline 2, or I can click on Outline 3 at the top to quickly display all of my table's contents. You can also collapse the entire table by clicking on Outline number 1. And now only the grand total row is displayed in the worksheet. Again, to expand my entire table, I can select the Outline 1 plus symbol. To remove your outline, click the Outline button on the right of the ribbon again. From the drop-down menu, select Subtotal. At the bottom left of the Subtotal dialog box, click the Remove All button. The subtotals have now been removed from my worksheet, and on the left the outline feature is no longer available. This has been an overview on adding subtotals to data tables in Excel. Once a table has been inserted in Excel 365, you can work with data more efficiently. In this video, you will explore how to manipulate data in a table. In Excel, once you've added a table, you can create calculated columns to perform automatic calculations on the data. For example, I would like to create a column that adds both the service fee and purchase total. Before creating a formula, you need to add the column. To do this, I'll right-click on the purchase total column, and from the shortcut menu hover over the option Insert. A side menu appears on the right with the options to insert table columns to the left or to the right of the currently selected column. I'll click the option Table Column to the right. A new column G has been added with the default name Column 1. Note also that the table formatting has been automatically applied to the new column. I'll rename this column by selecting the current name, then I'll type in the new name Total and press the Enter key on my keyboard. With the column created, I can now insert a formula. As stated earlier, I want to calculate the fee and purchase total, so I'll click on cell G2 and type in an equal sign followed by the formula SUM, and then an open parenthesis symbol. I then need to select my first value. I'll select the first cell under the fee column. Fee has now been added to the sum formula. Next to it I'll enter in a plus symbol, then select a second value by clicking the first cell in the purchase total column. Enter in a close parenthesis key at the end of the formula. Note that in the formula itself, Excel is displaying structured references at fee and at purchase total, rather than the cell coordinates. This is to make formulas more readable when working within tables. Press the Enter key to perform the calculation. As you can see, Excel has performed the calculation, but because we inserted a formula within a table, the entire total column now displays the sum of the fee and purchase total columns. Another benefit of using tables for data is the ability to perform sweeps, which will remove any duplicate items. To do this, click the Table Design tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, then go to the Tools group on the left of the ribbon and click the Remove Duplicates option. A Remove Duplicates dialog box opens, and from here you can configure the sweep. At the top left you have the buttons to select or unselect all of the columns, or from the list below you can specify which columns to include in the sweep. The Select All button is chosen so all of the columns in the list are selected. I'm happy with this so I won't change it. At the top right is also the option to let Excel know if your data has headers, so that way they won't be counted in the sweep. This option is also checked. Click the OK button at the bottom right. If Excel finds and removes any duplicates, you will be informed with a Microsoft Excel pop-up notification. For example, here it states that 5 duplicate values were found and removed, and that 14 unique values remain. Click the OK button at the bottom to close the notification and return to the document. This has been an overview on manipulating table data in Excel. Charts can be used to analyze and present data in a visually appealing manner. Excel 365 comes complete with a variety of different chart types to choose from. Because some chart types are better suited to illustrating data sets than others, Excel 365 can recommend a chart type to use based on the data. I have a workbook open with a worksheet containing a basic table. I would like to present the data in this table in a more visual way so that it's easier to comprehend the data. One way is to convert my data into a chart. To do this, I'll select all of the data in my table, including the headers. Then click the Insert tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, and in the center of the ribbon is the Charts group. On the left of this group, click the Recommended Charts button. An Insert Chart window opens. At the top left, the Recommended Charts tab is selected. Next to this is also an All Charts tab where you can access all of the different types of charts available in Excel. In the Recommended Charts tab, Excel is recommending a few different chart options based on the data in my table. You can scroll down the recommended charts list on the left using the scroll bar. If you click on a chart, a preview of it will display on the right of the window. At the top of the preview is the name of the selected chart, and below is a short description about this chart type. To insert this stacked column chart, click the OK button at the bottom right. The stacked column chart now displays in the center of my worksheet. The Chart Design tab has also automatically opened in the Tools ribbon. As I want to insert a second chart into my worksheet, I have the option to move this chart using the drag and drop feature. I could resize it using the outer handles, or I can delete this chart. To delete the chart, first select it, then either press the Delete or Backspace key on your keyboard, and the chart has now been removed from the worksheet. You can also insert a chart via the Charts dialog box launcher. With my table data still selected, I'll click the Insert tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. Go to the Charts group, and at the bottom right of the group click the Chart dialog box launcher, also known as the See All Charts button. The Insert Chart dialog box once again opens with the Recommended Charts tab selected. From the list on the left, this time I'll select the option Clustered Bar Chart. Again, a preview of the chart appears on the right, along with the chart's name and a short description. To insert this chart, click the OK button at the bottom right. The new chart now appears in the center of my worksheet. This has been an overview on inserting a chart in Excel. In Excel 365, you can turn any set of data comparisons into a bar chart to make the distinctions between the values more visually compelling. In my worksheet below is a basic table with headers. Having table headers is important when creating a chart, as Excel will use them to assign the chart an axis label and chart title. To turn the data in my table into a bar chart, first I'll select the data cells, including the headers. Then click the Insert tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. Go to the Charts group in the center of the ribbon, and at the top left of the group you'll find the Insert Column or Bar Chart button. Click this and a drop-down menu displays. At the bottom of the menu, you'll find the 2D and 3D bar chart options. A bar chart presents data using rectangular bars with heights or lengths proportional to the values they represent. A bar chart is a good chart type option to choose when you want to compare values across different categories of your data. In the 2D section are the options to insert a clustered bar chart, stacked bar, or 100% stacked bar chart. And below this in the 3D section are the options to insert a 3D clustered bar chart, 3D stacked bar, or a 3D 100% stacked bar chart. Note that when I hover over an option, for example this 3D clustered bar chart, a preview of it displays in the center of my worksheet. Also note that a pop-up displays next to that option in the list with some chart type information, including what you can use this chart type to do and what type of data to use it with. For example, here it states that you can use this chart type to compare values across a few different categories, and to use this type of chart when you want to show duration or when the category text is long. I'll go ahead and select this bar chart option in the menu. And the selected 3D clustered bar chart with my table data has now been placed in the center of my worksheet. As you can see, this has created a more visually appealing way of conveying the data in my table. As I'm inserting a second chart, I'll use the drag and drop feature to move this chart. I'll click and drag the chart to the right of my worksheet. You can also insert a bar chart from the Insert Chart window. To do this, I'll first select the data range in my table again, then click the Insert tab at the top of the ribbon. On the left of the Charts group, click the Recommended Charts button. The Insert Chart window opens. The Recommended Charts tab at the top left is selected, so here Excel is displaying chart types best suited for the data in my table. I'll click the All Charts tab at the top left. Now on the left of the window is a list of all of the different chart types available in Excel. From the list, I'll select the option bar. Now displayed at the top center is a list of the different 2D and 3D bar charts that were previously shown. For example, if I click on the 2D stacked bar option, two different stacked bar chart options display in the center of the window. And if I hover over the option to the left, a larger preview of that chart will display. To insert a bar chart option, first select it. The option on the left is already selected. I'm happy with that, so I'll click the OK button at the bottom right. The 2D stacked bar chart has now been placed in the center of my worksheet. I'll drag the chart to the left using the drag and drop feature. You can now compare how the two different bar chart options display my table data, and note the visual difference between the 2D and 3D charts. This has been an overview on creating a bar chart in Excel. In Excel 365, you can turn any single series of data values into a pie chart to demonstrate how all of the respective values contribute to the whole. In my worksheet below, I have a table displaying a list of products and their corresponding sales percentage numbers. I would like to present this data in a pie chart. A pie chart is a circular graphic which is divided into slices to illustrate data values. Pie charts are best used when wanting to compare values that add up to a whole. To create a pie chart, I'll first select the data range of my table. Note that I'm also including the header rows in my selection, as Excel will use them to label the axis or chart title. I'll then click the Insert tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. From the Charts group in the center, click the Insert Pie or Donut Chart button at the bottom left. A drop-down menu opens with different options for 2D pie charts, 3D pie charts, and a donut chart option. In the 2D section are the options to insert a 2D pie chart, 2D pie of pie chart, or a 2D bar of pie chart. Next is the 3D pie chart, and then the donut chart option. Note that if I hover over an option, for example the 2D pie chart at the top left, a preview of it displays in the center of my worksheet. A pop-up also appears next to this option in the menu. The pop-up shows tips for this chart type, including what this chart type is used to show and what type of data best works with this kind of chart. For example, here it states that this chart type is used to show proportions of a whole, and to use it when your data equals to 100%, and when the chart type contains only a few pie slices, as many slices make the angles harder to estimate. I'll go ahead and select this option, and that 2D pie chart has been placed in the center of my worksheet. As with any chart, you can move it using the drag and drop feature, so I'll click and drag this chart to the right of my worksheet. As you can see, the pie chart displays my percentage data in a much more legible and readable way. You can also insert a pie chart from the Insert Chart window. To demonstrate this, I'll again select the data range of my table, then click the Insert tab at the top of the ribbon. On the left of the Charts group, click the Recommended Charts button. The Insert Chart window opens. The Recommended Charts tab at the top left is selected, so here Excel is displaying chart types best suited for the data in my table. I'll click the All Charts tab at the top left. Now on the left of the window is a list of all of the different types available in Excel. From the list, I'll select the option Pie. Now displayed at the top center is a list of the different 2D and 3D pie chart types previously shown, such as the 2D and 3D pie chart, a pie of pie chart, a bar of pie chart, and finally a donut chart. For example, if I select the pie of pie chart option, the chart preview then displays in the center of the window. If I hover over this, a larger preview of the chart displays in the center. Note that in this option the data is separated into two pie charts, with the three smallest data values being represented in the smaller pie chart on the right. This option is useful as it makes it easier to view the smaller slices of a chart. Note that this option is similar to the bar of pie chart option. I'll click that option and then hover over it to display the larger preview. This option also displays the three smaller values separate to the main pie chart, but here instead it's in a bar chart on the right. With the bar of pie chart option selected, I'll click the OK button at the bottom right, and that chart has now been placed in the center of my worksheet. I'll drag the chart to the left using the drag and drop feature. You can now compare how the two different pie chart options display my table percentage data in a more visual and comprehensive way. This has been an overview on creating a pie chart in Excel. In Excel 365, you can turn data table values into a line chart to illustrate various data fluctuations over time, as well as the interconnectedness of data variables. Line charts are especially useful to depict data trends visually. In my worksheet below is a basic table with headers. When creating a chart, having table headers is important as Excel will use them to assign the chart and axis label and chart title. I would like to create a line chart using the table data. A line chart displays the data in a series of points called markers, and these markers are connected by line segments. To turn the data into a line chart, first select the data cells, including the headers, then click the Insert tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. Go to the Charts group in the center of the ribbon, and on the left of the group, above the Pie Chart button, you'll find the Insert Line or Area Chart button. Click this and a drop-down menu opens. At the top is the 2D and 3D line chart sections. In the 2D section are the options to insert a basic line chart, a stacked line chart, 100% stacked line chart, line with markers, stacked with markers, or 100% stacked with line markers chart. Note that when I hover over an option, for example the 3D line chart option, a preview of it displays in the center of my worksheet. Also note that a pop-up displays next to the option in the list with some chart type tips, including what you can use this chart type to do and what type of data to use it with. For example, here it states to use this chart to show trends over a time period or categories, or to show data on a third axis, which will show some lines in front of others. I'll go ahead and select this 3D line chart option in the menu. And the selected 3D line chart with my table data has now been placed in the center of my worksheet. As you can see, this has created a more visually appealing way of conveying the data in my table. I can move the chart using the drag and drop feature. I'll click and then drag the chart to the right of my worksheet. You can also insert a line chart from the Insert Chart window. To demonstrate this, I'll again select the data range of my table, then click the Insert tab at the top of the ribbon. On the left of the Charts group, click the Recommended Charts button. The Insert Chart window opens. The Recommended Charts tab at the top left is selected, so here Excel is displaying chart types best suited for the data in my table. I'll click the All Charts tab at the top left. Now on the left of the window is a list of all of the different chart types available in Excel. From the list, I'll select the option line. Now displayed at the top center is a list of the different 2D and 3D line chart options, as previously seen in the Insert Line drop-down menu. For example, if I select the 100% stacked line with markers option, 2 chart options then display in the center of the window. If I hover over the option on the left, a larger preview of the chart displays. And if I hover over the option on the right, again a larger preview displays. Note that both these options display my selected data in different ways, with the option on the right having more lines in the chart. In a stacked line chart with markers, the data lines do not intersect, and a marker is placed on specific data points within the chart, making it easier to follow the data information. I'll go ahead and select this option on the right, then click the OK button at the bottom right. And that chart has now been placed in the center of my worksheet. I'll drag the chart to the left using the drag and drop feature. You can now compare how the two different 2D and 3D line charts display my table data in a more visual and comprehensive way. This has been an overview on creating a line chart in Excel. Using the Quick Analysis tool in Excel 365, you can quickly insert a chart to present information visually. I would like to create a chart using the data in the table. A quick way to do this is by using the Quick Analysis tool. To activate this tool, first I'll select the cell range of my table, including the table headings. Displayed at the bottom right of the selected range is the Quick Analysis tool. Click this and a drop-down menu opens. At the top of the menu are tabs where you can quickly adjust the formatting, insert charts, totals, tables or sparklines. I'll click the Charts tab, and now displayed in the menu are a few different chart options that Excel recommends using based on the data in my table. The recommended chart options include a clustered column chart, moving right a stacked column chart, clustered bar chart, stacked bar chart, and a 100% stacked column chart. If you don't see a chart that you like, you can access more options by clicking on More on the right of the menu. This will then open the Insert Charts window where you can access the full list of charts available in Excel. Note that as I hover over each chart option, a preview of it displays above the menu. A text bubble also displays with some additional information about what this chart type is used for, and the types of data best suited for it. For example, as I'm hovering over the clustered column chart option, in the text bubble it states that this chart type is used to compare values across a few different categories and to use this chart type when the order of the categories is not important. From this menu, to insert a chart simply click on it. I'll select the clustered column chart option. Once clicked, Excel then creates the chart and displays it in the center of the worksheet. The same chart options are available when you insert a chart using this method, as when you insert one from the Insert Chart window, such as the Chart Design and Format tabs at the top of the Tools ribbon, and the Chart Elements, Chart Styles and Chart Filters buttons at the top right of the chart. I'll quickly move this chart to the right of my worksheet using the drag and drop feature. Another way to access the Quick Analysis tool is by using a keyboard shortcut. I'll quickly select the data range of my table again, and then I'll press Ctrl+Q on my keyboard. The Quick Analysis drop-down menu opens. Again I'll switch to the Charts tab. I can now insert another chart type using the same data. This time, I'll select the stacked bar chart option. That chart type has now been inserted into the center of my worksheet. I'll move it to the left using the drag and drop feature so that I can clearly see both charts. The Quick Analysis tool is a quick and useful way to insert one or multiple chart types. Now that I've inserted two chart types using the same data, I can now compare them to see which type of chart best suits my data and my needs. This has been an overview on inserting charts with the Quick Analysis tool in Excel. In Excel 365, charts can contain large amounts of information. To make charts easier to read, you can label various chart elements, such as the data points, axes, and even the chart title. Charts can also have multiple labels, which helps to make the information they contain easier to interpret. I have a bar and pie chart displayed in the center of my worksheet. As you can see, both charts are not labeled, making the information impossible to interpret. To start labeling the bar chart on the left, first select the chart to activate it. When you do this, 3 chart options appear at the top right of the chart. There are options to configure the chart elements, chart styles, and chart filters. I'll click the Chart Elements button displayed as a green plus icon. A Chart Elements side menu appears to the right of the button. Listed here are the options to include elements such as an axis, data table, grid lines, or a legend, etc. Note that hovering over an element option displays a preview of it in your chart. I would like to apply data labels to my chart to make the information in it more understandable. To do this, I'll check the box to the left of the Data Labels option. Data values have now been placed above their corresponding column in the chart. To the right of each option in the menu is a right arrow button. I'll click the arrow next to Data Labels, and a side menu opens with options to change the placement of the label. I can place the data labels in the center of the column, inside the end, inside at the base, outside at the end, or in a data callout, and hovering over each option previews it in the chart. I'll select the option inside end, and now the placement of the data labels has changed. You can click outside or on the Chart Elements button again to close the Chart Elements list. Another way to add chart elements is from the Chart Layouts group. This time I'll select the pie chart on the right, then click the Chart Design tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, and on the left of the ribbon you'll find the Chart Layouts group. On the left of this group is the Add Chart Element button. Click this and a drop-down menu opens, again displaying a list of elements that you can add to your chart. Note that in this list some chart elements are not available. The element list will change depending on the chart type that is selected. As I have a pie chart selected, elements such as a data table, lines or trend line, etc. cannot be added to the chart. When you hover over an element option, a flyout menu appears to the right with placement options. For example, if I hover over Data Labels, in the flyout menu you have the option to insert no labels, labels in the center of the segment, inside the end, outside the end, best fit, or in a data callout. Hovering over these options displays a preview of it in the pie chart. At the bottom of the menu is the option More Data Label Options. If you click this, a Format Data Labels side panel will open on the right where you can configure what the data label shows and the label's position. You can simply click on an element to apply it. I'll go ahead and click on the Data Label option Data Callout, and now in my pie chart the data values from my table have been placed above each corresponding segment in a callout box, thus making it easier to interpret the data. Knowing how to label your chart is an essential skill to know when working in Excel, as it allows you to present data in a more comprehensible way. This has been an overview on labeling a chart in Excel. In Excel 365, you can present negative values in a chart differently from positive values to make the distinction clearer. In this video, you will learn how to adjust the way in which negative chart values are formatted and arranged on the respective chart axis. In the table in my worksheet, there are 2 negative values in the stock balance column. I can make these values stand out from the positive values in a chart. To start, I'll first create a chart from the data in my table. I'll select the table cell range, then click the Insert tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. Go to the Charts group in the center, and I'll click the Recommended Charts button on the left. The Insert Chart window opens. From the Recommended Charts tab, I'll select the Clustered Column option at the top left, then click the OK button at the bottom right. Now my worksheet displays a column chart titled Stock Balance. I'll click and drag this chart over to the right to better see the data in my table. As you can see in the chart, the columns for cooling fan and flat screen point downwards towards the negative y-axis, as these columns represent the negative values in my table. I can further differentiate these values from the positive values in the chart by formatting them. To do this, select the chart, then I'll click on the column that represents the negative value for flat screens. All of the column elements are then selected. I'll click again to just select the flat screen column. Note that you can only select one negative value column at a time. Then right-click over the element, and a menu opens. At the bottom left of the menu is the Fill Color tool. Click this and a drop-down menu opens with options for inserting various theme, standard or recent colors. From the Themes section at the top, I'll select the color orange. The selected column's fill color has now changed to orange, making it stand out more from the other columns in the chart. I'll do the same for the cooling fan negative value. Select that column in the chart, right-click over the element and click the Fill Color tool at the bottom left of the menu, and from the drop-down menu I'll select the color green in the Standard Colors section. That color has been applied to the selected element, and now the two negative values in my chart are distinguishable from the positive values. Negative values will display differently depending on the chart type that is chosen. To show this, I'll select my chart, then click the Chart Design tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, go to the Type toolset on the right of the ribbon and click the Change Chart Type button. A Change Chart Type window opens displaying a list of the chart types available in Excel on the left. For example, I'll select the Option line. At the top center of this window, the Option line is selected. If I hover my mouse over the preview of it, a larger preview then displays. In this line chart, the segments of the line that appear below the zero value represent our negative data. I'll select the option bar from the list on the left, click the stacked bar option at the top of the window, and in the center are two options. If I hover over the option on the left, in the chart you can see that the negative values are displayed in columns going towards the left. Hover over the right option, and in this chart the two negative values are displayed in blocks on the left of the rectangle bar. As you can see, negative values are displayed in different ways depending on the chart type. Some chart types display negative values better than others. For example, if I click on pie in the list and then hover over the pie option preview, in this pie chart it's basically impossible to distinguish the negative values from the positive ones. So the pie chart type is not a good option when trying to represent negative data values. Close this window by clicking on the Cancel button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on presenting negative values in a chart in Excel. With Excel 365, you can easily make basic formatting changes, such as adjusting your chart's default color options to make it more impactful. In this video, you will explore how to apply basic formatting to charts in Excel 365. In my worksheet, I already have a chart created, but the color of it makes it look a bit bland. I can change this by formatting the chart. I'll select the chart to activate it, and at the top right of the chart 3 buttons appear. Using these buttons, you can configure the chart elements, chart styles and chart filters. Click the Chart Styles button displayed as a paintbrush icon. A menu appears to the right of the button. At the top are the two tabs Style and Color. I want to change the color, so I'll switch to the Color tab. In this menu are two sections of color tiles called Colorful and Monochromatic. Each color tile contains a few different color palette options. For example, if I hover over the 4 palette options in the Colorful section, you can see that a preview of them appears in my chart. I would like to apply Colorful Palette 1, so I'll click on it in the menu. And the first two colors in that palette, blue and orange, have been applied to the columns in my chart. My bar chart is now more visually appealing and it's easier to understand the data displayed in it. I can either click outside or I can click on the Chart Styles button again to close the menu. I'm going to click on the Exports 2021 Worksheet tab at the bottom left. In this worksheet, I have a pie chart already created. Again, in this chart the color gray that's applied to it makes the chart visually unappealing and very hard to understand the data. Another way to change the default color of a chart is by first selecting it, then click the Chart Design tab at the top of the ribbon. Go to the Chart Styles group in the center, and on the far left of this group is the Change Colors tool. Click this and the color palette menu that was previously shown is also displayed here. Again, you can hover over a palette option to preview it being applied to your chart. Note that from this menu, when you hover over an option, a text bubble appears displaying the palette name, but also a list of the colors in this palette. I would like to apply Colorful Palette 3 to my pie chart, so I'll click on that in the menu. The Change Colors menu closes and that palette has now been applied to my chart. Note that more colors have been applied to the pie chart than was applied to the bar chart. Depending on the chart type you have selected, the default colors that are applied will change. As there are 5 different segments in this pie chart, 5 colors from the selected palette have been applied, now making it easier to distinguish the data values from one another. This has been an overview on applying basic chart formatting in Excel. In Excel 365, you can apply a variety of number formats, such as dates, percentages and fractions, to name a few. In this video, you will explore how to apply number formats. Once you start entering data into your worksheet, by default the data is set to a general number format. To verify this, go to the Home tab in your Tools ribbon, and in the center of the ribbon is the number group. At the top center of this group is the number format drop-down. Displayed in this drop-down is General, indicating that the number format is currently set to General. Number formats such as percentages, times or dates will not automatically display. For example, in column C labeled Date, the dates displayed here are not formatted correctly. To change the number format to a date, first select all of the values within this column, then go to the number group in the Home tab and click the number format drop-down. A drop-down menu displays with an array of specific number formats such as number, currency, or time, etc. In the center of the menu are 2 date options. I can choose between a short date or long date format. I'll select the short date format. Once selected, the values in column C have now been converted into a date type format. This can be applied to other values as well. For example, in column E labeled Purchase, there are values that I would like to display in a currency format. Again, to do this, select the values in the column, then go back to the number group and click the number format drop-down. In the drop-down menu, I have the options Currency and Accounting. If you'll be using these values to create formulas and calculate the values within, I would recommend selecting Accounting. Whereas if you'd like to simply add a pound sign, choose the Currency option. I'll go ahead and select Currency, and I can see in column E that I now have a pound symbol at the start of the value, and I also have a send option if I want to add those values. You can further configure how the number format is displayed. For example, if I'd like to change the currency symbol for the column E cells, I'll first select them and then click the number format drop-down. At the bottom of the menu, click the More Number Formats option. A Format Cells window opens. On the left of the window is a category list with different tabs for the various number formats. As the currency format was applied to the selected cells, that tab is selected in the list. On the right-hand side, you have different options that you can apply to your currency format. At the top center of the window is a sample of what the current currency format looks like. Below this, you can choose how many decimal places you would like inserted. For example, if I don't want any cent values shown, I can click the down arrow button in the right of this field to bring the number down to 0, and you can see that the sample above has adjusted to reflect these changes. Next is the symbol field. Currently the pound symbol is selected. Click this drop-down. I'll scroll down the menu and select the dollar symbol. Next is the negative numbers section. If your worksheet contains negative values and you'd like them to be easily identifiable, from this section you can choose how they are formatted. You have the option to make negative values appear in red, with the minus symbol in front of them, or with both the minus symbol and in the color red. I'll select this last option. When you're happy with how the sample format at the top looks, you can apply the changes by clicking the OK button at the bottom right. Now in column E there are no longer any cent values, the currency symbol has changed to dollars, and any negative values appear in red with the minus symbol. This has been an overview on applying number format in Excel. Drop-down menus are useful if you want to limit the data values that can be inserted into a cell or speed up data entry. In this video, you will discover how to insert drop-down menus in Excel 365. On the left of my worksheet is a table with the Manager column. Into this column, I would like to insert a list of managers in a drop-down menu. I already have this managers list inserted on the right of my worksheet. If you have a long list of values, it's better to insert them in a separate location in the same worksheet, or in a separate worksheet. But note that if the list is short, it's also possible to add these values manually. To insert a drop-down menu, first select the cell where you'd like it inserted. So I'll select cell C8, then click the Data tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. Go to the Data Tools group on the right of the ribbon and click the Data Validation button at the bottom center. The Data Validation window then opens. The Settings tab at the top left is selected. From here, you can insert a drop-down menu by clicking on the Allow drop-down, and from the menu selecting the option list. Once done, be sure that the option in cell drop-down on the right is checked. Next, I'm going to need to choose my source cell selection. To do this, click the up arrow button on the right of the source field. The Data Validation window then compacts to only show the source field. I can now select a cell or range of cells. I'll select cells E8 to E10, then click the down arrow button at the bottom right of the window. The full validation box displays and my selected cell range appears inside the source field. I can now insert the drop-down menu by clicking the OK button at the bottom right. Now, at the bottom right of cell C8 is a drop-down arrow. Note that you can also use the Autofill feature with drop-down menus. Hover over the bottom right of the cell with the drop-down menu. When your cursor changes to a black plus icon, click and drag over the cells you'd also like to apply this drop-down menu to. Now for example, if I click on cell C12, that cell now also has a drop-down button. Click this and a menu displays with the values from the cells that I chose from my source cell selection, and I can select an option from the list to insert it into the cell. I'll select the option Thomas Simpson, and that value has now been placed in the cell. Now if I wanted to insert a data entry that is not included in the list, for example if I select cell C8, and I start typing in a name and then press the Enter key, an error message then opens stating that the value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Close this by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom center. If I'd like to customize this error message, I can do that by clicking the Data Validation button again. From the Data Validation window, switch to the Error Alert tab at the top center. From here on the left you'll be able to change the icon for your alerts by selecting the Style drop-down menu and choosing one of the options. For example, I'll switch from Stop to Information. Below the Style drop-down is an image of what the information alert icon looks like. To the right of this, I can choose a title for my alerts by clicking inside the title text field, and I'll enter in the text invalid entry. Below this, you can create your error message. Click inside the error message text field, and I'll paste in a short message using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. If I switch back to the Settings tab, at the bottom left is the option to apply any changes you have made to all of the cells with the same settings. I'll check the box to the left of this option. Once done, click the OK button at the bottom right. Now for example if I click on cell C10 and again type in a name and then press the Enter key, in the error message that appears I can see that the changes I made to the title, icon and message have been applied. Click the OK button at the bottom left, and the name I just entered has now been inserted into the cell. To remove the drop-down menu first select the cell, then click the Data Validation button again. At the bottom left corner of the Settings tab is a Clear All button. Click this and the configuration applied to the Allow and Source fields has been removed. Again, you can apply this change to all of the cells with the drop-down menu by checking the box next to the option at the bottom left. After you've done this, you can click the OK button at the bottom right. And now there is no longer a drop-down option at the bottom right of the cells. This has been an overview on inserting drop-down menus in Excel. The Flash Fill feature in Excel 365 allows you to automatically and instantly complete data lists by recognizing patterns in your data. In this video, you will discover how to use the Flash Fill feature. Excel can recognize patterns in your data entry by analyzing the data that your table already contains. Once you've started your data entry, Excel can then complete it automatically, saving you a lot of time. In column H labeled Contact, I would like to enter in the data found in the country code and phone number columns in the respective rows. For example, in cell H2 I already have the country code and phone number data entered in manually. To quickly do this for the rest of the cells in this column, I'll use the Flash Fill feature. I'll select cell H2. With the Home tab selected, on the right of the ribbon go to the Editing group. On the left of this group, click the Fill button. A drop-down menu opens displaying different fill options. At the bottom, click the Flash Fill option. The cells in column H have now been automatically filled using the information found in columns F and G in the respective rows. This has saved a lot of time from having to manually enter in this information. I would like to do the same for column C on the left of my worksheet. Here, I would like to enter in a full name list using the information found in columns A and B. As you can see, I've already manually entered in the name Arthur Wilson into cell C2. To do this for the rest of the cells, again I'll use the flash fill feature. Select cell C2, then to activate flash fill I'll use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+E, and all of those full name values have been automatically entered into column C. You'll notice that there is a flash fill options button on the right-hand side of the selected cell. Click this to open the flash fill menu. Here you have the option to undo the flash fill, or you can accept the suggestions. And at the bottom of the menu is the option to select all 12 change cells. You can click this option if you want to select and modify the cells that have been flash filled. I'll click the Accept Suggestions option. The Flash Fill Options button disappears. Selecting that option has told Excel's Flash Fill feature that I'm fine with the changes made. Now, besides automatically entering information that already exists within your worksheet, you can also compose patterns with existing information and new information. For example, in column D labeled Email, I'd like to enter the email of my contacts with the domain name using the values found in the company column and using the values in the full name column. I'd also like a period to be placed between the first and second name. In cell D2, I've manually entered in this value using that email address format. Click on that cell, then press the Control key and the letter E to activate the flash fill feature. Excel has recognized the pattern, and that information has been automatically filled into the cells in column D. This has saved a lot of time from having to manually enter in this repetitive information. Note that in some of the cells in column D there is a space between the company domain name home service. Having a space in an email address is an invalid format. Therefore, I'll need to verify the correct email address, so I'll undo the flash fill by clicking on the Flash Fill Options button at the bottom right of the selected cell, and from the menu select the Undo Flash Fill option. The values in those cells have now been removed. Note that if you undid flash fill by mistake, you can always redo the action using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Y, or by using the Redo button found in the Quick Access toolbar. This has been an overview on using the flash fill feature in Excel. If you have a numbered list that increases by increments or repeating categories such as dates or days of the week, you can create an automatic data series. In this video, you will explore how to create automatic data series in Excel 365. In my worksheet below, if I'd like to create an automatic data series, I'm first going to need at least 2 values entered into my data series. For example, I'm going to go down to my column labeled Weekday, and from here I'm going to select cell G4 and type in the day Monday. To use the Automatic Data Series tool, I'll need to enter in a second value. I'm going to select cell G5 just below and type in the day Tuesday. I'll now be able to use the Automatic Data Series tool. To do this, I'm going to go up to my first cell, hold down the left bottom of my mouse, and I'm going to be sure to select both cells G4 and G5. Now if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner of cell G5, my mouse cursor changes to a black cross symbol. When this icon displays, you can either double-click your mouse, or I can now hold down the left button of my mouse and then drag the autofill icon down the column to cell G12, release the mouse click, and now the days of the week have automatically been entered into cells G6 to G12. This is great if you want to save time and your values in your column are in order. But in this column I would only like weekdays to be shown. I can further configure the autofill by clicking the Autofill Options button located at the bottom right of the cell selection. Click this and a menu displays with the option to copy cells, fill series, fill formatting only, fill without formatting, and as the series I've auto-filled is the days of the week, I also have the option to only fill days, fill weekdays or flash fill. I'll select the option, fill weekdays, and now any weekend values have been removed from the column. Instead of using the fill handle to create a data series, you can use Excel's series command feature to gain more control over the process. To fill cells using the fill series command, first enter in a starting value into the first cell of your series. For example, in the column labeled Customer ID, I have the first 2 values 23 and 26 entered in. Note that the pattern of the numbers here go up in threes. If you're creating a series using a pattern, you need to have enough cells filled in order to define that pattern. I'll then select all of the cells in this column that I want to fill. With the Home tab at the top left selected, go to the Editing group on the right of the ribbon. On the left of the group is the Fill drop-down. Click this and near the bottom of the menu select the Series option. The Series dialog box then opens. At the top left of the box, you can choose to either create your series in a row or in a column. I'm creating mine in a column, so I won't change the column selection. To the right of that is the Type group where you can specify what type of series you want. The option Linear will find the next series value by adding the step value to the previous value in the series. The option Growth will find the next value by multiplying the step value with the previous value. You have the option to create dates, and you have the option Autofill, which works the same as the Autofill handle. I'm happy with the linear selection, so I won't change it. Next is the Date unit. If you selected the date type, you can choose to fill days, weekdays, month or year. At the bottom left is the Trend option. If you selected the linear or growth type, you can select this option to extend your series trend. Below this is the Step Value field. Into this you can enter a number for Excel to use to generate the next value in the series. The value 3 is already entered in here. As I've chosen the linear type, Excel will add the number 3 to the previous value to generate the next value in my series. To the right of that is the Stop Value field. You can place a limit on your series by entering in a number into this field. For example, I'll type in the number 41, then click the OK button at the bottom right to fill in the series. In my worksheet, cells F6 to F10 have been auto-filled using the pattern I chose. But note that even though cells F11 and F12 were selected, they have not been filled in. This is because I put a stop value limit of 41 on the series. So once that value was reached in cell F10, the series stopped and no more cells were filled in. This has been an overview on creating an automatic data series in Excel. In Excel 365, you can improve the appearance of your data by adjusting the font effects and size. In this video, you will discover how to format your data's appearance. Before we make any changes to the data's appearance, first select the cell or cell range you'd like to modify. I'll select the header cells in my table. With the Home tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon already selected, go to the Font group on the left. At the top left of this group is the Font tool. Displayed in this is the currently selected font style, which in this case is Calibri. To change the font style, click the Font drop-down button, and from the drop-down menu you can choose another style option. Theme fonts will be listed at the top, followed by the full list of all fonts. Scroll down the list using the scroll bar on the right. Hovering over a style option displays a preview of it applied to the text in my selected cell range. Note that fonts with the cloud icon on the right of them indicates that the font isn't locally available and will need to be downloaded first. However, you can download a font by simply selecting it. From the menu, I'll select the Arial option, and that has now been applied to the text in those cells. I'll select the cell containing my table title. I'll change the font style of this to make it stand out from the rest of the data. A quick way to do this is to right-click on the cell, and above the shortcut menu in the mini toolbar, you'll find the Font tool. Click this drop-down and I'll select the Arial Black font option. To create a sense of hierarchy, I would like to increase the font size of the title. With that cell still selected, at the top center of the font group is the Font Size tool. The current size displayed here is 14. Click the drop-down button on the right of it. A menu opens displaying a list of default font sizes. Again, hovering over any of these will display a preview of it applied to the selected cell. I'll select size 16, and the size of my title font has increased. Note that changing the font size won't change the size of the cell it's contained in. If the size you want to use doesn't appear in the list, you can insert a figure manually by clicking inside the font size field and typing in a number. For example, I'll type in 21, then press the Enter key on your keyboard to apply it. You can cycle through the font size list using the increase and decrease font size buttons displayed as A icons just to the right of the Font Size tool. If you click the large A icon button, this increases the size, while clicking the small A button decreases it. Note the updated appearance of our table title. Again, you can quickly find these font size tools by right-clicking over the cell, and in the mini toolbar above the shortcut menu is the font size, increase and decrease font size tools. I'll click away to close this. You can also apply bold, italic and underline effects to help distinguish text further. I'll select my header row, and to make this text appear bold, go to the bottom left of the font group and click on the bold tool. Note you can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+B to quickly use this tool. To the right of that, you can italicize your text by selecting the I icon, or again you can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+I. And you can underline your text by selecting the U icon, or with the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+U. To access more underline options, click the drop-down arrow to the right of the underline tool, and in the drop-down menu are the options underline and double underline. I'll select double underline. Note the new appearance of our header text. It's a good idea to not go overboard with applying effects. For example, we can remove the underline effect by re-clicking the underline button, or I can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+U. The button is no longer highlighted, indicating the effect has been removed. You can also access the bold and italic tool by right-clicking on the selected cell, and at the top left of the mini toolbar, you'll find these tools. From here, I'll re-click the italic button to remove the italic effect from the text, and now the bold and underline effect is the only one applied to this selected text. This has been an overview on formatting your data's appearance in Excel. Cell styles can be used in Excel 365 to quickly change the color, alignment, and size of any data in a specified cell. In this video, you will discover how to change the cell style. In order to help my value stand out, I can add a cell style. I would like to apply a style to the headers of my table. To do this, I'm going to first select that cell range, then with the Home tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon selected, go to the Styles group in the center of the ribbon. On the right of this group, you'll find the Cell Styles button. Click this and a gallery of cell styles displays in a drop-down menu. Here the gallery is divided into different sections. At the top is the Custom section, next is the Good, Bad or Neutral section, Data and Model, Titles and Headings, Themed Cell Styles and Number Format section. You can hover over any of these styles, and you'll be able to see a preview of it applied to the selected cell range. From the Titles and Headings section, I'll select the Heading 1 option on the left. I can see the text within the selected cells has changed, and a blue line has been added to the bottom of the cell. Applying cell styles may change the overall font, color or even alignment of your cells. You can also create and save custom cell styles. To do this, I'm going to click the Cell Styles drop-down button to open the gallery menu. At the bottom of the menu is the option New Cell Style. Click this and a style window opens. At the top of the window, you can name your new cell style. Into the Style Name text field, I'll type in the name Purchases style. Below the text field on the right is a Format button. Click this and a Format Cells window opens. From this window, you can choose how you'd like to format the text within your cell style. For example, I'd like to format the font, so I'll click the Font tab at the top center. At the top left, you can choose a font type. From this menu, I'll scroll down and then select the option Arial. To the right of this is the Font Style menu where you can add italic or bold effects to your text. I'll select the option Bold. To the right of that you can change the font size. At the bottom left, you can apply underline effects as well as strike-through, superscript or subscript effects. To the right of that is the Color drop-down. Click this and the Color gallery opens with the Theme, Standard and Recent Colors section. From the Standard Color section, I'll select the color blue. At the bottom right, below the Color drop-down, you can see a preview of what your font looks like. If you're happy with how this preview looks, click the OK button at the bottom right. You're then navigated back to the Style window. At the bottom of this window is an overview of the style options of this cell style, such as the alignment, font, border or fill, etc. To save this, click the OK button at the bottom right. Once you've created your custom style, you can then apply it. I'll select my header cell range again, then click the Cell Styles drop-down button. And at the top of the menu in the Custom section is the cell style called Purchases style that I just created. Click this to apply the custom cell style to the selected cell range. This has been an overview on changing your cell style in Excel. If you formatted an existing table and you want to reuse the style that you have created, you can transfer it to another data selection. In this video, you'll explore how to transfer format styles in Excel 365. In my worksheet below, I would like to reuse certain styles. For example, if I'd like to transfer the style found in cell B7 to cell C7, I can easily do that in multiple ways. One way is by using the Format Painter tool. To do this, I'm first going to select the cell range with the formatting that I'd like to transfer, then with the Home tab already selected, go to the Clipboard group on the far left of the ribbon. At the bottom right of this group is the Format Painter button displayed as a paintbrush icon. Using this, you can copy the formatting of the selected cell and then paint the format into a selected location, so I'll click this button. Once you select the tool, it'll be highlighted in the ribbon indicating it's been activated. I can now go to the cell in my worksheet where I'd like to apply the formatting. Now when you're using the Format Painter tool, be sure to keep the left mouse button held down for the complete cell selection, because once you let go the formatting will automatically be painted into the cell selected. So I'm going to go ahead and click on cell C7, and that cell has now been formatted in the cell B7 style. You can also transfer formatting into other worksheets. So, for example, if I select the cells in column B row 7 to 12, then this time I'll right-click over the cell selection. At the bottom right of the mini toolbar above the shortcut menu you'll also find the Format Painter tool. Click this to copy the selected cell's formatting, then I'll click the Part1 Worksheet tab at the bottom left. I would like to apply the formatting to the table displayed here, so I'll select the table cell range, then release my mouse click to apply the formatting. I'll navigate back to the Management Rota worksheet by clicking that tab at the bottom left. You can also transfer formatting using the Copy and Paste tools. For example, if I'd like to transfer the formatting of the date table at the top left, I'll first copy it by selecting cells B2 to 5, then quickly copy using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C, click the Part1 Worksheet tab. In this worksheet, I'll select the cell range of the product table, then paste using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. Note that even though I selected the cell range of the whole table, the formatting was only applied to the first 4 cells of the table in column D. This is because the applied formatting will be the same quantity of the cells copied. As I only copied 4 cells, only 4 cells have the formatting applied. Note also that the text from the copied cells has also been pasted here. You have the option to only paste the formatting by clicking the Paste Options button at the bottom right of the cell selection. A Paste Options menu displays with a variety of ways you can paste the copied information. At the bottom left, in the Other Paste Options section, I'll select the Formatting option. And now all of the cells in the product table has the copied formatting applied. The copied text has been removed, and the original text once again displays. I would like the table cells in column D to be all colored in orange like cell D2. I can transfer this formatting using the Autofill feature. Also select cell D2, hover my mouse over the bottom right corner of the cell. Once my cursor changes to a black plus symbol, click and drag over the cells you'd like to apply this formatting to, then release the click. Note that this has not only copied the format into the other cells, but also the text product. To bring back the original text in the cells but still retain the cell formatting, click the Autofill Options button at the bottom right of the cell selection, and from the menu, select the option Fill Formatting Only. The original cell text once again displays, and the cells have retained the new orange formatting. This has been an overview on transferring format styles in Excel. Excel 365 features numerous number formats, but occasionally you need to create your own. In this video, you will explore how to customize number formats. In column F of my table labeled telephone, the phone numbers in these cells are not formatted correctly. To apply the correct number formatting, first select the cells. With the Home tab selected, go to the number group in the center of the ribbon. At the top of this group is the Number Format tool. As you can see, currently the general number formatting is applied to the cells. Click this drop-down to open the menu and display the full list of default number format options. In this list, there is no phone number format option. If you can't find the number format option you're looking for, you can access more options by clicking on More Number Formats at the bottom of the menu. The Format Cells dialog box opens and the Number tab at the top left is selected. From the category list on the left, select the Special tab. At the top center of this tab is a sample of what the current number formatting looks like. Below this is the type list, where you'll find different format options. The options available here will depend on the location you've selected, so below the type list I'll click the local drop-down, scroll down the menu and select the location English, United States. Now in the type list I have the format option zip code +4, phone number and social security number. I'll click on the option phone number. Note the updated appearance of the sample at the top of the window. If you're happy with how the sample looks, click the OK button at the bottom right, and that phone number formatting has been applied to the selected cells. Excel's number formats tool gives you great control over how your values are displayed, but it does have its limitations with the specific type of formatting you can apply. You can overcome these limitations by creating your own custom number formats. To demonstrate this, I'll select the cells in column C of my table. I then need to access the Format Cells window again. Another way to do this is to right-click on the cell selection, and at the bottom of the shortcut menu select the Format Cells option. The Format Cells window opens and the Number tab is selected. From the category list on the left, click the Custom tab. From here, you can create a custom cell format. Note that a custom number format only changes how the value is displayed in the cell. The value itself will not be changed. On the right-hand side, in the Type field, General is selected. There are an infinite number of Excel custom number formats that you can create using a defined set of formatting codes. You can choose from one of the default formatting codes displayed in the Type list. I'll scroll down this list and, for example, select this Date Format option. At the top center of the window, you can see a sample of what that formatting looks like. You can also create your own custom cell formatting. I'll select the text in the Type field and remove it by pressing the Delete key. For example, I would like the positive values in my revenue column displayed in green, and the negative values in red. To do this, first type in a square open bracket symbol. Square brackets are used when creating conditional formats such as color-based formatting in Excel. Next, you can type in the name of the color you'd like to apply, so I'll type in green, then enter in a square close brackets symbol. I would like the green color applied to the positive values, so I'll type in 0.00 and then a semicolon. Press the spacebar key, enter in a square open bracket symbol and then type in the color for the negative values. So I'll type in red, then a closed bracket symbol. To make sure this is applied to the negative values, type in a minus symbol, then the digit 0.00. Note that when you create a custom number format, the delete key at the bottom right of the type list then becomes available. So when you have a custom number format selected, you can delete it by clicking this delete button. Note that you cannot delete built-in formats. To apply this format, click the OK button at the bottom right. The custom format has been applied to the revenue column. The positive values now appear in green, and the negative values appear in red. This has been an overview on applying custom number formats in Excel. If you can't find your desired cell format in Excel 365, you can create your own. In this video, you will learn how to apply custom cell formats. I'm currently not happy with the cell formatting applied to the title cell of my table, and I'd like to create my own custom formatting for it. In Excel, you can create a custom cell format from the Format Cells dialog box. To start, I'll first select my title cell, then with the Home tab selected, go to the font group on the left of the ribbon. At the bottom right corner of the group, click the Font dialog box launcher button, also known as the Font Settings button. The Format Cells window opens, and the Font tab at the top center is selected. At the top of this dialog box are tabs where you can adjust a cell's number format, alignment, font, border, fill, and protection. At the top left of the Font tab, you can choose a font type. Currently, the font Calibri is selected. I'll scroll down this font list and select the font Georgia Pro. At the bottom right of this window is a preview of what the current font style looks like. Note that every time I make a selection, the preview will update. To the right of the font section is the font style list. Here you can choose to apply a regular font style, an italic effect, bold, or bold and italic effect. I'll select the option bold. On the far right is the font size list. The current size selected is 16. I'll scroll down this list and select the font size 20. At the bottom left is the option to apply underline effects, as well as strike-through, superscript and subscript effects. To the right of that is the color drop-down. Click this to open the color gallery menu, which is divided into the sections theme colors, standard colors, and more colors. From the standard colors section, I'll select the color dark blue. Once I'm happy with how the font preview looks, I'll click on the border tab. At the top left of this tab, you can choose the line style you'd like to apply to your border. I'll select this solid thick line from the list. Below the style list, you can choose a color for your border. Click the color drop-down. From the standard colors section, I'll select the color dark blue. In the center of the window, you can apply your selected border style by clicking on one of the presets at the top, or by clicking on the preview cell below that, or on one of the outline border buttons around the preview. In the preset section, you have the option to apply no border, apply the border on the outline, or on the inside. I'll select the option outline, and in the preview below you can see what your border style applied looks like. If I only wanted a border applied to the bottom of the cell, I can adjust this from the preview. For example, I can click on the right border line to remove it, and I'll also click on the top border to remove that as well. You can use the buttons around the preview to also remove a border line. To remove the left border, I'll click on the button that has a left border image inside it at the bottom left of the preview. If you've removed a border line by mistake, you can always click on that button or where the line is in the preview to display it again. Next, I'll click the Fill tab. At the top left of this tab, you can choose a background color for your cell. I'll select this light gray color at the top. Below this background color list is also the option to apply fill effects or to access more colors if you can't find a color you like in the gallery above. At the bottom center is a sample of what the current fill style looks like. At the top right, you can choose a pattern color and style to add to your cell. Click the pattern color drop-down, and from the theme colors section I'll select the color gold accent 4. Click the pattern style drop-down to open the pattern style menu. From here I'll select this diagonal crosshatch style on the right. Note the updated appearance of the sample at the bottom. To apply this custom format into my selected cell, click the OK button at the bottom right. And now my title cell's formatting has been customized to my exact liking. This has been an overview on applying custom cell formats in Excel. If you've applied cell formatting that you want to remove, Excel 365 has a handy feature to use. In this video, you will discover how to clear cell formatting. If you have applied a number of different formatting styles to your worksheet but would like to start from scratch, you have the option to clear the contents or clear the formatting. For example, I want to remove the formatting applied to the cells in column B of my table, but I would like to keep the values. To do this, I'll first select the cells in the product type column. With the Home tab selected, go to the Editing group on the right of the Tools ribbon. At the bottom left corner of this group is a clear button displayed as an eraser icon. Click this to open a drop-down menu. Here you have the option to clear all, which will not only remove any formatting but also any data inserted into the cells, the option Clear Formats to only remove the formatting, Clear Contents to remove the data from the cells but keep the formatting, Clear Comments and Notes that have been added to the cells, or the option to clear any hyperlinks that have been added. I'll select the option Clear Formats. Click Away to remove the selection. Now, in column B the formatting applied to those cells has been removed, but note that the values within those cells still remain. As mentioned earlier, you have many different clear options in the Clear menu. For example, in column G labeled Stock, I would like to remove the contents but retain the formatting of the cells. To do this, first select those cells. To access the Clear Contents option, I could again click on the Clear drop-down in the Editing group, or I can right-click over the cell selection and from the shortcut menu select the Clear Contents option. Click Away to remove the selection. Note that the values in those cells has been removed, but the background fill formatting applied to the cells still remains. You can also remove any hyperlinks that have been added to text. In cells H4 to 6 of my table is the text homotic. This text has been hyperlinked as it appears in blue and is underlined. To remove a link, first select those cells. You can right-click over the cell selection, scroll down the shortcut menu, and at the bottom you have the option Remove Hyperlinks. Click Away to close this. Alternatively, you can go to the editing group and click the Clear drop-down. At the bottom of the menu are the options to clear the hyperlinks, which will remove the link, but the hyperlink formatting will still remain. Or you have the option Remove Hyperlinks, which will remove both the link and the hyperlink formatting. I'll select the Clear Hyperlinks option. That text is no longer a link, but the link formatting remains. At the bottom right of the cell selection is a Clear Hyperlinks Options button. Click this and a menu opens where you can choose to clear the hyperlinks only or to clear hyperlinks and formats. I would also like the formatting removed, so I'll select the Clear Hyperlinks and Formats option. The text homotic has now been reverted back to its default font style and size, and any font effects that were added have been removed. Finally, I would like to remove the cell style that is applied to my title cell. I'll first select that cell. You can again use the Clear menu to remove the formatting, or from the Home tab go to the Styles group in the center of the ribbon, and on the right click the Cell Styles drop-down. At the top of the menu, go to the Good, Bad and Neutral group and select the option Normal on the left. Note that this has not only reverted my title text back to its default font style and size and removed any effects, but it's also reverted any alignment and color applied back to default. This has been an overview on clearing cell formatting in Excel. In Excel 365, simple and complex calculations are easy. In this video, you will discover how to perform simple calculations. The cells in your Excel worksheet can be thought of as little calculator spaces. You can use these individual cells to perform simple and complex calculations. In my worksheet, I would like to use a simple addition calculation to calculate the total of the postage and packaging values found in cells F5 and 6. I would like the total to be inserted into cell F7, so I'll first select that cell. To compose this calculation, first enter in an equals symbol. The symbol also now displays in the formula bar. Once done, you can then enter in the values you'd like to calculate. You can enter the values manually or you can click on the cells where the values are located. So I'll click on cell F5. Cell F5 is now highlighted in blue, and that cell's coordinates have been placed within my calculation. Next, type in a plus symbol and then select the second cell value. I'll select cell F6. That cell is now highlighted red and its cell coordinates appear within my calculation. When you're ready, press the Enter key on your keyboard. The addition calculation has now been performed, and the total value of 80 cents now appears in cell F7. Note that if the values of the reference cells used in the calculation change, the total will automatically update to reflect this. For example, if I click on cell F6 and change the value from 50 cents to 40, then press the Enter key to save, note that the total value in cell F7 has changed to 70 cents. Also note that you can use this same method to perform simple subtraction calculations. The only difference being that you enter in a minus symbol instead of a plus one in your calculation. Below my postage and packaging total cell, I would like to calculate the postage and packaging total for 11 packages. To do this, I can perform a simple multiplication calculation. First, click on the cell where you'd like the value calculated. So I'll click F8. To start the calculation, enter in an equal sign, then select your reference cell. So I'll select the PNP total in cell F7. Next, enter in an asterisk symbol followed by the value you'd like to multiply by. As I'm calculating the total of 11 packages, I'll type in the number 11, then press the Enter key to calculate. And now the total value of $7.70 is displayed in cell F8. Note, you can also use the same method to perform a simple division calculation, but, instead of the asterisk symbol, use a slash symbol. In cell F2, I would like to calculate the total sum of the values found in column B, purchase total. To do this, I'll use the sum function. With the sum function, you can reference an entire range of cells. Click on File F2, enter in an equal sign followed by the text, sum. Note that once you start typing in the formula, a list of formula suggestions appear below. I can either select a formula from this list to insert, or I can continue composing it myself by inserting an open parentheses symbol. Then select your cell range, which for me is cells B2 to 12. The selected cell range coordinates now appear in the sum formula. Enter in a close parenthesis symbol and then press the Enter key to calculate. The total value of $3,164 now appears in cell F2. In cell F10, I would like to add the overall total with the PNP total for 11 packages. In Excel, you can use simple calculations to calculate complex ones. For example, I'll click cell F10 and type in an equal sign. Now, instead of using reference cells with values typed in, I'll use reference cells that have calculations. So I'll select cell F2, compose a simple addition calculation by entering in a plus symbol, select the second reference cell F8, then press the Enter key to perform the calculation. And the total value of $3,171.70 now appears in cell F10. Note also that if you make changes to the reference cells used, the total value will automatically update to reflect this. This has been an overview on performing simple calculations in Excel. If you have organized your data entries into chronological order, a cumulative total can be created once and then applied automatically to the rest of your data entries. In this video, you will learn how to create automated running totals in Excel 365. In my worksheet, I have values already entered into column D labeled Purchase Total. I've organized these values into chronological order and I'd like to keep a running total of them. To do this, I'm first going to select cell E2 in the running total column. To start creating the running total, enter in an equal sign entered the cell. Then select your reference cell, which will be the first value of the column you want to create a cumulative total for. So I'll select cell D2, then press the Enter key to finish the formula. And the value $150 from cell D2 now display in cell E2. Now, if I want to automatically add a consecutive value, I'll select the cell in the column where I'd like to add the running total to, which is cell E3. Enter in an equal sign into the cell, then select the first cell in the column which is cell E2. Insert a plus symbol, and then select the cell that contains the value you'd like to add. So I'll select cell D3. The formula now displays as equals E2 plus D3. To perform the calculation, press the Enter key. The value in E2 has now been added with the value from cell D3, giving me the running total value of $420 in cell E3. Now, if I'd like to add this running total to the rest of the cells in column E, I can do that using the Autofill handle. To do this, select cell E3 and hover over the bottom right corner of the cell. When your cursor changes to a black plus symbol, double-click your mouse. The running total formula has now been added to the rest of the cells in this column, and cumulative total values now display in these cells. This will save you a lot of time if you find yourself continually adding values to your worksheet. You can use the same method to create an automated cumulative total using a fixed value. In column F, I would like to calculate the fixed cost deduction. To do this, I'll first select cell F2, then insert an equal symbol, followed by the reference cell which will be cell D2 in the purchase total column. I would like the fixed cost to be removed from this total value, so I'll insert a minus symbol and then select the fixed cost value found in cell H2. Now if this fixed cost value never changes, you're going to need to make it absolute. To make an absolute value into the formula, I'll click my mouse between the column letter H and the row number 2, and then type in a $sign. Once done, you can calculate the value by pressing the Enter key. The value has been calculated with the fixed costs taken into account, so the value that displays in cell F2 is $850. Again, to apply this cumulative total with the fixed value to the rest of the cells, I'll use the Autofill feature. Click on cell F2. Hover your mouse over the bottom right corner of it. When your cursor changes to a black plus symbol, double-click your mouse. The formula has been automatically added to those cells, and the corresponding row results now display. As you can see, the absolute value will stay the same contrary to the running total, which will change according to the cell reference on the left-hand side and the cell just above. This has been an overview on creating automated running totals in Excel. Excel 365 has formulas that count cells based on conditions you set. In this video, you will explore how to count cells in a range in Excel 365. The count function counts the number of cells that contain numbers. This includes a text representation of a number, cell reference, range reference, or a named reference. The function will ignore any cells that contain text, that are empty, or that contain an error. In my employee sales worksheet, I would like to quickly calculate the number of days in January that George made a sale. To do this, I'll use the count function. First, I'll select cell B16, into it type in an equal sign followed by the text count. When you do this, a drop-down list appears below with different function options. You can select an option by double-clicking it. I'll continue the function manually by typing in an open parenthesis symbol. Then you can enter in your first value, which will be a cell reference or range. You can select the cell or range using your mouse or by typing the reference into the formula. I'll do it manually by typing in the range B2, a colon symbol, and then B15. Insert a close parenthesis symbol and press the Enter key to calculate. The value 8 now displays, meaning that 8 number values were found in the selected cell range. I'll switch to the supplier order worksheet by clicking that tab at the bottom left. In cell L2, I would like to calculate the number of orders I have. To do this, I'll use the counta formula. The counta formula is used in Excel to count the number of cells that contain values. First I'll select cell L2, then insert an equal symbol followed by the text counta. From the suggestion list that appears, I'll double-click on the counta option and the counta formula automatically inserts with the open parenthesis symbol. Next, I need to select the range of cells. Since I'm just counting the number of orders, I'm going to go down to any of my columns and I'm going to simply select the table range. Once done, I'll insert a close parenthesis symbol and then press the Enter key to calculate. The formula result 14 now displays in the cell. This has saved me a lot of time from having to count each row. In cell L5, I'd like to calculate the number of people who have not paid in advance. The empty cells in column F indicate people who have not paid. To calculate, click on cell L5. Insert an equal sign followed by the text count blank and an open parenthesis symbol. I'll then select the cell range F2 to 15, insert a close parenthesis symbol, then press the Enter key to calculate. The formula value 6 now displays, meaning there are 6 blank cells in column F. If I'm looking for a particular order type, I can use the COUNTIF formula. This formula can be used to perform a count on certain values that meet your conditions. For example, I'll click on cell L3, insert an equal sign followed by COUNTIF and an open parenthesis. Next, I'll need to select the range. I'm looking for the total number of kitchen order types, so I'll select the cell range B2 to 15, then insert a comma. Next, I need to select the criteria or the value that I'm looking for. I want the value kitchen to be counted in my range. So I'll select cell B2, which contains the value kitchen. Insert a close parenthesis and press Enter. And the total number of kitchens found in the order type column, which is 3, displays in the cell. If I want to change the criteria value, I'll select cell L3 again and highlight the criteria cell reference B2. Then from the order type column, select cell B7 with the value lounge in it. Then press the Enter key to calculate. The value in the cell updates and changes to 4. This could save you a lot of time from having to reselect your cell range. The COUNTIFs function can be used to count the number of cells that meet one or more criteria. I'd like to calculate the number of times blinds were bought under the order type lounge. To do this, select cell L4, type in an equal sign followed by the COUNTIFs function and an open parenthesis. Select the first range, which will be cells B2 to 15. Insert a comma followed by the criteria lounge in quotation marks, followed by another comma. Select the second cell range C2 to 15. Insert a comma and then the second criteria, which is blinds in quotation marks. Insert a close parenthesis symbol and press Enter to calculate. The value 2 now displays, meaning 2 values were found in the selected cell range that meet my 2 criteria. This has been an overview on counting cells in a range in Excel. The IFS and switch functions allow you to test multiple conditions without nesting the if function. With IFS, you can use different operators, while, with switch, you can get a result for a non-exact match. In this video, you will explore how to use the IFS and switch functions in Excel 365. In column E of my worksheet, I'd like to calculate the letter grade for the corresponding scores in column D. To do this, I'm going to use the IFS function. In order to reference my values, I've already created a table in columns G and H for the grading scale. Now, in order to easily calculate those values according to the letter score and the score provided from the student, I'm going to select cell E2 and insert an equal symbol, followed by the function IFS and an open parenthesis symbol. Next in my formula, I'll need to start composing my logical test. Since I'm going to have a total of 5 tests according to the 5 possible letter grades, I'm going to start my first test with the value in cell D2 by selecting it. Now, if this value is greater than or equal to the value located in the score in cell G2, then I want the letter grade provided to be the value A in cell H2. So I'll insert a greater than and equal symbol into my formula. Select cell G2, insert a comma, then select cell H2, and close off this first logical test with another comma. Now, after I finished the first logical test, I can go through and add each grade respectively. So again I'll insert the value D2, a greater than and equal sign, and this time select cell G3 followed by a comma. And then H3 again followed by another comma. Now I'm going to go through and insert all of the possible logical tests for the grades and the table on the right-hand side. After I've entered each of my logical tests for the corresponding grade, I'm going to close off the formula with the close parentheses symbol, and then pass the Enter key to calculate. Now in E2 is the letter grade C according to the corresponding score using the IFS formula. If I'd like to apply this formula to all of the column E cells below, I can use the Autofill feature. By selecting cell E2, hover over the bottom right corner, and when the cursor changes to a black plus symbol, double-click your mouse. Now, you may notice that the values are in fact now corresponding with the score on the right-hand side. This is because the values located in this table must be absolute in your formula in order to display correctly. To remedy this, I'm going to select the top cell, and from the formula bar, I'm going to need to insert a dollar symbol between column G and H cell references to make those values absolute. Once you've inserted a dollar symbol between the column letter and row number for each of the values within the logical test, press the Enter key. Now, if I select cell E2 again and use the autofill feature by double-clicking at the bottom right, the grades now display correctly in column E. To display with the logical test, you can also use the switch function. The difference with the switch formula is that you can use an unknown or non-exact value. At the bottom left, I'll click the Worksheet tab Topics. In column H, I have 3 values that I would like to display a website for. In order to do this, I'm going to use the switch formula. First, select cell I2 and insert an equal symbol followed by the switch formula and an open parenthesis. Next, select the expression which will be the value to the left in cell H2. Insert a comma and then insert the value displayed, which is history in quotation marks, and then insert another comma. To display the website that I'd like to appear instead of the text, in quotation marks type in the name of the website. Close it off by inserting a comma. Now you can insert multiple values to switch for your expression. For example, I'll type in the value English in quotation marks and then a comma. If the value reads as English, I want it to be displayed as the website, dictionary.com, so I'll type that in quotation marks followed by a comma. The benefit of the switch function is that if there's not an exact match to the expression you're asking to switch, that a default value, such as unknown, can be returned. I'll type in unknown in quotation marks. Close off the formula with a close parenthesis and then press the Enter key. The corresponding site now displays in I2. Now, if I autofill for the rest of the cells by double-clicking at the bottom right, I can see the corresponding values for each cell will display the text I chose within my switch formula. Since I didn't choose a website for the topic physics, the value unknown is displayed. This has been an overview on using the IFS and switch functions in Excel. If you're looking for the minimum and maximum values that meet a specific criteria, Excel 365 has 2 functions that can help you find it. In this video, you will explore how to use the minifs and maxifs functions. The minifs and maxifs functions allow you to find the minimum and maximum value in a range after applying one or more criteria. On the right-hand side of my worksheet, I've composed a small table where I would like to calculate the lowest and highest grades with specific criteria applied. For example, if I'd like to calculate the lowest grade for the fall semester, I can easily do this using the minifs function. Click on cell L2 and insert an equal sign followed by the minifs function and an open parentheses symbol. After I've inserted my function, I'm going to need to select the minimum range. This will be my scores range found within column E, so I'll select those cells. Next, insert a comma followed by the criteria range, which will be the semesters. So I'll select the column D cell range. Then I'm going to insert another comma. Now I'm going to need to establish my criteria. Since I want to calculate the lowest grades for fall, I'm going to insert the text fall in quotation marks, and then to close off the formula, I'm going to insert a close parenthesis symbol and press the Enter key. So now I can see that the lowest grade for fall is 68. Note that you can also add more than one criteria for the minifs function if you wish. If I'd like to calculate the opposite, which happens to be the highest, I can use the maxifs function. The maxifs function lets you determine the largest value within a specified range based on one or more conditions or criteria. To do this, I'll first select cell L3. Then insert an equal symbol followed by the maxifs function and an open parentheses symbol. After I've inserted this function, I'm going to select values for my max range, criteria, and criteria. For my max range, I'll select my column E table cell range, insert a comma, then, from my criteria range which is my semesters, I'll select the cells in column D and then insert another comma. My criteria for this function will be spring instead of fall. So I'm going to insert the text spring within quotation marks, close off the formula with a close parenthesis, and then select enter. Displayed now is the highest grade for the spring semester, which is 95%. If I want to see the highest grade for fall in a specific year, I can insert two criteria. I'm going to use the maxifs function, but you could also use more than one criteria with the minifs function. I'm going to select cell L4 and insert an equals symbol, followed by maxifs and an open parenthesis. Now I'm going to need to select my max range again, which is the cells in my scores column followed by a comma. Then my criteria range, which again will be the cells in the semester column followed by another comma. And then I'm going to need to insert my first criteria, which is fall, so insert that in quotation marks. Insert another comma and then the second criteria. I would like to calculate for fall 2020. So I'm going to select the criteria range, which is the cells in the year column. Insert a comma followed by the text 2020 in quotation marks. Close the formula with a close parenthesis and then press the enter key. And now the highest grade for fall 2020, which is 98%, displays in cell L4. This has been an overview on using the maxifs and minifs functions in Excel. With Excel 365, there's no need to constantly modify formulas as you're updating your tables and adding new data entries. In this video, you will discover how to use the offset function in Excel 365. If you're constantly updating your tables and adding new data entries to your worksheet, you can create conditional formulas to keep up to date with your new additions. Once you've inserted these calculations using conditional formulas, you won't have to modify them again to adjust the data ranges that they reference. One conditional formula you can use is the offset function. In the table on the right-hand side of my worksheet, I'd like to keep an eye on my last order value. To do this, I can use the offset formula. First, I'm going to select cell H3 and insert an equal sign followed by the offset function and an open parenthesis symbol. Now I'm going to need a reference. To determine the last value in a column, the reference will be the first value in that column. So I'm going to select the first value in column E and then insert a comma. Next, I need to insert the number of rows in my table. This total row value is displayed in cell H2, so I'll select that. Then I'm going to need to determine the height and the width. Since I want to keep an eye on the last total, I'm going to insert a minus symbol and the number 1, and then insert a comma. The width of the value will be entered in as 0 since I'm calculating just for this one column. Close off the formula with a close parenthesis and then press the enter key. The formula has now calculated the last order value as $20, and I can confirm that this is correct by going to the last cell in column E and displayed there is the value $20. For example, if I add an additional row to my table by selecting row 13, then right-click and from the shortcut menu selecting the insert option, then select cell E13 and, for example, insert the currency value $45, then press the enter key. Now my total orders value and cell H2 is updated to 12 as I've increased the number of rows, and my last order value and cell H3 has also been updated to now display the value $45. This will help me keep an eye on my orders as well as the total number of orders as I add and arrange those values within my table. This has been an overview on using the offset function in Excel. In Excel 365, you can customize various elements, including formulas for your own convenience. In this video, you will learn how to configure default formula options. As you may already know, by default, columns and rows are represented by letters and numbers, respectively. A cell's coordinates are then where the columns and rows intersect. We can view a selected cell's coordinates from the name box at the top left of the interface. Using this name box, we can jump to cells manually in the worksheet. For example, if you type A3 into the name box and hit enter, note the new cell selection in the worksheet. In Excel, you can configure the default cell reference format, which will change the way cells are referred. To do this, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. From the File Backstage View menu on the left, go down to the bottom and click on More. From the side menu that appears to the right, click on Options. The Backstage View closes and an Excel Options window displays. The General tab at the top left is selected. Below this, click the Formulas tab. From this tab, go to the Working with Formulas section in the center. At the top of this section is the option to enable our 1C1 reference style. Enabling this option will change the way Excel formulas refer to cells. Instead of using letters for columns and numbers for rows, this option enables using numbers for both columns and rows. Cells will then be displayed in the format such as R1C1. To enable this option, check the box to the left of it. To save the changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. And now, if we look in the name box at the top left, instead of A3, the cell reference style has changed to R3C1, meaning row 3, column 1. You may have already noticed that when you type a formula, autocomplete can be used to quickly complete the formula. For example, if I select cell E15 and insert an equal sign followed by the letters AV, a list of possible formulas based on what we've typed displays below. We can select one by double-clicking on it from the list. I'll select the top option average by double-clicking. And that formula automatically inserts into the selected cell. You have the option to disable this formula autocomplete feature. To do this, click the File tab at the top left again. From the bottom left of the Backstage View menu, select More. And from the side menu, click on Options. The Excel Options window opens. From the list of tabs on the left, switch to the Formulas tab. Go to the Working with Formulas section in the center, and here you'll find the option Formula Autocomplete. The box to the left of this is already checked, indicating this feature is activated. So I'll click on the box to uncheck it, and disable the feature. To save the changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. So now, with cell E15 still selected, if I type in an equal sign followed by the text AV, note that no list of formula suggestions appears. Another formula tool is the ability to refer to data ranges using table names and formulas as long as the data range has been formatted as an Excel table. To do this, click the File tab again. From the Backstage View menu, select More. And from the side menu, click on Options. In the Excel Options window, switch to the Formulas tab. In the Working with Formulas section is also the option, Use Table Names and Formulas. The box to the left of this is checked, meaning it's activated. To disable it, I'll click the box to uncheck it. Save your changes by clicking the OK button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on configuring your default formula options in Excel. If you want to find out an average, but you want to limit the criteria, Excel 365 has a function you can use. In this video, you will explore how to calculate the average with different conditions in Excel 365. If you need to calculate the average in a certain range, but have more than one criteria to apply, you can use the average IFS function. On the right-hand side of my worksheet, I have a table where I'm calculating the average scores under specific criteria. In cell L3, I would like to calculate the average score for students in fall of 2020. To do this, I'll first select cell L3, then insert an equal sign followed by the function average IFS and an open parenthesis symbol. Next, I'll have to select my average range. This will be the column that contains my score values. So I'll select the cell range of column E in my table, then insert a comma. Next, I'll need to select my first criteria range, so I'll select the cells in column D which contain my semester values. Then insert another comma. The criteria for this cell range is fall, so into the formula I'll type in the text fall in quotation marks followed by a comma. Next I have to select my second criteria range. So I'll select the column A cells that contain the year values followed by a comma. The criteria for this range is the year 2020. So, in quotation marks, I'll type in the text 2020. Note that you can add as many criteria as you wish. With all of my criteria entered into the formula, I'll close it off by typing in a close parenthesis symbol, then press the Enter key to calculate. The formula has calculated the average score of 90.5% in the fall semester of 2020 and displays this result in cell L3. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time if you need to calculate average with specific criteria applied. This has been an overview on calculating average with different conditions in Excel. If you want to perform a simple division in Excel 365, you can use the quotient function and then use the mod function to determine the remainder. In this video, you will discover how to factorize the results of a division. If you want to perform a simple division in Excel, but you want to obtain a whole number result, you're going to need to use the quotient function. To perform this formula, I'll first click on cell D2, and then insert an equal sign followed by the text quotient and an open parenthesis symbol. Next, I'm going to need to choose my numerator value, which is the number I'll be dividing from. I'll select the value 36 located in cell A2 followed by a comma in the formula. Next, I need to select my denominator value, so I'll select the value 5 located in cell A3. Once I've selected my numerator and denominator values, I'll close off the formula by inserting a close parentheses symbol, then press the Enter key to calculate. The result of the formula is 7, and that now displays in cell D2. Now I know that 36 divided by 5 does not result in a whole number. So, if I want to find the remainder of the equation, I'll need to use the mod formula. To perform this formula, I'll first select my cell, E2. Insert an equal sign followed by the function mod and an open parentheses symbol. Next, I'll need to select my number and divisor. So again I'll select the number 36 in cell A2 followed by a comma, and then select my divisor number, 5, in cell A3. Close off the formula with the close parenthesis symbol, and press the Enter key to calculate. The formula calculates the result 1 and displays it in cell E2. So I can see that the number 5 goes into 36 7 times with the remainder of 1. As you can see, these formulas are quite useful if you want to retrieve whole number integers from your values within your worksheet. This has been an overview on determining the remainder of simple division in Excel. You can use headers and footers in Excel 365 to insert additional information into your spreadsheet, such as its author, the date it was printed, or its total number of pages. Headers and footers appear at the top and bottom, respectively, of each page in a worksheet and are managed independently of any cells. In this video, you will learn how to insert headers and footers in Excel 365. Headers and footers are areas that are managed independently of any cells. In order to insert a header and footer, click the Insert tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. Go to the right-hand side of the ribbon, and here you'll find the Text button. Click this, and on the left of the drop-down menu is the option Header and Footer. Select this, and a header field now displays above the populated cells in my worksheet. Within your header, you'll find that there are 3 individual sections. This means that you have 3 opportunities to add additional information. If I click away, note that this then deselects the header. But you can simply double-click on the header area again to redisplay the header fields. When you select your header, note that the new tab, Header and Footer, automatically displays in the Tools ribbon. From this tab you can configure your header and footer elements. On the left-hand side is the Header and Footer Elements group, where you'll find a variety of header and footer elements that you can insert. For example, if I'd like to insert the sheet name at the top center of my header, I can select the Sheet Name option. And tab is then inserted between 2 brackets into the middle header field. If I click on another header field, this will then change to the worksheet name Purchases. You can also choose to insert additional information in the left and right header fields. For example, if I'd like to insert the author name, I can do that by clicking in the left header field. And, for example, typing in the name Lisa Washington. To navigate to your footer with the Header and Footer tab selected, go to the Navigation group in the center of the ribbon. From here, click the Go to Footer button. The page view then zooms to the bottom of the document, and the footer field displays. Note that in the Navigation group the Go to Header button is now available, and you can use this to navigate back to your header section. In the footer field, again, you have 3 separate sections where you can insert additional information. For example, if I'd like to insert a page number, I can select the center field, then go to the Header and Footer Elements group in the ribbon. And on the left-hand side of the group, click the Page Number button. Ampersand, and then the text Page in square brackets now displays in the center field. I'll click on the left field, and the page number 1 now displays. I'll also insert the date in the right footer field by first clicking inside the right field. Then, on the left-hand side of the Header and Footer Elements group, click the Current Date button. Ampersand and the text date in square brackets then displays. Again, clicking away will apply the change to the footer. If you'd like to get a preview of what your header and footer looks like, you can do this from the Print Preview. To display the print preview, I'll click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon to go to the Backstage view. From the File menu on the left, I'll select the Print tab. The print page then displays. And on the right-hand side is a preview of my document. At the top left of the preview, I can see the author name, and in the top center, I'll find the sheet name. At the bottom center, I'll find the page number, and at the bottom right, the current date. Leave the Backstage view by clicking the back arrow button at the top left corner. If you want to make any changes to your headers and footers, for example, I would like to remove the header in the top left-hand corner, I'll first need to click on a footer field to display the header and footer tab. Click the Go to Header button in the navigation group. Then select the left header field and press the Delete key on my keyboard. The author data has now been removed. This has been an overview on inserting headers and footers in Excel. Before printing a spreadsheet, it's a good idea to check out the pages are laid out to ensure that they will fit within the print area. Excel 365 features a special view mode, Page Break Preview, which is very useful for visualizing the exact layout of a worksheet. In this video, you will explore how to set the print area for a cell range. Now, if you'd like to print out a worksheet from your Excel workbook, you can easily print it out by going to the Print menu. But if you want to print a worksheet with information that you would like to appear in a certain way, you'll first have to arrange your page layout. You can access your print preview from the Print menu, or you can use the Page Break Preview. To access the Page Break Preview, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner of the status bar and click the Page Break Preview button. The worksheet zooms out. I can now see a breakdown of my worksheet and how it will be printed. The preview displays 2 pages, and a blue border separates page 1 and 2. The table and bar chart graphs display over both pages. So according to my Page Break Preview, I'll be splitting up my chart as well as my table. Now, if I only want to print out a selection of information within this page, for example, I only want to print out the table, so I'm going to have to select the print area. To do this, I'm first going to go back to Normal View by clicking the Normal button at the bottom right corner of the status bar. The worksheet then zooms in. Now, to distinguish my layout, I'm going to select the area I would like to print out. So I'll select cell A4, hold down the Shift key, and then select cell F6 to quickly select the cell range between those 2 cells. Once I've done this, I'll click the Page Layout tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. On the left of the ribbon is the Page Setup group. And here in the center you'll find the Print Area button. Click this and a drop-down menu opens with the option to set the print area or to clear it. I'll click the Set Print Area option. Once you select that option, this will automatically set the area that you've selected in your document to print out. So if I go back down to the bottom right and click the Page Break Preview button, the worksheet will again zoom out. And I'll be able to see the selection of data on page 1 within that selection of cells. This will let me know that I'm printing out just the selection of cells that I've highlighted in my document. If you no longer want a specific selection on a worksheet printed, you can clear the selected print area. To do this, go back to the Page Setup group on the left of the Tools ribbon and click the Print Area button. From the drop-down menu, select Clear Print Area. Note how the print preview has now updated. The preview once again displays 2 pages separated by a blue line, and that all of the elements within my worksheet will be printed. Another way to access the print preview is from the print page. To access the print page, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. The Backstage view then opens. From the File menu on the left, click the Print tab to open the print page. And now displayed on the right-hand side is the print preview of your document. Displayed is the first print preview page. And I can scroll down to then see the second print preview page. Leave the backstage view by clicking the back arrow button at the top left corner, and return to normal view by clicking the normal button at the bottom right in the status bar. This has been an overview on setting a print area in Excel. Prior to printing a spreadsheet and Excel 365, it's advisable to ensure it's properly laid out. In this video, you will explore how to choose the paper print format, select the margin size, and set the page orientation. You will also learn how to select additional formatting elements to be printed. I'd like to view a print preview of my worksheet. To do this, I'll click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. The Backstage view then opens. From the File menu on the left, click the Print tab to open the print page. And on the right-hand side, you'll see a print preview of your document. From the preview, I can see that my document is not going to be printed out the way I want it to. For example, if I scroll down just a bit, I can see that it's spread out over 7 different pages. This can make viewing and comparing the information within my worksheet a bit difficult. Before printing my document, I'm going to adjust the page layout. To do this, I'm first going to go back to my worksheet by clicking the back arrow button in the top left corner. Then I'm going to go up to the Tools ribbon and click the Page Layout tab. On the left of the ribbon is a Page Setup group. Here you can configure your print layout settings, such as your page margins, orientation, size, print area, page breaks, background, or print titles. For example, I'd like to adjust my worksheet's margins. The margins is the white space between your worksheet information and the edge of the page. If you want to fit more information on one page, you can reduce the margins. To do this, I'll click the Margins button to open the drop-down menu. In the menu you have 3 preset options which are normal, wide, and narrow, as well as an option to customize your margins. Depending on your printer settings, most printers are adapted to go down to the narrow margin settings. Be aware if you go below the narrow measurements, you may lose some information when printing out your document. I'll select the narrow option in order to fit more information on my page. Now, another feature that you can change is the orientation of your printed page. For example, if I click the Orientation button in the left of the Page Setup group, a drop-down menu displays with the options Portrait and Landscape. By default, the orientation is set to Portrait. Now, if you have a table that is quite wide, this could leave out information. In order to include that information, you can change to Landscape by selecting Landscape in the menu. If you're printing on a different size paper, be sure to choose your paper size. Do this by clicking the Size button in the Page Setup group. And in the drop-down menu, you have a variety of preset page sizes, such as a letter, A3, A5 and B4, etc. From here you can choose the corresponding paper size for your printer. I'll select the option A4. The Size option menu closes and my page has now been set to print on A4 size paper. Now, if I click the File tab at the top left, and from the File menu in the Backstage view, select the Print tab. In my print preview, I can see the options I chose have now been applied. Leave the Backstage view by clicking the back arrow button at the top left. This has been an overview on adjusting the page print layout in Excel. If an Excel 365 spreadsheet includes headers and footers, or customizations such as extra narrow margins, you can configure how these and other settings will print. In this video, you will explore how to configure print settings using the Page Setup tool in Excel 365. Before printing, I'd like to configure the page layout of my document so that it's printed the way I want. You can configure your page layout by clicking the Page Layout tab at the top of the Tools ribbon. On the left of the ribbon, you'll find the Page Setup group. One way to access the Page Setup dialog box is to click the Print Titles tool found on the right of the group. The Page Setup dialog box then opens with the Sheet tab at the top center selected. At the top left of this window is also a Page tab to adjust your page layout. Moving right, you can customize your margins or your header and footer. From the top of the Sheet tab, I can select a specific area of my worksheet to only be printed. To do this, I'll click the up arrow button on the right of the Print Area field. The Page Setup window reduces to only show the Print Area section. With my mouse, I'll highlight the cells in my worksheet that I want printed, then click the down arrow button at the bottom right of the window. The dialog box expands, and in the Print Area field are the cell coordinates that I just selected. From the Print Titles section below, if you want to print a sheet that will have many printed pages, you can set options to print the sheet's headings or titles on every page. In the Print section, you can, for example, add grid lines, set the quality to draft, include row and column headings, or you can include any comments or notes in your printed document. In the Page Order section, you can control the order in which worksheet pages are printed. By default, the pages print from the top down and then left to right on the worksheet. But you can change the direction to print pages from left to right and then from the top down. I'll click the Header and Footer tab. From here you can see a preview of and adjust your header and footer settings. If, for example, I wanted to adjust my header, I can click the Header drop-down and choose from one of the default header options. Alternatively, I can click the Custom Header button below this, and a header window opens with 3 header fields. Into these, I can enter in my own text, or I can use the buttons above the fields to insert, for example, page numbers, the time or pictures, etc. Into the left header section, I'll insert the date by clicking the Insert Date button. To save, click the OK button at the bottom right. Now, in the header section, you can see a preview of what that looks like. At the bottom left are the options to have different odd and even pages, a different first page, scale the headers and footers with the document, or to align with the page margins. Click the Margins tab. From here, you'll be able to see the margin breakdown for each side of your page. At the bottom left, you can center the page horizontally or vertically. I'll center the page horizontally by checking the box to the left of that option. I'll click the Page tab. At the top of this tab, I can adjust the page orientation, and below this I can configure the scaling options. By default, the option Adjust to is selected, and this is set to 100%. If I would like to change this number, I can use the up arrow button in the right of the field to increase, or the down arrow button to decrease the scaling. Now, if I want to fit my worksheet to a specific page, I can select the Fit to Radio button just below. The Fit to fields then become activated. If I want all of my information to fit to one page, I can leave it set as 1 page wide by 1 tall. But if I wanted to increase it to 2 pages, I could also adjust the number in these fields as well. Below, you can also adjust your paper size, print quality, and your first page number. At the bottom right of the window is a Print Preview button. Click this and you'll then be navigated to the print page in the Backstage view where, on the right-hand side, I can see a print preview of my document with the configurations I made applied. Now I can see in my preview that all of my worksheet information will be printed on one page. You can also access the Page Setup dialog box from this print page in the Backstage view. On the left of the page is a print menu. Scroll down this menu and at the bottom right of it, you'll find a Page Setup link. Click this and the Page Setup dialog box once again opens. Close this by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom right. Leave the Backstage view by clicking the back arrow button at the top left corner. This has been an overview on configuring print settings in Excel. When it comes to printing a spreadsheet, Excel 365 gives you control over a large number of settings and variables. In this video, you will discover how to specify how many copies you want to print out, which pages to print, and how to set the paper format used by a printer. In my workbook, I have 2 worksheets. Rather than printing out just one sheet, I can choose to print out both of these worksheets. In order to choose these print options, you'll need to access your print menu. To do this, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. The Backstage view then opens. From the File menu on the left, click the Print tab. The print page then opens. On the right-hand side, you have a print preview of your document. This print preview gives you a breakdown of how your printed document will look. If you have multiple pages, you'll need to scroll down to see all of these pages. On the left-hand side is the print menu. From here, you can adjust your print settings. At the top right of the menu, you can set how many copies of your document you'd like printed. By default, it's set to 1. I'd like to print 5 copies, so I'll increase the number from 1 to 5 using the up arrow button in the Copies field. Note that you can also type in a number manually into this text field. Below this, under the heading Printer, you can specify which printer you'd like to print from. To do this, click the Printer drop-down, and a menu displays listing various available printer device options. From here, you can click on your corresponding printer to select it. I'm happy with the current Xerox printer selections, so I'll click away to close this. Below this is the Settings section where you can adjust your print settings. As mentioned earlier, I'd like to print out my complete workbook. You can configure this option from the Print Active Sheets drop-down. Click this, and in the menu are the options to only print the active sheets, print the entire workbook, or to only print the current cell selection. At the bottom, you can also choose to ignore the Set Print area. I'll select the Print Entire Workbook option. The print preview has now updated to include both of the workbook sheets, and now contains 20 pages instead of 8. Next, if you only wanted to print out a specific page range within your workbook, you can enter those page numbers into the Pages fields. Below this, if you're printing out multiple pages, you can choose whether or not to print on one side or 2 sides of the paper. Click this drop-down, and in the menu are the options: print one-sided, print on both sides, but have the pages flip on the long edge, or to print two-sided, but have the pages flip on the short edge. I'll select the option, print one-sided. Next, if you have multiple pages, you can choose to print collated or not collated. By default, it's going to print out collated in the order 1, 2, 3. But for example, if you're planning to hand these sheets out in a meeting, you can click this drop-down and select the option uncollated. This will now print 5 copies of the first page, then 5 copies of the second page, and so on. This will enable you to go through and hand out those documents in order. Below, you can adjust the page orientation. By default, it's set to portrait. As the tables in my worksheet are quite wide, I'll click this drop-down, and from the menu, select the landscape orientation option. Next, you can also adjust the page size according to the paper you'll be printing on. By default, it's set to letter. Click this drop-down, and from the menu, select the corresponding paper size. I'll select the option A4. Scroll down the menu, and next you can adjust your margin size if your data is not fitting correctly on the page. Click the margin drop-down, and in the menu at the preset options, normal, wide, and narrow. And at the bottom is also the option to create your own custom margin size. I'll leave it set to normal, so I'll click away to close this. Finally, you can also scale your sheet. Click this drop-down, and in the menu at the options No Scaling, Fit Sheet on one page, Fit all columns on one page, or Fit all rows on one page. And at the bottom you can create your own custom scaling if you wish. I want no scaling applied, so I'll click away to close this. Once you're done adjusting your print setup, you can go up to the top left-hand corner and click the Print button to print. I'm then navigated back to my worksheet. Now, once you've configured your print setup, you can quickly print by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+P. You will then be automatically navigated to the print page in the Backstage view. To return to my worksheet, I can select the back arrow button in the top left-hand corner. This has been an overview on printing your spreadsheet in Excel. In Excel 365, you can add shortcuts to your quick access toolbar to make it easier to find the tools you frequently use. In this video, you will discover how to customize the quick access toolbar by adding, reordering, and removing shortcuts. The quick access toolbar is located at the top left of the Excel window. This toolbar contains shortcuts for frequently used commands such as autosave, save, undo, and redo. You have the option to add more shortcuts to the Quick Access toolbar. You can do this by clicking the Customize Quick Access toolbar button to the right of the shortcuts. A drop-down menu then opens displaying a list of command options you can add to your toolbar. Any options with a checkmark icon to the left of them indicate commands that are currently added. For example, if I wanted to be able to quickly open a new Excel document, I can click on New in the menu. The menu closes and the new command now displays in the Quick Access toolbar. I'll click the Customize Quick Access toolbar button again. The drop-down menu only displays the most popular commands. If the command you want to add doesn't appear here, you can access a longer list by clicking the More Commands option at the bottom of the menu. An Excel Options window then opens, and the Quick Access toolbar tab on the left is selected. In this tab are two lists. The list on the left contains commands that you can add, and the list on the right are commands already added to your toolbar. At the top of the list on the left is a Choose Commands from drop-down. Click this and a menu displays listing different areas of the Excel interface. From here, you can narrow the set of commands displayed in the list. For example, if I wanted to add a command that can be found in the Print Preview tab, I'll click on that in the menu. The list of commands below reduces. From this list, I'll select the command Print. Before adding it to the toolbar, above the list on the right is also a drop-down. Click this and in the menu is the option to add the command to the Quick Access toolbar of all documents, or only to the Open Excel Workbooks toolbar. I'd like to add it to all documents, so I'll click Away to close this. With the Print command selected, click the Add button located between the two lists. The Print command now displays in the Customize Quick Access toolbar list on the right. From this window, you can also reorder where the shortcuts appear on the toolbar. For example, if I wanted the New File command to appear on the far left of the toolbar, I can select the new command in the list on the right. Then click the up arrow button on the right of the window to move the command up to the top of the list. And if I wanted the Autosave button to appear on the far right of the toolbar, I can click on Autosave and then click the down arrow button to move the command to the bottom of the list. If I no longer wanted the Print command on the toolbar, I can remove it by selecting it from the list, then click the Remove button displayed between the two lists. That command no longer displays in the right list, meaning it has been removed from the toolbar. To save the changes made, click the OK button at the bottom right. The window closes and you can see the changes I made to the commands have been applied to the toolbar. From the toolbar itself, you can also remove shortcuts. One way is to click the Customize Quick Access toolbar button, and from the drop-down list click on a command to deselect it. I'll click on New File, and that has been removed from the toolbar. Alternatively, I'll right-click on the Save shortcut, and a menu displays with the option Remove from Quick Access toolbar. Click this and that command has now also been removed. If you'd prefer to have the Quick Access toolbar located below the Tools ribbon, you can move it by clicking the Customize Quick Access toolbar button, and at the bottom of the menu select the Show Below the Ribbon option. The interface of the Excel workbook changes, and now the Quick Access toolbar is located below the ribbon. To move it back to its original location, click the Customize Quick Access Toolbar button, and at the bottom of the menu select the Show Above the Ribbon option. This has been an overview on customizing the Quick Access Toolbar in Excel. The Excel 365 interface can be personalized to be more appealing, like changing the color scheme or the background design, or to suit your work practices. In this video, you will explore how to change Microsoft Office background and theme, customize the startup options, and personalize the status bar. Customizing an interface is when you personalize the elements of the application, such as Microsoft Office or Excel 365, and is not the same as customizing a document or file. To customize the Excel interface, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. The Backstage View page then opens. From the bottom of the File menu on the left, click the Account tab. The Account page then displays on the right. At the bottom left of this page, you can change the Office background and theme. In the Office background drop-down, currently the option Calligraphy is selected. To change this, click the drop-down button and from the menu select another theme option. Note that when you hover over an option, a preview of it displays at the top right of the window. I'll select the option Circles and Stripes to apply it. Below this is the Office theme drop-down. Currently the option Colorful is selected. To change this, click the drop-down and in the menu are also the options Dark Gray, Black, White and Use System Setting. The Use System Setting option will switch your Office theme to match that of your Windows theme settings. I'll select the option Black. Note that the background of the Excel interface has now changed to the color black. You can further customize the interface via the Options window. Click on More at the bottom of the File menu. From the side menu, click on Options. I'm then navigated back to the Workbook interface. The Excel Options window displays and the General tab at the top left is selected. Scroll down this tab and go to the Personalize Your Copy of Microsoft Office section. At the top of this section, you can change your username by clicking inside the username text field and then make a modification. Below that, you have the option to always use these values regardless of sign into Office. If you want to use this option, you can check the box to the left of it. Next, you can again change the Office background and theme options. I'll click the Office background drop-down and from the menu select No Background. Click the Office theme drop-down and select the option White. From the General tab, you can also adjust your startup options. Go to the Startup Options section at the bottom of the window. From here, you can choose the extensions you want Excel to open by default. You have the option to be told if Excel isn't the default program for viewing and editing spreadsheets. And finally, the option to show a start screen when the application starts. If you deactivate this option, when you open Excel you'll be automatically navigated to a new workbook, and not the Excel Start page. Scroll to the top of this tab to the User Interface Options section. Here you have the option to choose how you would like to optimize your display. You can decide whether or not to show the mini toolbar or the quick analysis tool when you select text, whether to show convert to data types when typing, show a live preview of how a feature affects a document. When you hover over the option, automatically collapse the Tools ribbon when you make the window small. Collapse the Microsoft search box by default so only a search icon appears in the app's header. And finally you can decide whether or not to show feature descriptions in screen tips or not. I'll check the box to the left of Collapse Microsoft search box by default to activate that option. To save the changes made, click the OK button at the bottom right. You can also customize the status bar. To do this, go to the status bar at the bottom of the window and right-click on it. A Customize Status Bar menu then displays. From here, you can adjust indicators and cell status messages that are visible in the status bar. For example, if I wanted to see my workbook statistics, I can select that option in the menu, and that now appears on the left side of the status bar. If I wanted to quickly see the number of selected cells that contain data in my worksheet, I can click on Count in the menu. That option now appears on the right side of the status bar. I'll scroll down the menu. And if, for example, I no longer wanted to see the zoom percentage, I can click on Zoom at the bottom of the menu, and that has now been removed from the right side of the status bar. Click Away to close this menu. This has been an overview on customizing the interface in Excel. Add-ins are additionally installed features that increase or enhance the functionality of Excel 365, providing optional commands and features. In this video, you will discover how to search for, install, manage, and delete add-ins. To install add-ins, first click the Insert tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon, and on the left of the ribbon you'll find the Add-ins group. From the top of this group, click the Get Add-ins button. An Office Add-ins window opens and the Store tab at the top center is selected. From this tab, you can search for add-ins using the search bar at the top left, or by selecting a category option from the category list on the left. You can also change the order that add-ins are displayed. Currently, the add-ins most suggested for me appear near the top of the add-ins list. Click on the Suggested for You drop-down at the top right, and in the menu you can also order your add-ins by their star rating or their name. I'll select the option Rating, and the order of the add-in list in the center of the window has now changed to display the add-ins with the highest rating at the top. I'll search for an add-in by clicking inside the search bar at the top left and typing in the term Colorizer. Then press the Enter key on my keyboard to search. The Excel Colorizer add-in now displays in the center of the window. You can see the add-in name, a short description of what it does, and then its star rating, and the number of reviews it has. To view more details about the add-in, click on its name. The window refreshes and now displays more information about the add-in. At the top left is the add-in's name, its creator and star rating. At the top right are 3 images of how the add-in can change your Excel worksheet. And if you scroll down, displayed below is a description of the add-in. At the bottom left is some additional information about the add-in, such as its version and language, and then what this add-in can do. At the bottom right are links to a frequently asked questions page about the add-in, privacy policy, license terms, and the option to report the add-in. Scroll back up to the top. To install the add-in, click the green Add button at the top left. A notification then displays asking you to confirm that you agree to the provider's license terms and privacy policy before installing the add-in. To confirm, click the green Continue button at the bottom right. The window closes, and a Colorizer side panel then displays on the right showing the tools the add-in offers. There are multiple ways you can manage your add-ins. One way is to go back to the Add-ins group in the Tools ribbon and click the My Add-ins drop-down. At the top of the menu that opens, you can see your recently used add-ins. Below this, you have the option to see all of your other available Office add-ins. And at the bottom is the option to manage your other add-ins. You can quickly reopen the Office Add-ins window by clicking on the My Add-ins button in the ribbon. The Office Add-ins window opens, and the My Add-ins tab at the top left is selected. Displayed in the window is all of the add-ins I've installed. At the top left of the window is a Manage My Add-ins link. Click this and a new Microsoft Edge browser window opens, navigating me to a My Office Add-ins web page. From this web page, you can see a list of your add-ins, their purchase status, when they were first acquired, and you have the option to hide them. Close this window by clicking the X icon at the top right. From the My Add-ins tab of the Office Add-ins window, you can remove any add-ins you've installed. For example, I would like to remove the Bing Maps add-in. To do this, hover over that add-in, and then click the Options button displayed as 3 dots that appears at the top right of it. A menu then opens with the options to get the add-in's details, to rate and review it, or to remove it. Click on Remove. A notification displays stating that removing this add-in will remove it from this device and hide it in your Microsoft account. To remove this add-in from other devices, refresh your add-ins list on those devices. To continue, click the Remove button at the bottom right, and the Bing Maps add-in no longer displays in the My Add-ins tab. Close this window by clicking the Close button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on installing and managing add-ins in Excel. Excel 365 allows you to create custom templates for frequently used workbook layouts to save time. In this video, you will learn how to search for the Templates folder. You will also explore how to create, manage, and delete custom templates. I have a workbook open that I'd like to turn into a template. Before I create my custom template, I need to know the save location of the default templates folder. Saving it to the default location is important. Otherwise, the template won't appear in the Personal tab of the Templates view in Excel. Into the search bar at the bottom right of the window taskbar, type in the text %appdata%\Microsoft\templates. Then press the Enter key to search. The File Explorer window will open and display a list of already created templates. It's important that you keep note of the file path found in the address bar at the top left of the window, so that any future templates can be saved in the same place. Close this window by clicking the X icon at the top right. Another way to check the template save location is to click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. From the bottom of the File menu on the left, click More. And from the side menu, select Options. The Backstage view closes and the Excel Options window displays. From the list of tabs at the top left, click on the Save tab. And in the Save Workbooks section at the top, you'll find the default Personal Templates location. And displayed in the text field to the right of it is the template save location. Close this window by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom right. To save your workbook as a template, click the File tab at the top left again to open the Backstage view. From the File menu on the left, click the Export tab. On the left of the Export page, click the Change File Type tab. The Change File Type menu displays on the right of the page. The menu is divided into 2 sections: Workbook File Types and Other File Types. On the right of the Workbook File Types section, I'll select the option Template, then click the Save As button displayed below the 2 sections. The Backstage view closes and the File Explorer window displays. In the address bar at the top left, I can see that it's brought me to a desktop folder save location. This is not my default template save location. I'll quickly navigate to the correct folder by clicking inside the address bar and pasting in the same file path shown earlier, then press the Enter key to search, and I'm then brought to that save location. Again, saving your template to the default location is important, otherwise the template won't appear in the Personal tab of the Templates view in Excel. Once you've found the correct folder, you can rename your template by clicking inside the File Name text field at the bottom center of the window, and then type in a name. Below this, you can see that the file is being saved as an Excel template. To save, click the Save button at the bottom right. Now we can go ahead and use our custom templates. I'll close this workbook window by clicking the X icon at the top right, then double-click on the Excel icon in the taskbar to open the application on the Excel Start page. From the Excel Start menu, on the left, click the New tab. Displayed in the new page is a list of Office templates. To find my custom template, click the Personal tab on the left of the page. Displayed in this tab are the folders saved to the default save location. I'll click on the folder Templates to open it. Displayed now at the top left of the page is the template I just created. Simply click on the template and it'll then open in Excel. Close this window by clicking the X icon at the top right. To delete a template, it must be deleted from the default template save location. Click on the File Explorer icon in the taskbar. Click inside the address bar at the top left of the window, and I'll paste in the file path of the default save location, then press the Enter key to locate. I'm then navigated to the save location, and displayed in the window is my custom template. To delete it, I can simply click on it and then press the Delete key on my keyboard. My custom template has now been deleted. Note that deleting a template from here will also remove it from the Personal tab of the new page in Excel. So if I click on the Excel icon in the taskbar to open the Excel Start page, then click the New tab from the menu on the left, and then switch to the Personal tab. Note that the Templates folder no longer displays here, meaning that the template has been successfully deleted. This has been an overview on creating and managing custom templates in Excel. If you often use Excel 365, it may be useful to customize the user and input behavior to suit your needs. In this video, you will explore how to activate and deactivate the mini toolbar, live preview, quick analysis, and screen tips. Before we look at configuring functions, let's demonstrate some of Excel's toolsets. For example, when you select text in a cell, a mini toolbar automatically displays. This is useful as it allows you to quickly format text. Another function Excel uses is live preview. To demonstrate this, with the cell still selected I'll, for example, click the font size drop-down in the font group of the Home tab. Note that when I hover over a size option, a preview of it applied to the text displays in my worksheet. Live preview can be handy as it allows you to preview what the changes look like before actually applying them. And lastly, we can access the quick analysis tools if we select a cell range. For example, I'll select cells E2 to E8. The quick analysis tool then appears at the bottom right of the cell selection. Click this, and the quick analysis menu then displays. From this menu you can have quick access to formatting, charts, totals, tables, and sparklines options. Another feature in Excel is screen tips. If I, for example, hover over the conditional formatting tool in the Styles group of the Home tab, a pop-up displays stating some information about what this tool does and what it's used for. Screen tips are short descriptions about a tool. These are useful as it gives you more information about the tool before you use it. So each of these demonstrated functions serves a practical purpose in Excel, but you may want to deactivate some of them. To configure these functions, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon to open the Backstage view. From the bottom of the File menu on the left, click on More. And in the side menu, click on Options. The Excel Options window then opens, and the General tab at the top left is selected. All of the tools previously demonstrated can be configured in the User Interface Options section at the top of this tab. To deactivate the Mini Toolbar feature, uncheck the box to the left of Show Mini Toolbar on selection. Just below that, I can uncheck the box next to Show Quick Analysis Options on selection, which will hide the Quick Analysis tool. Further down, I can deactivate the Enable Live Preview option by again unchecking the box next to that. At the bottom of the section is a Screen Tips style drop-down. Currently, the option Show Feature Descriptions in Screen Tips is selected. To change this, click the drop-down. And in the menu are also the options Don't Show Feature Descriptions in Screen Tips, or the option Don't Show Screen Tips. I'll select the option Don't Show Screen Tips. To save these changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. To see if those features have been disabled, I'll highlight some text in a cell. And note that the mini toolbar does not appear. Again, with the text selected, if I click the font size drop-down in the font group of the Home tab and hover over some size options in the menu, note that a live preview of those options applied does not appear in my workbook. If I select the cell range E2 to E8 again, note that the Quick Analysis tool does not appear at the bottom right of the cell selection. And if I hover over the Conditional Formatting tool in the Styles group on the ribbon, note that no information appears about the tool, meaning we have successfully deactivated these Excel features. Though disabling these gives you less functionality, it can create a more streamlined workflow. This has been an overview on configuring user and input behavior in Excel. Saving your Excel 365 workbook is essential, and you can change the default settings according to your preferences. In this video, you will explore how to activate autosave to save your changes to OneDrive, as well as configure other save options such as auto recover and changing the format a file saves as. To start, let's look at configuring autosave. We can toggle autosave from the Quick Access toolbar located at the top left of the Excel interface. When you turn the autosave toggle on, a How do I turn on autosave window displays. In the window are two account options to save to. The option to save it to your signed-in OneDrive account, or the option to sign into another OneDrive account. I'll select the first option. A copy of this workbook is now being uploaded to that OneDrive account. Now, with autosave activated, any changes I make to this document will be automatically saved to the copy of the workbook on OneDrive. Autosave, as well as other save options, can be configured in the Excel Options window. To open this window, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. From the bottom of the File menu on the left, click on Options. The Backstage view closes. The Excel Options window opens, and the General tab at the top left is selected. From this list of tabs on the left, click on Save. At the top of this tab is the Save Workbooks section. At the top of this section is the option to autosave OneDrive and SharePoint online files by default on Excel. This option is currently activated. If you configure this feature by checking or unchecking the box to the left of it, the feature will then require a restart to apply the changes made. It's also important to note the distinction between autosave and auto-recover. Auto-recover is used to automatically save documents in the event of the application crashing or an error when manually saving. Auto-recover does not replace saving manually or activating autosave. Next is the option to configure the default save format. In this drop-down, currently the option Excel Workbook is selected. This means that by default, workbooks will be saved in a XLSX file format. To change this, click the drop-down and from the menu choose another file format option. I'd like to save this document as an older file version of Excel, so from the menu I'll select the option Excel 97 to 2003 Workbook. Further down this section is the option to configure Save to Computer by default. If I check the box to the left of this to activate it, Excel will suggest a default save location on the computer instead of online. Below this, you have the option to change this default save location by typing in a new file path into the default local file location text field. To save the changes made, click the OK button at the bottom right. To demonstrate these new configurations I just applied, I'll quickly open a new Excel workbook using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+N. Then I'll quickly save this new workbook using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S. A Save This File window then displays. Note that in this window, Excel is by default suggesting a save location on the computer and not online. I'll save it to the suggested Documents folder by clicking the green Save button at the bottom right. Now, if I click on the File Explorer icon in the Windows taskbar and select the Documents folder on the left of the File Explorer window, note that to the right of the newly saved workbook, it's been successfully saved as the older file type Microsoft Excel 97 to 2003. Close this window by clicking the X icon at the top right. This has been an overview on customizing the save options in Excel. Excel 365's document settings can be changed to suit your preferences. In this video, you will explore how to choose the default view, font, and font size of a new workbook, as well as customize the input and navigation defaults. To customize your workbook defaults, click the File tab at the top left of the Tools ribbon. From the bottom left of the File menu, click on More, and from the side menu, click on Options. The Excel Options window opens, and the General tab at the top left is selected. From this tab, scroll down to the When Creating a New Workbook section. From the top of this section, you can change the default font type. Click the Default Font drop-down, and from the menu I'll select the option Arial. So now each time I open a new workbook, any inserted text will be formatted in the Arial font. Below this, I can change the default font size. Currently it's set to 11. To change this, click the drop-down and from the menu I'll select the option 14. Next I can configure the default view. Currently the option Normal is chosen. Click this drop-down and in the menu is also the option to set it as Page Break Preview or Page Layout View. I'll select Page Layout View. Finally, in this section I can adjust the default number of worksheets in a workbook. 1 is currently selected. I'll change this by clicking inside the text field and typing in the number 4. To save these changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. A pop-up then displays stating that I will need to restart Excel in order to implement the changes I just made. Close this notification by clicking the OK button at the bottom center. I'll close this workbook by clicking the X icon at the top right, then reopen Excel by clicking on the Excel icon in the Windows taskbar. The Excel Start page opens. From the top left of the Home tab, I'll select the Blank Workbook option. As you can see, our new workbook defaults have been successfully changed. In the status bar at the bottom right, Page Layout View is now the default view. At the bottom left we have 4 worksheets, and if I click inside a cell and type, in the font group of the Home tab, the font type Arial and the font size 14 is now the default. Next, let's adjust Excel's input and navigation defaults. Click the File tab at the top left. From the bottom of the File menu, click on More. And in the side menu, click on Options. The Excel Options window opens with the General tab selected. From this list on the left, click on the Advanced tab, then go to the Editing Options section at the top of this tab. At the top of this section, the default direction of movement after pressing the Enter key is set to down. Click the Direction drop-down, and in the menu are also the options Right, Up and Left. I'll select the option Right. Further down, you can enable or disable fill handles and cell drag and drop. I'll check the box to the left of this to activate it. Fill handles allow you to extend data patterns by clicking and dragging the bottom right of a cell or selection. Next, you can configure the option to allow editing directly in cells. I'll disable this option by unchecking the box to the left of it. With this deactivated, I'll need to enter edit mode before editing a workbook. Further down, you can configure the Enable Autocomplete for Cell Values option. Autocomplete will complete cells based on already inserted data in the same column. Below this is also the option to automatically flash fill, which will automatically complete data in a column intelligently. I'll disable both options by unchecking the box next to Enable Autocomplete for Cell Values. Scroll down the Advanced tab to the Display section. At the top of this section, you can configure the number of recent workbooks that displays. Currently it's set to 50. I'll decrease this to 40 by clicking inside this text field and typing in 40. Below this, you can enable the option Quickly Access Recent Workbooks. Activate this by checking the box to the left of it. With this activated, a certain number of workbooks will be visible from the File Backstage view. You can adjust this number of workbooks from the field to the right of this. Currently it's set to 4. I'm happy with this number, so I won't change it. And finally, you can adjust the number of unpinned recent folders. This is useful if you frequently use a large number of folders. Currently it's set to 50. I'll decrease this to 30 by clicking inside the text field to the right of it and typing in 30. To save these changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on customizing default document settings in Excel. The Excel 365 ribbon is where you find the tools to create and edit your workbook. In this video, you will explore how to customize the ribbon by changing the display options and adding custom tabs. As you may already know, at the top of the Excel interface you have a list of tabs and their tools displayed in the Tools ribbon. The commands displayed vary depending on which tab is selected. You can customize the Tools ribbon in a variety of ways. For example, if you want more space for your worksheet, you can quickly hide the ribbon by double-clicking the tab that's currently selected. So if I double-click on that, the Tools ribbon is then hidden and only the tabs are now displayed. You can display the ribbon temporarily again by clicking on any tab once, but note that if I click on the worksheet, the ribbon will be hidden again. To display the ribbon permanently, double-click on a tab. So if I now click on the worksheet, the ribbon remains in place. To view more display options, click the Ribbon Display Options button at the top right corner of the window. A drop-down menu displays. At the top is the option Auto Hide Ribbon. If I click this option, the Tools ribbon is then completely hidden, including the tabs, so now only the document is displayed. You can show the ribbon again by hovering your mouse at the top of the window, and once the bar turns green, click your mouse and the ribbon will reappear. But note that if I click anywhere on the document, this will hide it again. At the top right, the Ribbon Display Options button is still visible. Click this, and also in the menu is the option Show Tabs. Select this and now only the ribbon tabs display. If I, for example, click on the Insert tab, the Tools ribbon will open displaying the tools for the selected tab. But if I click away, the Tools ribbon is once again hidden and only the tabs show. Click the Ribbon Display Options button again, and at the bottom of the menu is the option Show Tabs and Commands. Click this and the Tools ribbon will return to its default state. You have the option to create and add custom tabs to the ribbon. To do this, click the File tab at the top left. From the bottom left of the File menu, click on More. And in the side menu, click Options. The Excel Options window opens, and the General tab at the top left is selected. From this list of tabs, switch to the Customized Ribbon tab. Two lists now display in the window. The list on the left displays commands, while the list on the right shows my ribbon tabs. To create a custom tab, click the New Tab button displayed below the Main Tabs list on the right. New Tab now appears in the center of the Main Tabs list. I can now name this tab. Select it in the list, and then click the Rename button below the list. A Rename window opens. Into the Display Name text field, I'll type in the name Sharing, then click the OK button at the bottom center. Next we can name this new tabs group. Click on New Group below New Tab in the list, then click the Rename button again. The Rename window opens. At the top is a Symbols gallery, and at the bottom center is the Display Name text field. Into the text field, I'll type in the name Email. You also have the option to add a symbol by selecting one from the gallery above if you wish, then click the OK button. Next, I can add commands to this new group. Currently in the list on the left, only the most popular commands are being displayed. To change this, click the drop-down above the list, and from the menu I'll select the option Commands Not in the ribbon. The commands displayed in the left list changes. I'll scroll down this list and then select the email command. To then add it to my new group, click the Add button displayed between the two lists. I'll click the Commands drop-down again and select the option File tab. I'll then select the command Email as PDF attachment, and then click the Add button, then select Email as XPS attachment and click the Add button. Those two commands now appear below the sharing group in the right list. To save these changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. The new Custom tab Sharing now appears at the top of the Tools ribbon. Click it, and the selected commands also display in the ribbon. Custom tabs can be easily removed. Quickly reopen the Customize ribbon tab in the Excel Options window by right-clicking on the ribbon, and from the menu select Customize the ribbon. From the main tabs list on the right, select the Custom tab, then click the Remove button located between the two lists. The Custom tab no longer appears in the main tabs list. To save, click the OK button at the bottom right. Note that the Sharing tab no longer appears in the ribbon. This has been an overview on customizing the ribbon in Excel. The zoom tools can be used to adjust the magnification at which you visualize spreadsheets and Excel 365. In this video, you will explore how to zoom in on data entries to focus on them more precisely, as well as how to zoom out of data to get an overall view of a worksheet. In my worksheet, I'd like to zoom into the data to be able to read it more clearly. I can do this using the zoom tools, and these can be accessed in several ways. You can quickly access the tool from the bottom right of the status bar. Here, you'll find the zoom level tool. At the bottom right corner, you can see that by default it's set to 100%. To zoom in, click the Zoom In button displayed as a plus icon on the right of the zoom level slider. Note that every time I click the Zoom In button, the zoom percentage increases by 10%, and it zooms into the worksheet further, making the text appear larger. Now, if I'd like to zoom into specific data in my worksheet, first select the data that you'd like to zoom into. Once the data is highlighted, go back to the Zoom tool at the bottom right. And you can click the Zoom In button to zoom into the highlighted data. Or I can click and drag the zoom slider towards the right-hand side to increase the zoom percentage. Using the zoom level slider will increase or decrease the zoom percentage by more than 10% at a time. I can also quickly zoom out by clicking the Zoom Out button displayed as a minus symbol on the left-hand side of the zoom slider. This reduces the zoom percentage by 10%, and I've now zoomed out of the highlighted data in my worksheet. Alternatively, I can click and drag the zoom level slider to the left-hand side to zoom out and decrease the zoom percentage by more than 10% at a time. The zoom level percentage can also be set to a particular value. To do this, click on the current percentage at the bottom right corner of the status bar. A zoom window then opens listing some default magnification percentage options. Currently, 100% is selected. You also have the options 200%, 75, 50, 25. The option Fit Selection, which will adjust the zoom level to fit the current data selection, and at the bottom is the option Custom. I'll select the Custom option by clicking the radio button to the left of it, then into the text field to the right of it I can enter in a specific zoom percentage. I'll click inside this text field and type in 145, then press the OK button at the bottom right. My worksheet has now been zoomed in by 145%, and you can see that zoom percentage at the bottom right corner. You can also access the zoom tools from the Tools ribbon. Click the View tab at the top center, and in the center of the ribbon go to the Zoom group. Here you'll find the Zoom, 100% and Zoom to Selection tools. You can click the Zoom button and the Zoom window with the list of magnification percentage options will open. Close this by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom right. To revert the zoom level back to the default 100%, click the 100% button. The zoom level has now changed from 145 to 100%. If you'd like to zoom into a particular data selection again, you can highlight that text in your worksheet, then click the Zoom to Selection button, and it's now zoomed into that selected data in my worksheet. I'll quickly revert back to the default percentage by clicking the 100% button again. This has been an overview on adjusting the zoom level of a spreadsheet in Excel. The selection tools in Excel 365 can help you locate and select graphical objects that have been inserted into a worksheet. In this video, you will explore how to open and use the selection pane and how to select objects quickly in Excel 365. If you have multiple objects in your worksheets, you can easily visualize all of those objects from the selection pane. With the Home tab selected, to access the selection pane, go to the Editing group on the right of the ribbon, and on the right of the group click the Find and Select drop-down. At the bottom of the menu are the options Select Objects, which you can use to quickly select objects such as ink, shapes and text areas, and below that is the Selection Pane option, which you can click to open the Selection side pane on the right of the window. I'm going to click Away to close this menu. Another way to access the selection pane is by clicking the Page Layout tab. Go to the Arrange group on the right of the ribbon, and here in the center you'll find the Selection Pane button. Click this to open the Selection side pane on the right. With the selection pane activated, I can now visualize all of the objects in my worksheet. In the pane is a list of objects in my worksheet. For example, if I want to see which object picture 13 refers to, I can click on picture 13 in the pane. The table on the left of my worksheet is now selected, indicating that picture 13 refers to this table. The selection pane is also useful if you need to hide or show specific elements. Note that to the right of the list of objects in the pane is an eye icon. You can use this to hide or show objects in the worksheet. For example, if I want to hide picture 13, I'll click the eye icon to the right of it. The table on the left of my worksheet has now disappeared. If I wanted to hide all of the objects, I can click the Hide All button at the top left of the side pane. All of the objects in my worksheet have now been hidden, and the eye icon to the right of each object in the pane has a line going through it. If you have text inserted into your worksheet, you will still be able to work on that. Now, if I want to show an object again, I can, for example, click the eye icon to the right of picture 6, and the image referred to as picture 6 once again displays in my worksheet. To quickly show all of the objects, I can click the Show All button at the top left of the pane. All of the objects now display in my worksheet, and the eye icon in the side pane no longer has a line going through them. To close the selection side pane, I can click the X icon at the top right of it, or I can click on the Selection Pane button in the Arrange group of the Tools ribbon. The side pane has now closed. Click on the Home tab, and on the right of the ribbon go to the Editing group and click the Find and Select drop-down. As mentioned earlier, at the bottom of the menu is the option Select Objects. If you click this option, you can then easily select objects within your worksheet. For example, I'll select this logo image at the top right of the employee picture. This tool is useful if you want to easily select objects that are displayed behind or in front of multiple other items or text. To deactivate the Select Objects feature, click the Find and Select drop-down again and click on Select Objects. If you want to select all of the objects within your worksheet, you can do this by clicking the Find and Select drop-down again, and from the menu select the option Go to Special. A Go to Special window opens. From this window, you can choose what in your worksheet you'd like selected. At the bottom left of the window, I'll click the Radio button on the left of Objects, then click the OK button at the bottom right. Now all of the objects in my worksheet, such as the images, 3D model and icons, have been selected. This is useful if you need to, for example, quickly delete all of the objects simultaneously. You can easily unselect all of the objects by clicking anywhere else on the worksheet. The objects are now no longer selected. This has been an overview on selecting objects in a worksheet in Excel. Excel 365 features 3 preset view modes. Normal mode is used to enter data and work on a spreadsheet. The Page Layout view can be used to check margin settings and visualize how pages are laid out. The Page Break Preview mode is extremely useful for adjusting where the page breaks fall in a spreadsheet before you print it out. In this video, you will explore how to use the view modes in Excel 365. By default, your Excel view will be set to Normal. Normal view allows you to add data into your worksheet. You can switch to another view mode from the bottom right in the status bar. Here you'll find the 3 view mode options. You have Normal, which is currently selected. Moving right is the option Page Layout and Page Break Preview. If I click on Page Layout, my worksheet is now split across 2 pages that display side by side. This view is useful if you, for example, want to adjust your page layout or margins. If I'm printing out this worksheet and I'd like to see how the information will display on the page, I can click on the Page Break Preview button at the bottom right of the status bar. A blue outline now displays around each page of my worksheet. From Page Break Preview, you'll be able to preview or modify the information located on each page. Another way to access the View options is by clicking the View tab at the top of the window. On the left of the Tools ribbon, go to the Workbook Views group, and here you'll find the Normal, Page Break Preview and Page Layout buttons. As I'm still in Page Break Preview mode, that button is selected in the ribbon. On the right of the group is the Custom Views button. Click this and a Custom Views dialog box opens. From this dialog box, you can choose your ideal view mode and then save that view as a custom view. To add a custom view, click the Add button on the right of the window. An Add View dialog box opens. At the top is a name text field. Into it, I'll type in a name for my custom view. Below this is the Include in View section where you can decide whether or not to include print settings or hidden rows, columns and filter settings in your view mode. I don't want hidden rows, columns and filter settings shown, so I'll select the box to the left of this to uncheck it. To save, click the OK button at the bottom right. So now, if I click on Normal in the Workbook Views group to display my worksheet in Normal View, if I'd like to return to the Custom View I can click on Custom Views on the right of the group. The Custom Views dialog box opens. Now listed in the View scroll box is my Custom View Print View. To display a view, simply click on it in the list, then click the Show button on the right of the window. My spreadsheet now displays in Print View mode. If you'd like to remove any custom views you have created, click on Custom Views in the Tools ribbon. From the Custom Views dialog box, select the view you'd like to remove. Then click the Delete button at the bottom right of the dialog box. A Microsoft Excel notification displays asking to confirm that you'd like to delete the view. To confirm, click the Yes button at the bottom left. That view no longer appears in the Views list of the Custom Views dialog box. Close this window by clicking the X icon at the top right. This has been an overview on switching between the view modes in Excel. Excel 365 supports a wide range of keyboard alternatives or shortcuts, which are typically faster to use and better suited for users with vision or mobility impairments than using a touch screen or mouse. In this video, you will discover how to use keyboard shortcuts for frequently used tasks in Excel. In Excel, you can use keyboard shortcuts to perform various tasks. I currently have an Excel workbook open. To close this workbook, I can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+W. Now no workbook is displayed in the Excel interface. To open a workbook, press Ctrl+O. You'll then be navigated to the Backstage view and the Open tab on the left is selected. From the Open page with the Recent tab selected, I'll quickly reopen my workbook by selecting it from the top of the Workbooks list. To quickly save a workbook, press Ctrl+S. Now the text saved appears to the right of your workbook title at the top center of the window. You can also use keyboard shortcuts to use the clipboard tools. For example, if I select cell A1, I can quickly copy the contents of this cell to my clipboard using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C. With the cell's contents copied, I'll now select cell G9 and paste in the copied content using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. You also have the option to cut a cell's contents by, for example, selecting cell A2 then press the Ctrl key and the letter X. Now if I for example select cell G10 and paste using the keys Ctrl+V, the content from cell A2 has been caught and I have now pasted it into cell G10. If I did this by mistake and want to undo the action, I can press the keys Ctrl+C. To redo this action, press Ctrl+Y. To delete the contents of cell G10, first select the cell, then press the Delete key on your keyboard. The text in that cell has been removed, but note that the cell formatting still remains. You can also apply font effects using keyboard shortcuts. For example, if I wanted the text in cell G1 to appear in bold, I can first select that cell and then press Ctrl+B. The bold effect has now been applied. To remove the bold effect, press Ctrl+B again. To apply an italic effect, press Ctrl+I. Then to remove it, press Ctrl+I again. And to apply an underline effect, press Ctrl+U. I'll click away so you can see the underline effect applied. And to remove the underline effect, select the cell and then press Ctrl+U again. In Excel, you can also navigate the Tools ribbon using keyboard shortcuts. For example, if I selected the Insert tab at the top at the Tools ribbon and wanted to quickly return to the Home tab, I could use the keyboard shortcut Alt+H. The Home tab is once again selected, and the Home tab groups now display in the Tools ribbon. Note that when you use this keyboard shortcut, not only are you navigated to the relative tab, but ribbon shortcuts called key tips displayed as small letters also appear over each tool. You can combine the key tip letters with the Alt key to make shortcuts for the ribbon options. For example, if I go to the Styles group on the right of the ribbon, here I can see that the key tip letter for the Cell Styles tool is J. So if I press the Alt key and the letter J, the Cell Styles drop-down menu will then open. I'll click away to close this menu. This option is the same for the rest of the tabs in the Tools ribbon. To go to the Insert tab, press Alt+N, click away to remove the selection. To access the Page Layout tab, press Alt+P, click away to remove the selection. Go to the Formulas tab by pressing Alt+M. Press Alt+A to go to the Data tab. Alt+R to open the Review tab. Alt+W to go to the View tab. And then Alt+Y to open the Help tab. Finally, to open the File tab, press Alt+F. And I'm then navigated to the Backstage view. Note that the key tip letters also appear over each tab in the File menu on the left. So again, for example, if I wanted to go to the Print page, I'll press Alt+P. The Print page displays and key tip letters also appear over each tool in the Print menu on the left. Click the back arrow button at the top left corner to navigate back to the main Excel interface. This has been an overview on performing tasks with keyboard shortcuts in Excel. A single workbook can contain multiple worksheets, all of which can be modified and managed individually. In this video, you will explore how to navigate between worksheets to get the most out of Excel 365. In Excel, a workbook can contain multiple worksheets. I can check the name of the workbook I currently have opened by going to the top center of the Excel window, and displayed here is the workbook titled Staff Information. If you have multiple worksheets within the workbook, you can find those worksheet tabs at the bottom left of the window. Displayed in each worksheet tab is the name of that worksheet, and you can use these tabs to navigate back and forth between your worksheets. For example, if I wanted to navigate to my Management Rota worksheet, I can click on the Worksheet tab with that name displayed in it. That worksheet then opens in the Excel window. Now, if your workbook contains a lot of worksheets, they may not all fit at the bottom left, and therefore some worksheet tabs are not visible. Any worksheet tab not displayed at the bottom left can be navigated to by going to the right-hand side of the list of tabs and then clicking the ellipsis button. This will automatically navigate you to the last worksheet tab in your workbook, and at the bottom left you'll be able to see any worksheet tabs that were previously now visible. To quickly navigate back to the first worksheet, click the ellipsis button on the left-hand side of the tabs. You can also navigate between worksheets using the left and right arrow buttons at the bottom left corner. Click the right arrow button to display the worksheet tabs at the end of the list, and click the left arrow button to display the tabs at the start. You can also access a full list of all of the worksheets in your workbook by hovering over the left or right arrow buttons and then right-click your mouse. This will then open an Activate dialog box, and displayed in the Activate scroll box is a full list of all of the worksheets in this workbook. You can quickly navigate to any worksheet by selecting it from the list to activate it. I'll select the Exports worksheet, then click the OK button at the bottom right. That worksheet now displays in the window. Now, if you'd like to insert a new worksheet, you can first choose where you'd like to insert that worksheet. So, for example, if I'd like to insert a worksheet next to the VAT worksheet, I can first select the VAT worksheet tab, then click the New Sheet button displayed as a plus icon on the right-hand side of the tab list. This is going to insert a new worksheet to the right of the selected worksheet in the row. This new worksheet has been automatically named Sheet 1. You can rename a worksheet in two ways. You can either double-click the current name in that worksheet tab and a text field opens in the tab where you can edit or insert a new name. I'm going to click away to close this. Alternatively, you can right-click on the Worksheet tab to open a shortcut menu, which displays different ways you can configure the worksheet. From the top of the menu, click on Rename. Once again, a text field opens inside that Worksheet tab where you can edit or insert a new name. I'll type in the name Project, then press the Enter key on my keyboard to save. This has been an overview on navigating between worksheets in Excel. In Excel 365, you can check the spelling of a cell range, a worksheet, or an entire workbook. You can also ignore or add proper nouns to the spell check dictionary, so they don't get flagged as incorrect. In this video, you will explore how to access and use the spell check tool to correct spelling mistakes or typos in Excel 365. In my worksheet, I have a cell range selected containing data that I'd like to check the spelling of. To do this, I can click the Review tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, on the left of the ribbon, and go to the Proofing group, and on the left of this group you'll find the Spelling tool. Click the Spelling button and a spelling dialog box opens. From here, I'll be able to see any flagged errors. For example, I can see that the word man-eager has been spelled incorrectly and appears under Not in Dictionary at the top left. At the bottom left of the window is a suggestion list where Excel is suggesting spelling corrections. If I'd like to correct this spelling mistake, I can select a spelling suggestion from this list. And at the bottom right of the window are the buttons Change to change just this instance of the misspelled word, the button Change All to change all instances of the misspelled word to the selected suggestion, or the option to autocorrect. If this word was not actually a spelling mistake, at the top right of the window are the options to ignore this flagged word once, Ignore All to ignore all instances of the misspelled word, and the option to add the flagged word to the dictionary, so in the future it will no longer be flagged by the spell check tool as a misspelled word. It's important to note that suggestions and the words that are flagged depend on the dictionary language that has been chosen. Here, for example, I can see at the bottom center of the window the language is set to English, United States. You can change this by clicking the dictionary language drop-down and then choosing another language from the menu. Once done, any flagged words and spelling suggestions will be updated in accordance with the selected language. I'm not going to change the language, so I'll click Away to close this menu. I'll change the misspelled word man-eager to a listed suggestion by selecting a suggestion option from the list, then click the Change button on the right of the window. That word has now been updated in my worksheet, and another flag spelling error now displays at the top left of the spelling window. The flagged word is actually the name of my company. To stop this word from being flagged in the future, I'll click the Add to Dictionary button on the right of the window. Once you've completed the spell check for the selected cell range, a Microsoft notification will open stating that the spell check is complete. Close this by clicking the OK button at the bottom center. I'll click Away to remove the current cell selection. This time, without having a cell range selected, if I click the Spelling button again from the Proofing group in the Tools ribbon, a Microsoft Excel notification displays asking if you would like to continue checking from the beginning of the sheet. To confirm, click the Yes button at the bottom center. The notification closes and the Excel spell check tool will automatically inspect my entire worksheet for any errors. As I've already corrected all of the spelling errors, the Microsoft Excel spell check complete notification displays. Close this by clicking the OK button at the bottom center. This has been an overview on checking spelling in a spreadsheet in Excel. Excel 365 can automatically correct mistyped words as you type, and you can even change these autocorrect settings to suit your proofing needs. In this video, you will explore how to use the autocorrect tool, as well as how to customize its proofing options. You may have noticed that when you're typing a text on your worksheet, some words are automatically corrected. For example, if I select cell D2 and type in the word kitchen with a K and I in capital letters, then press the Enter key on my keyboard, autocorrect will automatically correct this error, and now only the K in kitchen is in capitals. There are numerous autocorrect settings which you can configure. To access the proofing settings, click the Review tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, and on the left of the ribbon in the Proofing group click the Spelling button. The spelling dialog box then opens. At the bottom left corner of this box is an Options button. Click this and the Excel Options window opens, and by default the Proofing tab on the left has been selected. At the top, you can configure the autocorrect options. Below that is the When Correcting Spelling in Microsoft Office Programs section, so any settings that you configure here will be automatically applied across all of your Microsoft Office programs. From here, you can decide whether or not Excel should ignore words in uppercase, ignore words that contain numbers, internet or file addresses, flag repeated words, enforce accented uppercase in French, or suggest words from the main dictionary only. At the bottom is the option to create your own custom dictionary, as well as configure the modes for French, Spanish, or the main dictionary language. If you've added words to your dictionary that you'd like to modify or remove, you'll need to select the Custom Dictionaries button. A Custom Dictionaries dialog box opens. In this window is a dictionaries list with the sections, all languages and English. For example, if I select my top dictionary Roaming Custom, then click the Edit Word List button on the right-hand side, the Roaming Custom Dictionary dialog box will open where I have a dictionary list with words added, such as the names of my colleagues as well as companies. From this window, you can add or remove words from this dictionary. For example, if I click on the company name Homotic in the list, At the bottom right are the buttons Delete to just remove the selected word, and the button Delete All if you'd like to remove all of the words in your custom dictionary. I'll click the Delete button and homotic no longer appears in the dictionary list. Save the changes made by clicking the OK button at the bottom right, and close the Custom Dictionaries dialog box by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom right. To modify the autocorrect options, at the top of the Proofing tab click the Autocorrect Options button. An Autocorrect English dialog box displays. At the top are 4 tabs: Autocorrect, Auto Format as you type, Actions, and Math Autocorrect. From the Autocorrect tab, by default you'll have all of your autocorrect settings already activated. If you'd like to deactivate any of these options, for example, I don't want to correct when 2 initial words are capitalized, I can uncheck the box to the left of this. But I'd recommend keeping these options selected since these are common errors, so I'll click on the box again to recheck it. You can always add exceptions if you are using to capital letters in a word that may be a company name or a proper noun by clicking the Exceptions button on the right-hand side. A Autocorrect Exceptions window opens. You'll be able to add abbreviations, or you can click the Initial Caps tab to add or see words such as IDs. You can add words that you don't want Excel to correct by typing in a word into the Don't Correct field and then clicking the Add button on the right-hand side. Once you're done modifying your autocorrect exceptions, click the OK button at the bottom right. At the bottom of the Autocorrect tab, you have keystroke shortcuts. For example, if you're using symbols such as copyright, you'll see that you can type in the letter C in brackets and you'll automatically get a copyright symbol. Scroll down the list and you'll see that when you have common errors such as incorrectly spelling against, Excel will automatically correct this error. If you find that you make the same errors when you're typing, you have the option to add your own shortcuts by clicking the Add button at the bottom right. You can also remove a shortcut by selecting it from the list and then clicking the Delete button at the bottom right. Once you're done, click the OK button at the bottom. Close the Excel Options window by clicking the OK button at the bottom right, and close the Spell Check tool by clicking the Cancel button at the bottom right. This has been an overview on fixing mistakes with autocorrect in Excel. In Excel 365, you can use the Smart Lookup tool to quickly access additional information about words used in your spreadsheets. In this video, you will explore how to use Smart Lookup to find images, definitions, and information on the web. To use the Smart Lookup tool, you can right-click on a cell that contains a term you'd like to look up. From the shortcut menu that appears, click on the Smart Lookup option. A search side pane opens on the right, displaying results for the term contained in the cell. Close the side pane by clicking on the X icon at the top right. Another way to use the Smart Lookup tool is to click on the Review tab at the top center of the Tools ribbon, and in the Insights group on the left of the ribbon, click on the Smart Lookup tool. Again, the search pane opens on the right. At the top of the pane is a search bar, and currently displayed in it is the term in my selected cell. You can easily search for another term by clicking inside the search bar and type in a search term, then pressing the Enter key on your keyboard to search. Listed below that are the search results for my term. At the top of the list of results are web results for the term. In a web result, you can see the name of the web page, you have the web address link, and then some information from that web page. You can simply click on a web link, and you'll be automatically navigated to that web page in your default browser. At the top right of a web result is a More Actions button displayed as 3 dots. Click this and a menu opens with the option to open this web page or to flag this result as inappropriate. Click Away to close this menu. Scroll down the pane and then listed lower down is media results related to the search term. Scroll back up to the top, and at the top left of the pane you can filter the search results. Currently, the filter All is selected. To narrow your search results further, click on the More drop-down to the right of All, and in the menu are the options to only show results from the web, media, from Microsoft's help page or files. For example, I would like to only see pictures search results in the side pane, so I'll click on Media in the menu. Now media results are only displayed in the pane. At the top left is the option to only show images that fall under Creative Commons. An image that falls under Creative Commons means that it's copyright-free and available to the public to freely use. The box to the left of this is checked, meaning the images displayed below are all copyright-free. If you hover over an image and then click your mouse, the image is then copied to your clipboard. Note also when you hover over an image a More Actions button displayed as 3 dots appears at the top right of it. Click this and a menu displays showing the image's size, then a link to the website where it's located, and at the bottom is the option to flag this image as inappropriate. Click Away to close this menu. Close the search side pane by clicking on the X icon at the top right. This has been an overview on performing a smart lookup in Excel. With Excel 365, you can easily translate text you select into another language. In this video, you will explore how to use the Translate tool in Excel 365. One way to access the Translate tool is by right-clicking on a cell that contains text you'd like translated, then from the shortcut menu select the Translate option. The Translator side pane opens on the right of the window, and the text in the selected cell has been inserted into the top text field. Close this pane by clicking the X icon at the top right. I'll click away to remove the current cell selection. Another way to access the Translate tool in Excel is to click the Review tab at the top at the Tools ribbon, and on the left of the ribbon in the Language group you'll find the Translate tool. Click on this and the Translator side pane opens on the right of the window. From this pane, you can select some text from your document or insert text into the top text field to translate. Above the From Text field at the top, by default the language is set to Auto-Detect, which means that Excel will automatically detect the language of any text inserted. You have the option to change this by clicking the From drop-down and then choosing another language option from the menu. I'm going to click away to close this menu. Below the From field is the To field, and this is where your translated text will display. Above this field, the language is currently set to English, so any text selected will be translated into the English language. Again, you can change the set language by clicking the To drop-down and then choosing another language from the menu. I'm going to click away to close this. For example, I would like to translate the text found in cell G7 of my worksheet, so I'll click on that cell. The text within that cell has been inserted into the From field. Note also that above the field, Excel has automatically detected that the language of the text is in French, and now in the To field below the text has been translated into English. Note that between the two fields is a swap button displayed as two bidirectional arrows. Click this and the From and To set languages have now been swapped. So now my text is being translated from English to French. You can also select a cell range to translate. For example, I'll select cells G2 to J2. The text in those cells has now been inserted into the From field where the set language is still English. Then below in the To field that text has been translated into French. If you hover over a piece of text in the From field, in the To field the translation of that text will be highlighted. Unlike Microsoft Word, in Excel there is no insert button to replace the original text with the translated version. So if you want to replace the text, you'll have to copy it from the To field and then paste it into your worksheet manually. To close the Translator pane, click the X icon at the top right. This has been an overview on translating text in Excel. Individuals with sight difficulties often use specialized tools such as screen reader software to identify tags and other structural information embedded in a spreadsheet. In this video, you will explore how to check and ensure accessibility of a worksheet in Excel 365. To check that my document is accessible, I'll use the Accessibility Checker tool. To access the tool, click the Review tab at the top of the Tools ribbon, and on the left of the ribbon in the Accessibility group is the Check Accessibility button. I can click this button to access the Accessibility Checker, or I can click the Check Accessibility drop-down and from the menu select Check Accessibility. An Accessibility side pane opens on the right of the window. From this pane, you'll be able to fix errors or warnings that may have been found in your worksheet. In the Inspection Results section at the top of the pane, any accessibility issues found have been divided into errors and warnings. In the Error section at the top, I'm told that there's an instance of missing alternative text in my worksheet. If I click on this, the Missing Alternative Text section expands, and I can now see that this issue can be found in Chart 1. Below this, in the Warning section, one instance of hard-to-read text contrast has been found. Click this to expand, and now I can see that this hard-to-read contrast is located in the cell range B2 to F2. If I click on this issue, the cell range where it's located is then highlighted in the worksheet. Additional information about the issue will also display at the bottom of the pane. Here it states some information about why the hard-to-read text contrast issue should be fixed. And if I scroll down, it then lists the steps to fix the issue. If I click the drop-down arrow to the right of the issue, a menu displays listing the recommended actions to fix the issue, and then some other suggestions to improve the accessibility. In the Recommended Action section, Excel suggests either changing the font color or fill color of the selected cell range to improve the text contrast. I'll change the fill color by clicking the right arrow next to fill color to open the color palette menu. As my font text is black, from the Theme Colors section at the top, I'll change the fill color to a higher contrast by selecting the color Gold Accent 4. If I now click away to remove the cell selection, the warning no longer displays in the pane, meaning it's been resolved. If I click on the missing alternative text issue in the error section, again the cell range where the issue is located in the worksheet is highlighted, and at the bottom of the pane is some additional information about why alternative text should be added. And if I scroll down, listed are the steps to add alt text to objects. Click the drop-down arrow next to the issue, and in the recommended action section of the menu, Excel suggests adding a description to the cell range or to mark the range as decorative. Alternatively, you can add alt text by right-clicking the relevant element in the worksheet. So I'll right-click on Chart 1, then from the bottom of the shortcut menu select Edit Alt Text. An alt text side pane opens on the right, and into the text field displayed here you can insert a short text-based description of the selected object. 1 to 2 sentences is the recommended description length. I'll click inside this field and paste in a description using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. Adding alternative text to describe what an object such as a chart is portraying helps make the chart accessible for screen reader users. Below the text field is the option to mark the chart as decorative. Objects that have been marked as decorative indicate that they add visual interest but aren't informative. My chart is informative, so I won't activate this feature. Close this pane by clicking the X icon at the top right. The accessibility pane then reopens, and the missing alternative text error no longer displays in the pane. Instead, it states that no accessibility issues were found and that people with disabilities should not have difficulty reading this workbook. Close this pane by clicking the X icon at the top right. Another way to access the Check Accessibility tool is to click the File tab at the top left. From the File menu in the Backstage view, click the Info tab. On the left of the Info page, click the Check for Issues drop-down button, and in the menu select Check Accessibility. You are then navigated back to your workbook, and the accessibility side pane automatically opens on the right. This has been an overview on ensuring accessibility in Excel. If you have a large amount of data inserted into your cells, you can use Excel 365 functions to split your entries and extract the individual components. In this video, you will discover how to separate data into multiple cells in Excel 365. In column A, I have list of customer names. I want to extract different aspects of this data and place them in my table. I'll select cell C2. In this column, I want to insert the number of characters in a text string found in the cells of column A. I can do this using the len function. Type in an equal sign followed by len and an open parenthesis. Select cell A2, which is the reference cell, insert a close parenthesis and then press the Enter key. The number of characters in cell A2 is 12, and that value now displays in cell C2. You can quickly do this for the rest of the column C cells by clicking and dragging the Autofill tool over those cells. In column D, I'll find just the first name length using the search function. The search function can be used to locate a character and return the character number for the located value. Select cell D2, type in an equal sign, the text search and an open parenthesis. The first argument we need to insert is find text, which in our case is the space character. Insert quotation mark, space, quotation mark, insert a comma to move to the next argument where we need to choose our reference cell, which again is the customer name cell A2. Insert another comma to move to the final argument where we need to choose where to begin the search. Because we want to start from the first character, insert 1 and a close parenthesis. Before we perform this calculation, we need to insert -1 because the space will be included in the character number and because we only want to find the first name length. Press Enter to perform the calculation. The value 4 now displays. I'll select cell E2 where I want to find the last name length by subtracting the first name length from character length. Insert an equal sign, select the character length C2 cell, insert a minus sign and select the first name length D2 cell. And then insert -1 to account for the space. Press Enter to perform the calculation. The formula has given me the value 7. Using the left or right functions, we can extract data from a cell from a particular direction. Let's extract the first name using the left function. The left function returns the first character or characters in a text string based on the number of characters you specify. So select the first name F2 cell, insert an equal sign followed by left and an open parenthesis. Then select the reference cell, which is A2, insert a comma. For the next argument, we need to specify the number of characters. I'll do this by selecting the first name length cell. Close the parentheses and hit the Enter key. The text John now appears in this cell. Using the write function, we can find the last name. The write function returns the last character or characters in a text string based on the number of characters you specify. I'll select the last name G2 cell, insert an equal sign followed by write and an open parenthesis. Select the reference cell, which again is our customer cell, insert a comma and select the last name length cell. Insert a close parenthesis and hit Enter. The last name Simpson now displays in the cell. You can also extract data from inside a specified point of a text string, such as the initials from our customer's full name using the MID function. Select the middle initials H2 cell, insert an equal sign followed by the mid function and an open parenthesis. The first argument we need to select is the text we are extracting from, which is cell B2 of the customer full name column. Insert a comma, then select the cell of the first character to extract from. So I'll select the first name length cell D2, which will start the extraction at the last letter of the first name. I want the middle initial, so I'll insert a +2 to account for this. Insert a comma. For the final argument, select the number of characters to extract. Insert 2 as I want to extract the initial letter and period, so we are extracting string data from the customer full name column. The extraction will start at the first initial character because we're adding 2 to the first name length. The extraction will then pull 2 characters from this starting point, as that's the number we specified in the argument. Insert a close parenthesis and hit Enter. The letter J now displays in the cell, meaning we have successfully extracted the middle initials with the MID function. This has been an overview on separating data into multiple cells in Excel. Excel 365 contains numerous functions that can convert text characters. In this video, you will discover how to use formulas to modify text case in Excel 365. In my worksheet, I have a table containing values with a last name, first name and email address headings. Below, I have a table with the same headings but no values inserted. On the left of the table, I would like to change the case for the last name column. I can convert these values into capital letters using the upper formula. First, I'll select cell B9 in the second table where I'd like to insert these values. Next, I'm going to insert an equal symbol, followed by the formula upper and an open parenthesis symbol. Then I'm going to need to select my cell reference. Now, since I'm going to be converting the cells found in column B of the first table, I'm going to first select cell B4. After I've selected my value, I'm going to close off the formula with a close parenthesis and then press the Enter key on my keyboard. The formula has automatically converted my text characters into all caps, and the name Johnson appears in capital letters in cell B9. I can apply this formula to the rest of the column cells in this table using the Autofill feature by selecting cell B9, hover over the bottom right of the cell, and when the cursor changes to a black plus icon, click and drag over the cells. When you release the mouse click, Excel will automatically convert those values found in the table above. In column C of my second table, I'd just like to capitalize the first letter to make the first names proper nouns. I can do this using the proper formula. The proper function capitalizes the first letter in a text string and any other letters in text that follow any character other than a letter. It converts all of other letters to lowercase letters. First, I'll select cell C9 where I'd like to place my value, insert an equal sign followed by proper and an open parenthesis symbol. After I've done this, I can select the value found in cell C4 in the table above. Once I've selected my cell reference, I can close off the formula by inserting a close parenthesis and then press the Enter key on my keyboard. The name Andrew now appears in the cell, and the first letter of the name is in capitals. To apply this to the rest of the cell, select cell C9, hover over the bottom right of the cell, and once your cursor changes to the black plus symbol, click and drag over the rest of the cells to automatically fill out my values. Lastly, if you've accidentally had the caps lock on when entering in values, you can automatically change the case of those values using the lower formula. The lower function converts all uppercase letters in a text string into lowercase. For example, in column D of the first table I can see the email addresses were accidentally typed in all caps. To correct this, I'm going to select cell D9 in the table below, then insert an equal sign followed by lower and an open parenthesis. Next, I'm going to select the top value in cell D4 of the table above. Finish the formula by inserting a close parenthesis and then press the Enter key. The email address from above has now been inserted into cell D9 and has been changed into lowercase. Again, I can autofill the cells below by selecting cell B9, going down to the bottom right-hand corner and dragging the cursor down my table. The formula has now been applied to the rest of the cells in this table. This has been an overview on using formulas to modify text case in Excel. In Excel 365, you can combine data taken from multiple cells using the concat and text join functions. In this video, you will explore how to combine data values into a single cell in Excel 365. Before we begin, it's important to note that the concat formula has superseded the concatenate formula. Concatenate still works but has less functions than concat. The concat formula combines the text from multiple ranges and/or strings, but it doesn't ignore empty cells. In column C of my table, I want to use the first initials in column A and surnames in column B, along with manually inserted data to create an email address list. To do this, I'll first select cell C2 where I want to insert my values, then insert an equal sign followed by concat and an open parenthesis symbol. I then need to select my text 1, which is the value found in cell A2. Insert a comma to move to the next argument. I want the two values to be separated with a period, so between quotation marks I'll insert a period as this is user input data, then insert a comma and select the second cell reference, which is cell B2. Again insert another comma. Lastly, we need to insert the email address domain, so within quotation marks I'll type in @SUBCRIBE.com. Finish the formula with a close parenthesis and press the Enter key. As you can see, the concat formula has successfully combined the cell references in A2 and B2 and the user input data to create an email address. It's also important to note that the concat formula differs from concatenate, in that concat allows you to include data ranges when referencing. For example, I'll create an email address without a period separating the first initial and surname. Into cell C3 I'll insert the concat formula, then select both cells A3 and B3 containing the first initial and surname values. With the data range selected, insert a comma and then insert the email domain address within quotation marks. Close the parenthesis and press the Enter key. As you can see, the concat formula allows you to use data ranges as arguments. I'll switch to another worksheet by clicking the Names Worksheet tab at the bottom left. Next, let's look at the text join formula. Text join is handy as it allows you to combine text but also ignore empty cells, which is useful for large datasets. You can set rules and delimiters as part of the formula and then apply it to the data cell. In column D of my table, I want to combine the title, first name and surname values. To do this, I'll first select cell D2, then insert an equal sign followed by text join and an open parenthesis. The first argument we need to specify is the delimiter. The delimiter is a character that will separate values in a string. I want spaces to separate the values, so I'll insert a space within quotation marks, then insert a comma to move on to the next argument. When you do this, a list of arguments then opens with the options true ignore empty cells or false include empty cells, so I need to specify whether to ignore or include empty cells. I want to ignore, so I'll select the option true and then insert a comma. Now that we set rules, we just need to select our cell references, which is cell A2, insert a comma, then select B2, insert a comma and then select cell C2. Close the parenthesis and then press Enter. Cell D2 now displays the result Mr. John Wilson. I'll apply this formula to the rest of the cells by clicking at the bottom right corner of cell D2 and then drag my cursor down to cell D7. The rest of the cells in column D now display the formula results. Also note that the empty cell A3 has been successfully ignored by the formula, and no title displays in the result in cell D3. This has been an overview on combining data values into a single cell in Excel. If data values in an Excel 365 spreadsheet don't display clearly, such as long numbers exceeding 15 digits or bulky text entries, this can be resolved using custom number formats. The number format you choose can be modified according to your specific preferences, and you can reuse it again later. In this video, you will explore how to customize text formats in Excel 365. If you've inserted text data into a cell, you can format that cell as text. To do this, first select the cell or cell range. I'll select the title cell of my table. With the Home tab selected, go to the number group in the center of the Tools ribbon, and at the top of this group is the Number Format menu. Displayed here, I can see that the number format currently applied to the selected cell is General. Click this drop-down, and if I scroll down the menu at the bottom is the Number Format option Text. Click this and a selected cell now has the format text applied to it. The advantage of using the text format is that you can also use it for numerical values. For example, if you have a numerical value that is longer than 15 digits, you can use the text format to display all of your data. Whereas if I select cell A3 and with the default general format applied paste in a 15-digit numerical value, and if I click outside of this cell, I can see that the general format will automatically change the display of these numbers into the exponential form. Since I don't want my numerical values displayed this way, I'll select the cell again, go back to the number group in the ribbon and click the number format drop-down. Scroll down the menu and select the text option. Now if I select within the cell and then select outside of it, this will display my entire numerical value. This is important if you're going to insert data values such as credit card numbers or any numerical values longer than 15 digits. You can also create custom text or insert additional text within your worksheet. For example, I have values that I would like to add to existing values. To do this, I'll first select the cell range F4 to F9. Now, if I find that I've forgotten to insert, for example, the text chapters, I'm going to right-click over my selected cell range and from the shortcut menu select the option Format Cells. The Format Cells dialog box opens and the Number tab at the top left is selected. From the category list on the left, select the Custom tab. At the top of the Custom page is a sample field, and below that is a type field which displays a list of values. I'll click inside the type field and delete the text currently displayed in it, then I'll insert the values I would like to add into the existing values in my cells. To do this, first insert the @ symbol, a space and quotation marks, and then the phrase that I'd like to insert. I'm going to insert chapter, so I'll type it in how I want it displayed within my cell, then I'll close those quotation marks. To insert this phrase into my worksheet, click the OK button at the bottom right. So now I can see that I've quickly added this text to the selected cell range without having to select within each individual cell to add it. If I'd like to modify this text that I've added, I can easily do that as well by selecting the cell range again, and to open the Format Cells dialog box, I'll go to the bottom right of the number group, and then click the dialog box launcher button. I'm then navigated directly to the Custom tab, since I've applied a custom format to the selected cell range. From here I can select my custom phrase from the type list. If I want to modify it, I'll click inside the type field and, for example, replace the capital C with the lowercase c. To apply the changes, click the OK button. If you'd like to remove the custom text that you've added, you can do that by again clicking the Number Group dialog box launcher button, and from the Custom tab select your custom text format in the type field and remove it by pressing the Delete key on your keyboard, then click the OK button at the bottom right to apply the changes. This has now removed the custom text I previously added. You can also choose to remove any custom formatting by simply selecting the cell and returning it to the general format. For example, if I select the cell with the 15-digit number and then click the number format drop-down and select General from the menu, then click within the cell and then select Outside, I can see that the text digits are once again not displayed properly and are once again in an exponential form. This has been an overview on customizing text formats in Excel. Depending which country or region you're presenting data in, not everyone uses the same time and date format. Excel 365 offers a variety of different date and time formats to choose from, but you can also create your own. In this video, you will explore how to customize the date and time format in Excel 365. In my table below, I have date and time values that I'd like to format. On the left of my table, my date values are not formatted correctly and appear as numerical values. I'll select the date values in column C of my table. With the Home tab selected, if I go to the number group in the center of the Tools ribbon, at the top of the group is the Number Format menu. Displayed here I can see that the current format applied to my date values is General. To change this, click the Number Format drop-down, and in the menu are two date options, Short Date and Long Date. I'll select the Short Date option, and the display of my date values has now changed to the Short Date format. In column D of my table, I have a list of time values. These values are not formatted correctly as the default general format is applied to them. I'll select this cell range, then click the Number Format drop-down and in the menu select the Time Format option. The time format has now been applied to the selected values. You have the option to customize your date and time formats. I'll customize my date format by first selecting the date list cell range, then right-click over the cell selection and from the shortcut menu select the Format Cells option. The Format Cells dialog box opens and the Number tab at the top left is selected. In the category list on the left, the Date tab is selected. At the top right-hand side, there's a sample field which shows the sample of the current category selected. Underneath there is a type list with various date format options. Below this is a local drop-down menu. If you'd like to change the location associated with your dates, click this drop-down and then choose your corresponding language and region. I'll scroll down and select English, United States. The type list above then updates. From this list, I'll select the 14 to March 12 format. The sample above updates to show a preview of what the selected format applied to our date values will look like. Another way you can customize your date format is by going to the Custom tab in the category list on the left. From here, you'll find custom formatting options. And in the type list, I can see that I have a few different date options. For example, if I want the day, month and year, I could select that option. I could also choose the day and the month, as well as the month and the year. I'm happy with my current selection, so I won't change this. To apply the changes made, click the OK button at the bottom right. The selected format has now been applied to the values in my date column. Note that you can also customize the time format using the same method just shown. You can easily remove the date and time formats. With my date value still selected, click the Number Format drop-down, and from the top of the menu select the General Format option. My date values once again appear as numerical values. I'll do the same for my time values by selecting the time cell range. Click the Number Format drop-down and select the General option, and my time values now also appear as numerical values and not in a time format. This has been an overview on customizing the date and time formatting in Excel. If you'd like certain data values in your Excel 365 workbooks to be outlined in a specific format or color automatically, now you can do this and more. Using the Number Format tool, you can change the formatting, font and fill colors of your data. In this video, you will discover how to use color and custom formats in Excel 365. Besides using the standard font tools within the Home tab to modify your text color, you can also use the Number Format menu to apply a custom format. To do this, I'm first going to select the cell range of the second column in my table. Then with the Home tab selected, go to the number group in the center of the Tools ribbon, and at the bottom right corner click the dialog box Launcher button. The Format Cells dialog box opens and the Number tab at the top left is selected. From the category list on the left, select the Custom tab. At the top right-hand side is a sample field, and below this is a type list with various custom formatting options. At the top of the list is a type field, and displayed in it is the text General. I'll click inside this field to place the cursor before General, and then insert a square bracket symbol. Then I'm going to type in the name of the color that I'd like to apply to my selected cell range. I'd like the text to appear in red, so I'll type in red and then insert a close square bracket. To apply this, click the OK button at the bottom right. If I click away to remove the selection, I can see that the custom format has been applied to the cell range and the text now appears in red. This is useful if you are changing the data, but want the font color applied to remain the same. You can also modify the font and fill color for any number format. I'll select the cell range and column F of my table, then click the Number Groups dialog box launcher button to open the Format Cells dialog box on the Number tab. From the top center of the window, switch to the Font tab. From this tab, you can modify the font style, size, underline, effects and color. On the right-hand side, click the Color drop-down button to open the Color Gallery menu where you have Theme, Standard and More colors options. From the Theme Colors section, I'll select the color Blue Accent 5. Below the color drop-down, you can see a preview of what the selected font color applied will look like. From this dialog box, you can also modify the fill color by switching to the Fill tab at the top center. On the left-hand side is a background color gallery, and on the right you can also choose a pattern color and style if you wish. From the background color gallery, I'll choose a fill color for my cell range. Since my text is in blue, I'll need to find a suitable contrasting color for the background of the cell, so I'll select this light yellow color at the top right of the gallery menu, and at the bottom center is a sample of what that color looks like. To apply these changes, click the OK button at the bottom right. The fill and font color of the selected cell range has now changed. As you can see, accessing the Format Cells window allows you to quickly add color to your cells to make them stand out in your worksheet. This has been an overview on using color and custom formats in Excel. If you need randomly generated codes or holding a lottery or drawing lots, Excel 365 has functions you can use. In this video, you will explore how to create random values in Excel 365. In column C of my table, I'd like to generate a random number between 0 and 1. I can easily do this using the rand formula. The rand function returns an evenly distributed random real number greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. To do this, first I'll select cell C7 where I'd like to input the formula, insert an equal sign followed by rand and an open parenthesis. Once the open parenthesis has been inserted, I'm going to close off that parenthesis and press the Enter key on my keyboard to calculate that random number. I can quickly apply this formula to the rest of the column cells using the Autofill feature by selecting cell C7 again, hover over the bottom right corner of it, and when my cursor changes to a black plus icon, click and drag over the cells. When you release your mouse click, random numbers between 0 and 1 now display in the column C cells. Also note that a new random real number is returned every time the worksheet is calculated. For example, if I click inside the formula bar at the top center above the worksheet and press the Enter key, new random numbers are then generated for each selected cell. In column D, I want to be a bit more specific and generate a random number between 1 and 6. To do this, I'll use the rand between formula. The rand between function returns a random integer number between the numbers you specify. And again, same as rand, the rand between function will return a new random integer number every time the worksheet is calculated. First, I'll select cell D7, insert an equal sign followed by rand between and an open parenthesis. Next, I'm going to need to choose a bottom and top number as indicated. Bottom is the smallest integer rand between will return, and top is the largest integer it will return. As I want to generate a random number between 1 and 6, I'll type in the number 1, then a comma and a space, then type in the number 6. Close off the formula with a close parenthesis, then press the Enter key to quickly generate a value. And as mentioned earlier, you'll see that when you start generating random values, the values already placed in your worksheet will automatically update as well. So the generated rand values in my table have now changed. If you want to keep those randomized values, you'll need to save those values. After I've generated the first random value, I'm going to select cell D7 again, and I'm going to double select the Autofill option at the bottom right to quickly generate those random values for the rest of this column cells. And as you can see again, my first column has automatically regenerated. Now, another way you can generate random numbers between 1 and 6 is to combine the rand function. First, I'm going to select cell E7, insert an equal sign followed by the rand function and an open parenthesis. Then I'll close off that parenthesis and multiply this particular formula by inserting the asterisk symbol. As I'm generating a value between 1 and 6, I'll insert 5 plus 1, then press the Enter key to calculate. And this has now generated a decimal value. I'd rather have an integer value generated, so to do this I'll combine this rand formula with the integer formula. Select the cell where the formula is contained. From the formula bar, I'll insert my cursor just before rand, then insert the integer function int followed by an open parenthesis, then place the cursor at the end of the rand formula and insert a close parenthesis. Press the enter key to generate. So now you can see rather than having a decimal value, I have an integer value. And if I'd like to generate random values between 1 and 6 for the cells below, again I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner of cell E7 and double-click the autofill option. This has been an overview on creating random values in Excel. If you want to find out where a particular value places and a list of data entries, Excel 365 has functions you can use. In this video, you will explore how to rank a value in Excel 365. The rank.avg function in Excel returns the rank of a number in a list of numbers, and if more than one value has the same rank, the average rank is returned. It's important to note that the rank.avg and rank.eq functions have replaced the rank function. To demonstrate this function, I'll select cell B2, insert an equal sign followed by the rank.average function and an open parenthesis. The first argument we need to select is the number. This will be the number whose rank you want to find. From the list of values in column A, I'll select the value 791 located in cell A2, then insert a comma. Next I have to select the reference, which is the range of numbers or sales you'll be ranking. So I'll select the cell range located in column A, note that non-numeric values in the reference will be ignored. Then insert a comma. When you do this, two order options appear. You have the option descending, which will rank the numbers as if the reference cells were a list sorted in descending order, or the option ascending to sort the number as if the reference were a list in ascending order. As I want to rank my values in numerical order, I'll select the option ascending. This then inserts the number 1 into my formula. Close the formula with a close parenthesis and press the enter key on the keyboard to calculate. The formula calculates the result 22, so the average rank of the value 791 in the list in column A is 22. The rank.eq function is similar to the rank.avg function in that it returns the rank of a number in a list of numbers, and it has the same syntax. But if more than one value has the same rank, the top rank of that set of values is returned instead of the average. To use this function, I'll select cell B3, insert an equal sign followed by rank.eq and an open parenthesis. Again, the first argument we need to select is the number. This time I'll select the value 387 located in cell A3, then insert a comma. Next I'll select the reference, so I'll select the cell range located in column A, then insert a comma. From the two order options that appear, I'll select the option ascending. Close the formula with the close parenthesis and then press enter. The formula calculates the result 8, so the rank of the value 387 in the list in column A is 8. If you're looking for the largest or smallest value, you can use the max and min functions. To find the largest value, I'll select cell D2, insert an equal followed by max and an open parenthesis. Now I'll need to select my range. To do this, I can go to the left-hand side and select the cell range A2 to a 31. Once I've done this, I can close off the parenthesis and press enter to calculate the max value. The formula result is 978. If I want to find the smallest value, I can use the same process, but instead use the min function. So I'll select cell E2, insert an equal followed by min and an open parenthesis. Now, if you note the values of your cell range, you can also type them in manually. So I'll type in the cell range A2, a colon symbol, and then a 31. Once I've inserted my range, I can close off the parenthesis and press enter to calculate the minimum value. The formula has calculated that the smallest value found in the selected cell range is 141. This has been an overview on ranking a value in Excel. When presenting numeric values in a spreadsheet, you ideally want all of the numbers to be rounded to the same number of digits for consistency and accuracy. In Excel 365, there are many different functions that you can use to round your data values up or down. In this video, you will discover how to round a number in Excel 365. In cell E2 of my worksheet, I have a value with multiple decimal places. If you would like to round a number to a specified number of digits, you can use the round formula. To do this, I'm going to first select cell E5, insert an equal sign followed by round and an open parenthesis. Now, to round my value to a specific number of decimal places, I'll first need to select my reference cell E2, followed by a comma and then the number of decimal places I would like to round to. So I'm going to insert the number 2, because I want to round to the nearest 2 decimal places, then insert a close parenthesis and press enter to quickly calculate. My value has now been rounded up by 2 decimal places. You can use the roundup and round down formulas to quickly round your values as well. The roundup formula behaves like round, except that it always runs a number up. So if I select cell E8, insert an equal sign followed by roundup and an open parenthesis, then select your value, which again is cell E2, insert a comma, and to round up I'm going to insert the number 0. Close off the parenthesis and press enter to calculate. The value 121 now displays in the cell. The round down formula behaves like round, except that it always runs a number down. To demonstrate this, I'll select cell E9, insert an equal followed by round down and an open parenthesis. Next, select the cell of reference E2, insert a comma followed by the number 0 to round it down to the nearest whole number. Close off the parenthesis and press enter. The value is now 120. The round function returns a number rounded to the desired multiple. To do this, I'll select cell E10, insert an equal followed by round and an open parenthesis. Once I've done this, I can select my value in cell E2 followed by a comma and then the specific multiple that I would like to round to. So since I'm looking for a multiple of 7, I'll insert 7, close my parenthesis and press enter. The formula returns the result 119. If you're looking to round to the nearest even or odd number, you can use the even and odd functions. The even function returns a number rounded up to the nearest even integer. Select cell E6, insert an equal followed by even and an open parenthesis. Next, I'll select my cell reference, close off the parenthesis and press enter. The formula result is 122. The odd function returns a number rounded up to the nearest odd integer. I'll select cell E7, insert an equal followed by odd and an open parenthesis, select my cell reference E2, close off the parenthesis and press enter. The formula has quickly calculated the nearest odd number is 121. Now, if you're looking to round up or down for a specific value, you can use the ceiling and floor formulas. The ceiling function returns a number rounded up to the nearest multiple of significance. Select cell E11, insert an equal followed by ceiling and an open parenthesis. Next, I'll select my cell reference E2, followed by a comma and then insert the multiple to which you want to round to. Since I want to round up 0.5, I'm going to insert that value, close off my parenthesis and press enter. The formula gives the result 121.5. The floor function runs a number down to the nearest multiple of significance. I'll select cell E12, insert an equal sign followed by floor and an open parenthesis. I'll then select my value, insert a comma, and since I want to round down to 0.5, I can insert 0.5, close off my parenthesis and press enter to calculate. The formula result is 120. Lastly, if you're looking to truncate a number to the nearest integer by removing the fractional part of the number, you'll need to use the trunc function. First I'll select cell E13, insert an equal sign followed by trunc and an open parenthesis, select the value in cell E2 and then close off the parenthesis and press enter. The result of the formula is 120. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time if you have values that you need to quickly round within your worksheets. This has been an overview on rounding a number in Excel. If you need to correct errors in your data, instead of fixing an error manually, you can use an Excel 365 function to do it for you. If you want to make changes to text data in your worksheet, you can make modifications with replacement and substitution functions. In this video, you will explore how to use replacement formulas in Excel 365. In my worksheet, I have multiple text examples in which I can use to demonstrate the text modification formulas within Excel. For example, in cell A2, I have the text Indianapolis. If I'd like to change this to Minneapolis, I can use the replace formula. To do this, first select cell C2, insert an equal sign followed by replace and an open parenthesis. I'll first need to select my old text value, which is cell A2, then insert a comma followed by the number of characters that I'll be replacing. So since I'll be replacing the first 6 characters, I'm going to insert 1 for the first character in this series, comma, and 6. So that way all the characters 1 through 6 will be replaced. Next, I need to insert what I'll be replacing the text with. To do this, I'll insert another comma followed by quotation marks, and then the text I'd like placed in the cell. So I'll insert min and close off those quotation marks. To finish the formula, close off the parentheses and press the Enter key. Now I can see that the text has been quickly replaced and the word Minneapolis displays in the cell. If you have a phrase that is misspelled, you can also use the substitute formula. For example, in cell A6 the word Chicago is misspelled. To correct this, I'll first select cell C6, insert an equal sign, the substitute formula and an open parenthesis. Next, I'll need to select the old text, which is cell A6, followed by a comma. Then I'll choose the letter in which I would like to replace. Since I've accidentally placed an S in Chicago, I'm going to insert quotation marks followed by S and then close off those quotation marks. Next, I'll need to insert what I would like to replace this text with. So first I'm going to insert a comma followed by quotation marks, the letter C, and then close off those quotation marks. Since this only occurs once within this particular word, I'm going to insert a comma followed by 1. After I've completed that criteria, close off the parentheses and press Enter, and the formula in cell C6 is replaced with the word Chicago. Lastly, if you have multiple spaces between words in your worksheet and you want to quickly remedy this, you can use the trim formula. To perform trim, I'm going to first select cell C10, insert an equal followed by trim and an open parenthesis. Next, I need to insert the text from which I want spaces removed from. Now in cell A10, I can see that the text New and Orleans is separated with multiple spaces which I'd like to remove. To do this, I can select this cell, close off the parenthesis and press Enter. The extra spaces have now been removed and New Orleans displays correctly in cell C10. This has been an overview on using the replacement formulas in Excel.